As we move on to the next proceedings, we have first panel discussion on the topic Green Hospital Operations, Delivering Efficient, Sustainable Care Every Day. Introducing the moderators. To moderate this session, we are joined by Dr. Zamir Bhasha, a chairman, Tamil Nadu State Branch of Association of Surgeons of India. Next, we have Dr. Karthik Prabhu, immediate past secretary, IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. Introducing the panelists, the esteemed panelists for this session are Dr. G. Gerard Maria Selvam, Additional Director, National Health Mission, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Ashokan S., Director and CEO, JEM Hospital, Chennai. Dr. Anuradha Pichumani, Executive Director, Sri Ranga Hospital, Chengalpet. Principal Ambassador, NABH, Board Member, ISQA and ASQA. Dr. Sumati Prem, Anand Medical Director, Darshan Fertility and Women's Medical Center, Chennai. Dr. Venkata Panidar Nelluri, Founder and Mentor, Sasta Healthcare, Chennai. Professor Dr. J.C. Helen Shadi, Dean, SRM College of Nursing, SRMS, Chennai. I now request the moderators to begin the session.
Good morning, everybody. I think thanks to Dr. Jailal sir and team and State IMA President is here and my fellow moderators and panelists, this is going to be a very, very important session. And being the first session in the morning with all learned speakers, friends, we are going to have an overview. ஒரு விஷயத்தை, if we have to tell it very vividly without taking much time, it is going to require a huge experience about the functionality of the hospitals, about the policies, about the private sector, and the techniques, what is happening inside. And we have a huge experienced group of speakers, and my fellow moderator, he's been the chairman for Hospital Board of India, Dr. Zamir Bhasha. So I'm sure there is a huge experience here. And to take it forward within 1 hour in a very power-packed session, we are going to have one question, which is a very important question in that particular area regarding the area of interest of that particular panelist. And they will be giving in a time of 5 minutes their views on what is your opinion on this process, how to take it further. And then towards the end, we will again concise and come back with a take-home message. So that is how we will go. I request my Mir Bhasha sir, fellow moderator sir, to say a few words before we start.
So with the moderator's permission, we would like to add to say that Dr. Gerard Selvam, the additional director for National Health Mission, because he is indisposed, he has joined us online and he is also there to answer our queries. Sir. Welcome, welcome Gerard sir.
Sure, welcome. Thank you. Morning to all of you. Morning. Morning. I see a lot of students here. By now, the students, the way you say good morning, the roof should go onto the sky high and to the ozone layer. Good morning. Great. Thank you very much. Now, we had to have this climate change because we are all here, because we're covered by the layer that is the easiest way. Well, on the way here, I was thinking, how can we change the climate into a green one? Can we? Can we? Yes, we can. And the easiest way which we can do is to look at the place. Now, everything looks green, doesn't it? Everything looks green. I've changed the entire climate green. But the naked truth and the hard fact that hits us hard is that we are now in this place sitting in an air-conditioned room wherein we are emitting fumes outside because of the air condition, and that is the one that changes the weather we are in. And as a surgeon, I do have lots of gadgetry. Surgery for you is an artistry, but the practice of medicine is an artistry. But the gadgetry inside needs a climate that is absolutely still and absolutely sterile and absolutely germ-free. For that, we need all this. But still, the emissions that we leave outside. And what happened when you were about 5 years ago, when we had this COVID lockdown, the entire ozone layer in the holes got mitigated. We had proper rains. We had our lakes filled up. We had the change that we wanted 5 years ago, not because of what we did, but because of what we undid because of a lockdown. And so we now have extremely very, very learned panelists who are here to give us leeway into going into a greener world, a world that which we live in, because we are very much interested on the Indian Medical Association, and more so bringing the entire world, the Commonwealth Medical Association, thanks to the president of our Commonwealth Medical Association, Dr. J.A. Jayalal. Please give him a hand. Please extend your hand, sir. Here are the students. This is for whom this is intended, because we want to invest in the next gen. So whatever we say here, they are the ones who are going to implement this. And on that note, I would request Karthi to go ahead and shoot your questions, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Samir, sir. Friends, we have to just take this very important aspect. Why so many youngsters are here? Because today, we are all going paperless, right? From case sheets to record maintenance to so many issues. Why are we going paperless? It's not to decrease the burden, but also to cut the number of trees which has been felled down in the making of paper. We are going into renewable energy, recycling of waste, and so many things, so on. When that is so, there is a huge amount, 10% of the pollution, they say, is because of the healthcare sector. So it is our moral bound responsibility. It's not the question of should we do, we should, but how are we going to go further? What are the differences, right, from policy making? For example, I would say 1 gram of mercury, they say, can contaminate 20 acres of lake. And the fishes that consume, and when the people eat those fishes, children develop neurological problems. So that is why mercury is banned in our state, and that is why all the BP apparatuses is now electronic. But I'm sure all the elder physicians will know mercury was so accurate because it doesn't require calibration. And we are not the only contamination which is happening from the hospital side. All the CFL bulbs and so many things also have a minor quantity of mercury, which is also going to the general garbage. So these things all happen, and who has to be regulating it will be from the policy side. So we can just thought-provoke where, what help we require, and how we go further. For this, I'm sure the first person is Dr. Gerard Maria Selvam from National Health Mission. We welcome you, sir. And with the focus on policy and feasibility, how can public health policy incentivize green hospitals without adding compliance burden? Because the compliance burden is today a very big issue, sir. So the next 5 minutes, we please request you to throw light on how we can go without much problem with adherence. Over to you, sir. Next 5 minutes is yours.
Sir, I just want to see whether I'm audible. Am I clear?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So I thank the organizers for the wonderful opportunity to be able to join this on this important occasion, and to talk about how the public health policy promotes the green hospitals. The incentivization, it is not in terms of the monetary benefits, but in terms of certain guidelines and protocols which are being implemented. For example, infrastructure, there are IPHS, Indian Public Health Standards guidelines. So the current trend of the public health facilities is it should be vertical structure, and defined as percentage of space is also defined for the allocations for different components of an infrastructure, there is a defined percentage of allocation. So at least 30%, one third should be green. So this is called this greening of the health facilities concept, which is taken up in a standard manner. And the biomedical waste management is also part of your environment, and the segregation, the aggregation, and then the collection and the disposal to the common treatment facility. So that is another very important area which is being monitored very closely. The alternate sources of energy, this is a very important thing which is being followed. For example, the LED bulbs, rainwater harvesting, all those things, and the ETPs and STPs, which have to be as per the public health guidelines, and they are supposed to adopt to the ETPs and STPs. And like there are a lot of things which have come in terms of the uh, in terms of organizing the waste management. Particularly if you look at the disinfection of every space, like it is not insisted to disinfect and then create more waste. Instead, a lot of things are now brought to the central facility. For example, your linen, soil the linen. In case of your other waste, which are all brought to the centralized CSSD, and even in laundry system also, like the mechanized laundry and your mechanized kitchen, so that the waste generated in different points of places will lead to more generation of contamination. So those are the things which you can see that is being promoted. And the NABH guidelines are there, the hospital accreditation mechanism, that's a separate body. But Indian public health standards by itself, I think, is a very important player in insisting the health facilities to go for all these things. A climate resilient infrastructure, as per the new guidelines, also insist on promoting academic wing in the health facilities to promote. It helps a lot for also not only for integrating the academic learning, but also for to stay abreast. So a lot of concept has come in terms of this kind of it's a building. If you look at it as a building, whether it is a climate resilient is one aspect, but the providers, they're the milieu, their own safety and safety of the patients, and how they work together with the environment, and how conducive is the environment is what is now highly insisted. That includes that kind of the airy rooms, the environment, pleasant environment. All these things are very, very important. As a library is also insisted, a library for their own self-reading and some time away from their routine. And all these things together is what is making a resilient infrastructure possible. I mean, there are simple things. Every simple thing
from the estate, the purpose of flushing the toilets and using it for gardening. We have trees all around perimeter of the hospital, so it's a green, it will be nice. And we use this water for that. And these are the three initiatives that are really paying us back. We save almost close to 20,000 liters of water every day. That's a huge saving because we buy water. Metro is not supplying us. These are the three things. Other smaller things are lights everybody will be using, and we are trying to go paperless. That is one more thing. And for the CT scan and other things also, we don't print the films unless and otherwise patient is specifically asking for it. Otherwise, we forward the reports through WhatsApp. Lab reports are sent by WhatsApp. And we are, half of the papers we use is recycled paper. We are probably consciously we are doing little of all this. These are the things that we are doing.
Thank you, Ashokan sir. So the take-home points where it could be cost-saving also is that they have gone paperless, and policy-making wise in CEA digital records is completely acceptable. So policies also helped, and they are also following. Right from solar water to recyclable water, you have told, sir. Thank you. And towards the take-home point, what are the things which will cut costs? You can summarize and tell, sir, again. Now, the next speaker is going to be Dr. Anuradha Pichumani, and Zamir Basha sir will ask the question. She is having an extensive experience in accreditation, and sir will ask a pertinent question to her.
Thank you. And as far as the green initiative by Dr. Ashokan has said, a couple of things to be added. See, the reverse osmosis brings water, that takes away all the lots of the things that we need. And there is a lot of wastage of water also after that. Once it's clean, we have water. About a couple of decades ago when I was in a school, that water was being taken out and used in the gardens. And now you can have a vertical garden where you can use all that water that comes out as the waste from the reverse osmosis. And these are little greener initiatives because, those days when we had a sanatorium where patients were taken out into a huge, big, vast, open place where these people were kept because of the aeration they thought will take care of that. That was the natural way of healing. But now that we have gone into these vertical structures, as sir said, now we have all this. And this requires a lot of, as said, paperless things that maintains quality as to everything needs to be numbered, indexed, and accredited. And this accreditation is the one that ensures that your quality care that you have given to your patients is indexed and then put in paper and then given for accreditation, which means everything, including your BP apparatus, has to be taken care of. The quality has to be taken care of. And how does that accreditation go ahead and implement it in the hospitals? And to that, supervise that, we have Madam to go on. Please, we can see. Go. The question is how we can ensure accreditation without, I'm sorry to use the word, intimidating the hospital so that they are not taken back with that. They come with that very easily. Thank you very much, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the question, and good morning to all of you. I thank the organizers and senior colleagues for giving us this opportunity to be with all of you here. So coming to this question on accreditation being an intimidating factor, I definitely say it is a no. And I being an assessor for so many years now, so we feel it has to be taken as an empowerment. Accreditation has to be an empowerment to hospitals, help hospitals to improve on their quality journey. And if you see the accreditation journey all these years, it has helped many of these smaller hospitals and larger hospitals to implement quality. So, and sustainability is again another part of quality. So it has to be empowered and it has to help organizations. So when accreditation starts, you start into your accreditation journey, you have various ways where we can do it. So as sir was telling, he has gone paperless and all that. So you have a NABH accreditation on digital standards, which as a small hospital, we are in Chengalpet, we implemented it first in Tamil Nadu. We were the fifth hospital in India to do it. And even with our own group of village staff who come from villages, we were able to go paperless from the inpatients. So every prescription is now paperless. So from the IP, and these are some of the ways where accreditation helps you to go paperless. Again, you can take an example of telemedicine, because we have telemedicine guidelines. And again, take an example of smaller hospitals. We don't have consultants every time. So we have the time lag between having a reporting. Again, it gives us a huge problem. So we have taken the help of teleradiology, telemedicine. We were running a tele-ICU previously. So those are some of the ways where we are able to get the public trust and improve on the patient safety. Moving on to accreditation per se, in NABH 6th edition has come out. And I'm very happy that NABH has taken up a separate standard on sustainability and climate resilience. And again, they have brought out a free guidebook. It is available on the NABH website. Anyone can download it. And it helps you to create an awareness about resilience, how a hospital can implement climate change. It helps the professionals to do it. And also it gives you a checklist. There is a downloadable checklist where every hospital can take it up, and it is given as 0, 5 and 10, where 0 is no complaints, 5 is partial complaints, and 10 is full complaints. So you can take it as your self-assessment checklist and start working on it. Whatever has been discussed on water, waste, reuse, reduce waste, all these things are put up in the checklist. You can use it, and this is one of the things NABH has given. And again, as an author of a BMJ publication, we have given what is the clinician role in improving sustainability in a hospital. So we have a macro level, meso level, and micro level, where macro we talk about the policy makers to implement policy, as Sir was telling. Meso level is about the organization departmental head, where they can implement the procurement policies to reduce the environmental impact. Again, at the micro level, your anesthetists or your doctors can implement various things to create a green OT. So these are some of the ways where we can implement climate change at the clinician level. Again, at the international arena, we have the ISQA board, the International Society for Quality. And as a board member, we have included sustainability as part of the accreditation standards across the world now. So the latest edition on ISQA accreditation standards includes climate change. And so all the accreditation, be it Japan or NABH in India or Australia, every standard has included climate change now as part of its accreditation principles. So that we are trying to help reduce the impact of this climate change within the hospitals. So these are some of the ways where we can think of it. And sustainability accreditation has to be a hand-holding friend when you are going to take it forward in your quality journey, and it helps you definitely to empower your own staff to implement quality change. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Friends, we have first seen in policy making what are the factors that can help us, and can it be profitably implemented in the private sector, is what Dr. Ashokan sir has given. And Anuradha madam, a very beautiful and bold lady, has told another aspect, that not only there is a separate chapter for accreditation for green concept, but she's also implemented that in Chengalpet, little in the periphery of Tamil Nadu, and nobody can mess with her because she can say, I've done it even in the rural areas also. So, and she's also campaigning for that internationally. Now, thank you, madam. That was a very wonderful initiative. And now we go to the next person, who's runs a fertility center, Dr. Sumati Premanand. Now, will this work out for super specialty or specialty intensive areas? How do we go by that? Is there any scope where, how do we balance sustainability with the resource intensive specialties? What are your take on that, madam?
Thank you to the Commonwealth Medical Association's faculty and members and the IMO for the opportunity. I am timing myself so that I don't overshoot. I am also going to refer to my phone so that I don't miss the important points I have been thinking about last night. First of all, let us look around us. How much of plastic do we have around us right now? Why are we drinking from here? Why are we not having dispensers and simple tumblers which we used to use? Look at the plastic right there. Look at those flowers right there. We are decorating and we are not simple people anymore. We are trying to equal from one person to another, one organization to another. We are only increasing glamour in both our lives as well as in our work. And we are paying for it very badly because we have already kick-started very badly the climate change, which we are actually not in control. The amount of water we are actually using to create these. I came and touched these flowers to see whether they are real or plastic. These are real flowers. Every day throughout the world, especially in India, we have weddings and we are creating flowers which are thrown off in another few hours.
Madam, I think
And,
you come
so
with
much.
real flowers in your, you're the only person with real flowers.
Yes. So that is the thing which we need to address. So just not thinking, we must think about like wholesome, you know. That is what is actually required. You think from your perspective. I've already decided for my daughter's wedding, I will not be using these flowers. So this is what we need to think about. I'm sorry, I'm referring because I don't want to leave anything. We are actually having two responsibilities. As gynecologists, obstetricians, and fertility specialists, we are guardians of two futures. One is the immediate future where we have to save that mother and the baby. So we are working in a resource intensive setting. We are not working in a small clinic with no facility. If you have to save lives, people like us work in actually very resource intensive settings. அப்ப அதுலந்து எப்படி கம்மி பண்றது? Very difficult. ஏதாவது compromise பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கும்னு நமக்கு யோசிக்கிறோம்ல. But high quality care and sustainability are actually allies and they are not enemies. We are also having the additional responsibility of having the future place. So future children, what are we giving? We are trying to save the mother and the baby now. What is the world we are giving to the future children? That also we need to think about. I need to tell only 3 things for hospital management in my sector. It is energy efficiency, renewable energy, biodegradable products. These are the only things I would like to say. So if we are able to do this, this is more than enough. 50% of the world population is women. 50% of people who are sitting here are girls. So if you can just look up from your phones and your mobiles and then just listen to this 2 minutes, it will be nice. How many of you are using sustainable menstrual hygiene products? Can I see a raise of hands? Are you aware that there is anything available as sustainable menstrual products? It is available. We are used to generating. I will just tell you what happens in women. In women, we are creating menstrual hygiene product wastes. Each woman, which is 50% of the world, is creating around 15,000 sanitary napkins in her lifetime, contributing to around 100 kilos of waste products, of which mostly around 15 kilos of that would be, if they are using the same Whisper or whatever is the product which is available right now for many years, we are as a person creating 15 kilos of non-degradable use. We have biodegradable products now, which are like menstrual cups, washable sanitary panties. When lot of college girls are using, lot of school girls are using. You don't have to be sexually active for that. Virgins can use it, no problem. So the amount of non-degradable waste you will be generating will be 600 grams. Compare in your lifetime. That's all. Where is 600 grams and where is 15 kilos per person? That is the thing which we gynecologists should be advising to that age group. Regarding the reproductive age group women, of course we deal with fertility sector and we deal with the maternity sector, and this is the sector which comes to the hospital. A man may not need to save himself by going to the hospital. They may not need to visit any hospital in their whole lifetime, but every woman will visit the hospital at some point for menstrual problem, pregnancy, childbirth, for anything. They will visit at least once, even in their deathbed. Okay, so when we are looking at that sector and saving lives, we should actually look at what are we doing. So she will be in the labor ward, she will be in the theater, she will be in the wards, then she will be in the OPDs. So how am I going to do all of this? So I have 1 minute more. So I have time to myself. So how are we going to do this? So regarding the wards, we should not be having 24/7 lights. Who is using it? You walk into a ward, 24/7, the light is on. We can use sensors. The light has to come on when a human being walks. So we should have sensors. And what sort of lights? LEDs, less energy consuming lights, including the OT and in the ward and in the labor ward. Should we always use, see, we are all survived that era where we didn't use disposables for everything. Disposable glove, disposable plastic syringes, disposable gowns. We were washing our theater equipment stuff and then using. We all still survived. If we keep our sterilization mode properly, we can reuse products. We will be reducing, as a person, we will be able to reduce the generation of the products from our own hospital. And even in the fertility sector, that's all we need to do. You can't be like using so many injections, unnecessary protocols, unnecessary investigations, and everything. Even if you write an extra ultrasound, it is still wrong. Even if you ask for an unnecessary blood test, it is still wrong. Because all that is not even waste of money for the patient. You are unnecessarily consuming the green energy, you are creating plastic waste, and you're throwing into the global kupai. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. You've taken two important aspects. Nagada women ku seri, future ku seri point establish panneenga. Hospitals பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் all the green initiatives and this menstrual reusable whatever you've told, I think you can give it as a take home, madam. How do we do it? How do we endorse it? And we have a lot of leaders here who can take it in a bigger way because it takes sizably whatever statistics you've told. Now the next question to nursing leadership will be from Zamir Basha, sir.
Madam, that's a real eye opener. But we use a lot of plastics, we use a lot of biodegradables. But what we need to instruct to our people is that how we dispose it of. That's what is lacking. Our entire drainage system is clogged by the plastic in the hospitals. That is what we need to tell them. Because we are the largest users of plastics. Right from your specialty, my specialty, everybody, starting from IV catheters to everything. And who does take care of this? These are done by the nurse staff. And who are nursing? And what does nursing mean? Nursing exactly means the holding the baby on the bosom and comforting it. That it literally mean. So that is the exact responsibility. We walk into a room, give them instructions and walk out. But who is there 24/7 with the patients who come to you for the treatment? The nursing staff. Now here we have this nursing force whom we are wanting in large numbers to take care of. But all that we get is allied health professionals. Yes, we need them also. But the one right on the field, right on the arena is the nursing staff. And we have Dr. Helen Shaji to speak to us about how to go about to have this nursing care and sustainability and take care of all our patients. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank the Commonwealth Medical Association organizers for giving this opportunity to be a panel member for this discussion. As we know, the green initiative, the word green initiative, immediately everybody thinks about infrastructure, policy, and technology. But do you think the green initiative is all related to only these aspects? According to me, the green initiative should be started with the healthcare professionals, especially the nurses. The nurses are the one who are with the patients, they are the frontline caretakers, and 24/7 they are with the patients. So, engagement of nursing fraternity, nursing engagement it is not optional, it is essential. So I would cover this topic in 3 different ways. One is, I would say that nurses as a catalyst for this green initiative. They are, every day, they do lot of micro planning. They're in the micro decisions they take, they're in the ward sector or in the department wise. Either you plan for consumables or planning for all conserving the energy and utilization of the equipments there in the hospital. So every step needs your knowledge and how well you are effectively using it with a minimum cost. That matters a lot. So when nurses are involved, but in reality, if you see, there is a sustainability, I would say, it is a necessity, not a luxury. It is an ongoing one. And this should be embedded within the nursing care. So within the daily care, you can implement within your daily care. It is not an add-on in according to the Indian health concept. We are already doing lot of care. Only thing, when you provide care, you should do responsibly and consciously. If you follow those things, definitely we will be able to achieve that there in the hospital. So starting from induction program, the teaching part matters a lot. When you induct the nurses there in the hospital, the first 2 weeks we are conducting induction training about the infrastructure and how to use and how to maintain the documentation and everything. There itself, the initiative starts. You will have to teach them about how effectively the available resources can be used. And as one of the another panelist was rightly pointed out, gone are the days we were not using disposables. We were reusing the syringes. After the AIDS was identified, later only everything went for reusable. And it is all disposable. So we can correctly find out that timely we can identify and intervene as nurse leaders. Wherever possible, sterilize the items and use it off, so that disposables can be reduced. More and more disposables, when it gets accumulated, again it is going to cause threat to the environment. And again, inventory planning. So when you go for inventory planning, smart inventory planning. When there is a smart inventory planning, you will come to know what are the items are going to be expired soon. So you will identify it earlier and you will be able to make use of them in the right time. So that is the best way of doing. And the medical administration, medicine administration, when you administer medicines also, use the available items and with the minimum cost. Even you are using gauze, carton and everything while administering medications. Is it really needed at that point of time? And what kind of patients you are treating? Are they really very infectious or the normal human beings? Depends on that, the decision can be made. So the leaders are playing a major role. Either they are the CNOs, chief nursing officers, or the nurse leaders who are there in the administrative role there in the hospital. They play a major role to build this culture within the hospital. Especially, they have to be a role model first of all. The second thing is the staff who are really supporting for this green initiative, they should be celebrated as a green initiative champions. So incentive has to be given for them, appreciation and awards have to be given whenever they are conducting this kind of nursing excellence programs and so on. NABH play a major role in maintaining this green initiative in the hospital. So NABH standards, as Madam being experienced in the assessor, she rightly pointed out that is also one of the criteria there inside to identify how far you are promoting green initiative in your hospital site. If nurses wants, they can engage themselves in this kind of green initiative. Your teaching not only stop with the nurses, you will start teaching with the patients also. As another panelist was also mentioning that, using AC. When there is a well-ventilated ward is available, why do you want the patient to use AC there? You start teaching them. It is not required to have AC at that point of time. And you also can see the weather, how the weather is. Already the outside weather is 22 degrees. And there is no point in using AC again inside. And using the lights, the sensors can be used. That is again coming under infrastructure and other things. But at the same time, nurses can teach the patients whenever it is not in use, you try to switch off the fans and lights and go. With that, I feel that nurses are the real game changer for this green initiative. We will be able to succeed in this journey.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Beautifully told that who tells the patient about that? For example, if AC is running, the nurse has to counsel the patient that if AC is running, there could be a cross infection, and so that's why the AC is not on for your own safety and so on, where it should come from the management upwards down, and then the nurses being the front runner should be trained adequately. Point taken, madam. Thank you. I request all the panelists to be ready with a 1 or 2 liner for the final take-home message. And the last but not the least, my dear friend Mr. Venkat Panindra, who's having an extensive experience in hospital administration, and he's been one of the person involved in training and setting up culture in many hospitals. So my question to you is, sir, can digital health be seen as a climate mitigation strategy? And how important is culture in mitigating climate change and bringing sustainability? Over to you, sir, for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Commonwealth Medical Association, the leadership, for giving us this opportunity to talk in this very august conference. Before I get into the question that is posted to me by Dr. Karthik Prabhu, I would like to ask all of you, what do you know about greenhouse gases? How many of you know about it? How many of you doesn't know about it? That's the right way to ask, I guess. How many of you doesn't know about greenhouse gases? All of you know? I'll pick somebody randomly and ask, what is it? All of you know. Doctor, you know about it? I'll tell you briefly, yes. I'll tell.
Sir, greenhouse, I don't know fully about it, but chlorofluorocarbons from refrigerators, air conditioners, this is what I have learned in school. That's my knowledge about it. And not more than that, and global warming and so on.
I appreciate that you still remember what you learned in 6th. We all learned moral science in 6th and we forgot in the 7th grade. So if you would have followed that, okay, in our lives, probably this day would have not come, we would have not been sitting here. My dear friends, greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. When the sun rays falls on the earth, it naturally reflects back and go back to the environment, leaving the earth at minus 20 degrees, 18 degrees Celsius, which is impossible for habitation to grow. Please understand, you will not have trees, you will not have agriculture, human race cannot exist, many species cannot exist at that particular temperature. So naturally, God has created a gaseous spectrum around the earth, which are these 3 gases naturally emitted, and they will restrict this rays going back from earth to the atmosphere to an extent where the earth's temperature from minus 18 degrees Celsius will become to plus 18 degrees Celsius, which is a good temperature for habitation to grow and thrive. You got my point now? So, but what is happening today is because of industrialization, deforestation, emission from, fossil fuels, burning of fossil fuels like, coal, gases, petrol, etc. The footprint of these gases around the earth is thickening, it is increasing. So the actual emittance from, the rays going back from after hitting the earth, sun's rays hitting the earth and going back is being controlled by these, increased footprint of these gases, and the temperatures are rising. And when the temperatures are rising, obviously you will have droughts, you have floods, you have cyclones, you have, a lot of heat generated and a lot of diseases happening, etc., etc. So this is the basis for all of us sitting here and introspecting what actually we are sitting here and discussing about. When it comes to the digital health, how it can transform and mitigate climatic change, let me tell you, 4 to 5% of the entire climatic change, contribution is from the healthcare sector globally. But whether digital health can mitigate climatic change, it can definitely do, but it can only do indirectly, not directly, unlike conventional like power. So conventional power, it directly affects your climatic change. You don't use fuels, your petrol or diesel or coal to generate electricity. You are using sunlight, solar power, then it will directly affect. You save water, it directly affects. You create an infrastructure which is eco-friendly, it directly affects the climatic change. But when you are using digital, it may indirectly affect. I'll tell you certain examples where we can really work on digital health. Everybody spoke about digital transformation, EMRs, electronic medical records. Honestly, tell me how many of we are using? Very few. It is estimated it is estimated that data that I could gather yesterday was during the COVID, it was estimated Tamil Nadu is having around 150,000 beds. It must be much more. Even if you are taking, please listen to this carefully, how we can actually change the entire scenario if we are committed. This is most important for the younger generation who are sitting in front of us today. If we are having 150,000 beds in Tamil Nadu and only 30% of the beds are filled, I am considering a very conservative number of 30% of the beds are filled. That is close to around 45,000 beds are filled. This, if the entire 150,000 is going to be, digitalized, we can save close to around 50,000 trees. Can you imagine? 50,000 trees per year. So there should be a commitment to, get into that kind of a spectrum, then we can definitely make a great change. But it will take time. I'll come to the next thing. So this is one thing, digital health, KLE, Karnataka Lingayat Educational Society in Belgaum is 100% digital transformation has happened, and they save close to around 10 million A4 sheets. Okay, that will be contributing to saving around 1,000 trees in a year. So we can all do that. Okay, number one. Number two is, how many OPD consultations for reviews we make? Thousands of OPD patients come to our hospital, which is unnecessarily sometimes. COVID has shown us the way to have teleconsultations. Most of this can be converted into consultations, wherein we can save a lot of patients coming to our hospital, wasting our water, our energy, our air conditioning systems, and their emissions while traveling to the hospital, which will contribute to a very healthy environment. Number three, you can use IoT devices, the care can be shifted from the hospital to the homes, where you can definitely, take care of the patient, and because hospitals are very infrastructure intense, okay, you can save a lot of money. So your audits can be digitalized, okay, it will predict your, energy savings, which can be done. So these are many ways that we can do. I can keep telling about this. So the second point is culture. See, everybody talks about culture, but we are not inheriting it. Neither our predecessors, nor us, nor the future is going to do. You have to give me one more minute because I have done, but I will be finished.
Please go on. Finish it.
So what I'm trying to say is, unless we inculcate the culture, whatever we say will be, all our policies will be confined only to black and white paperwork. Culture is one which will create these policies, convert these policies into actionable things. They will make people habitual to do that. Unless we bring this, we are not going to make any change at all. Culture is very important, my dear friends. Right? It should disseminate right from the top to bottom, as Madam was telling, and everybody should work towards, the importance of green initiatives in a hospital, be it water saving. You will not believe we have 18% of the population of the world belongs to India, and we have only 4% of water resources for drinking. Please understand that. See, today, if you are thinking that we are healing the patients, that is our responsibility today. Please understand, you are just healing the patients for today, but you are creating a very bad future for the planet. So we have to be responsible in that perspective. We have to ensure that wherever it is possible, we have to bring in these initiatives in. Not only that, inflation. Please understand, if it will hit you hard, if you are not taking these initiatives today because you think that nothing is going to happen if I am going to do, then it will come back to you as inflation, because floods will come. There will be disease patterns will change. Okay, there will be cyclones happening. So all these things, the government has to use the public fund because of this. So when the public fund is utilized, the government will be coming back to you very hard with taxes. Okay, so it will be like a butterfly, effect, and it will come back to you very hard. So my dear friends, this is my perspective on the entire thing. And young doctors, I think you should get into this at an early age, okay, right from your day one of your post-medical graduation.
Thank you, Venkat sir. The organizers have given the last 5 minutes. அவர் வந்து he's threatened us. First he asked the question, ஸ்கூல்ல படிச்சதெல்லாம் he's reminded us. Then finally he's told around 50,000 trees can be saved. And again, culture of the staff is more important. Thank you, sir. Point well taken. Friends, now we'll be going to the last, the concluding remarks from our Zamir Basha, sir. One-liner from each person, I would call, just a take-home message, sir, before we conclude. So, may I request Dr. Gerard Maria, sir, if you are online, to give your take-home message. Over to Dr. Ashokan, sir.
I'll use this 1 minute to just explain the greenhouse. The greenhouse gases, the term comes from the greenhouses that are used for agriculture, that's greenhouse farming. The reason is that greenhouse is covered with glass and that retains the heat and that gives an optimized climatic acclimatization for the plants. From there on, because these gases are covering like those glass, originally they used the greenhouse for farming, green glasses. From there only the term greenhouse came. That one-liner you wanted me to say, we'll have to go back to the reusables. Disposable consumables are the culprits of waste generation in the hospitals, and they will definitely help us to go green.
Wonderful, sir. Because now certain people, when they reuse, they are also in trouble. Now we have Dr. Gerard Maria, sir, to give us one-liner take-home message. Over to you, Gerard, sir.
So thank you, sir. Like I would suggest 3-4.
Sir, you're online, sir.
A costed plan, sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you, Gerard, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Can you please increase this volume? Sir.
Yeah, my volume is increased.
Yeah. Please go on, sir. Now you can go on, sir.
Yes. Sir, we need to have a costed plan to systematically organize this as a policy. We need a costed plan for utilizing the allocated funds. That's very important. So that will calls for identifying the gaps and recommending the correct interventions, both tangible and the intangible ones. Second one is we have to regulate certain things like recycling the food waste production in the health facility, promoting kitchen garden, wastewater management, including technology, incorporating technology like low flow plumbing fixtures and rain harvesting. So these are the things STP, ETP, which I already mentioned, will go. Operation theaters with zoning and energy audit. I will give importance for energy audit process, because the key player in that will be the Infection Prevention and Control Committee. So solarization, as you already mentioned, is another important thing for which we have this subsidy by the MNRE. But naturally, the National Program for Climate Change is there, where again the states and districts can operate, like utilize it effectively.
Thank you.
Last but not the least is the DNO concept, the district level nodal officer for climate change. They have to play an important role for improving the health infrastructure in terms of the climate change, climate resilient or climate change friendly. So I'm sure that these are the things which I would like to insist upon.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu will always be closely working with you regarding any policy making. If so, we'll be happy to join. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your inputs. I request Anuradha Pichumani madam to give her one-liner.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think as a hospital leader and NABH assessor, I feel that the hospitals are not resistant to all these changes. They just need some empowerment and handholding, and they need a pathway to initiate this change. And accreditation is a very good way to show the pathway of how they are going to change. And we have various assessment tools, as we have from Geneva Sustainability Center. It's one of the international centers working on climate change. They also have an assessment tool of the baseline of what is happening in the hospitals and how we are going to change. So healthcare has to be the catalyst, not a bystander in improving the planetary health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Dr. Sumati, madam, your one-liner, please.
India is a fine country. Fine works. Implicating fines on people when culture doesn't work. Putting up culture inculcating the culture of being clean and green, and being clean நமக்கு முடியல, எங்க போய் நம்ம greenல போறது?
Thank you, madam.
So implicating fine may work in to start with, culture may come later when fine is imposed. So change will have to actually start from us, and from sustainable menstrual health choices to evidence-based maternity and women health care needs. We don't have to actually compromise. If we are able to inculcate that culture of what is right for that particular hospital and environment and put it into strict guidelines and make your staff understand and follow it, put up boards, do some CMEs, short talks, do your thing. It's not somebody else. We contribute for the making of the entire India. So India is not going to do anything for you. You put up your effort and do something for yourself and your country and your hospital and your practice.
Madam,
and then
so
that will
the
be fine.
one-liner take home
Fine.
is fine.
Fine.
Everything is fine. If you are not fine, fine will be done to enforce. Thank you, madam. Now, Helen, madam, your one-liner, please.
Yeah.
No, one-liner is for a take-home, madam.
Yes.
So just
Okay.
a one-liner.
Again, sustainability is not necessity. It is a necessity, not luxury. Sustainable care happens at the bedside every day, every shift. When nurses lead sustainability, green hospitals move from policy to practice. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Venkat, sir, your final line.
I am not fine with the fine, okay, because we don't have fines in our home. Okay, in our house we don't have fines because
Sir,
the
unga
culture-
one-liner.
No, no,
That is
போட்டு
for you.
சொல்றேன். இல்ல, madam ko ஒரு one-liner. So I think, chat GTP, if you want your resume to be created by chat GPT, it will consume 2 liters of water, not like with straw, indirectly. My one-liner is, today we are serving the population, we are creating good health for people. So we are contributing to the health of the population today. But at the same time, we are harming, we are heating the globe, the planet. So for today's good, we are creating crisis for the future of the planet, of our future people. So I think culture is the only one that can reverse this particular cycle. That is my one-liner for all of you. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
sir. Now we'll conclude this session with the two-liners from the moderator. My two-liner is, thanks for the organizers for this conference. Second line is, please make sure you follow these green initiatives wherever possible. Over to moderator. Zamir, sir.
Panidhar, you said common. Panidhar, you said common health medical association. Common wealth medical association it is. It is right, both are right, because health is wealth. And wealth is not just materialistic, it is the one that encompasses every aspect of your life. And you know, the Indian Medical Association by itself had 2 wings, one for the general practitioners and other for the Academy of Medical Specialties. It took years and years to realize that hospitals are the sanctum sanctorum. And because they kept on repeating it in every other working committee, and you know what happened? I was given the responsibility for being the founder chairman of the Hospital Board of India, succeeded by Ashokan, who drafted all the constitution for the entire hospital, how it should be run, and it includes green hospitals too, followed by Ravi Kumar, and we have the Abul Hassan, who is now the reigning Hospital Board of India chairman. Kamala சொன்னா பேச புரியாது. So I'm sorry for that. Sorry for that. But everything, the edifice of the doctor-patient relationship lies in faith. And that faith is the one that you need to build. For all of you here, the young generation, the hospital is the one which is your sanctum sanctorum. And this is where you need to conserve energy to be able to go on forever, forever, ever. And thanks to the Commonwealth Medical Association for bringing this into our work and take this as create an awareness to the entire public. Thank you very much to conclude the session. Thank you very much. And thank all the participants.
Thank you. Over to the organizers for the next session. Please, sir, you can please take over.
Thank you both, the moderators and the panelists, for an insight to such a beautiful topic, green hospital operations, which is such a challenging matter of our time. I request both the panelists and the moderators to move on to stage 2 for the felicitation ceremony.
fellow. Please assemble on stage too, sir. All moderators. All panelists and moderators.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik Prabhu and Zamir sir for excellent coordination. And we are only late by 8 minutes now, but we will make it up. We will have a small Bharatanatyam before we are going for the inaugural session. All the mementos and awards will be on the second stage. So it will not be here in the stage. So they will be honored on the second stage here.
I request Dr. Karthik Prabhu to honor Dr. Ashokan sir. Please be on the stage, sir.
My benign greetings to everyone present here and to all those joining us virtually from across the globe. We begin the Global Summit inauguration ceremony with the Welcome Bharatanatyam dance presented by MSN JDN IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. May I request the audience to kindly settle down and enjoy the performance.
Next, I would like to call Dr. Zamir Basha to honor Dr. Venkata Panihar. Next, I would like to call Dr. Sridhar to honor Dr. Sumati Pedam.
जटाटवीगलज्ज्वल प्रवाह पावितस्थले गले विलम्बितां भजङ्ग तुङ्गमालिकं धमड्ढमड्ढमड्ढमन्निनादमड्ढमर्वयं जगार चण्डताण्डव तनोतु न शिवा शिवम् नंदनी विलास बंधु बंधुरस्फुरद्दिगंत संतति प्रमोद मान मानसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरा पदी क्वचित् दिगंबरे मनो विनोद में तु वस्तुनि सदाशिवं भजाम्यहं सदाशिवं भजाम्यहं सदाशिवं भजाम्यहं सदाशिवं भजाम्यहं भजाम्यहं भजाम्यहम्
Thank you for that graceful and auspicious beginning.
Kannan sir, Kannan, list வச்சிருக்கீங்களா?
I request Dr. Kannan to invite the dignitaries on stage.
Namaskaram. I would request Dr. Hari and Jayaraman sir to help me out in welcoming the guest onto the dais. So this is the most important part. So let's all give a great applause to the person behind the show, Professor J.R. Jayalal sir, the President of Commonwealth Medical Association, to come over to the stage. I request Hari sir to accompany. That will be followed by Dr. Sridhar sir, who's our very own President of the Indian Medical Association of Tamil Nadu State Branch. I request Hari sir to welcome him onto the stage. And that would be followed by, I request Jayaraman sir to bring Professor Arul Raj sir, the former President of Commonwealth Medical Association, to join them on the stage, please. I request Hariharan sir to accompany Dr. Abul Hassan sir, the Chairman of Hospital Board of India, to join them on the stage, please. I request Dr. Jayaraman sir to accompany Dr. R.V. Asogan sir, the Vice President of Commonwealth Association and the former President of IMA National Headquarters. I request Dr. Hariharan sir and Jayaraman sir to accompany the stalwarts, the pillars of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. I request Dr. Jayaraman sir to request Dr. Prakasan sir to come over onto the stage, please. May I request Hariharan sir to bring Dr. Ashraf sir, the former President of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch, to come over to the stage, please. May I request Jayaraman sir to accompany Dr. C.N. Raja, or the former President of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, to come over to the stage, please. I request Jayaraman sir to accompany Dr. Sengituvan sir, who is the former President of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch, to come over to the stage, please. And I request Dr. Jayaraman sir to accompany Dr. Durga Varshini Devanath from Malaysia. She is the Climate and Healthcare Lead and Climate Governance, who has come all the way from Malaysia to join us on the stage for the inauguration. May I request Jayaraman sir to accompany Dr. Zamir Basha sir to bring him onto the stage, please. A former. And may I request Dr. Gunasegaran sir, the former National Vice President of IMA National Headquarters, also to join us on the stage. May I request Dr. T.N. Ravishankar sir, also to join us, from former President of the IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, to accompany us on the stage, please. May I request Hariharan sir to help Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, the President-elect of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, also to join us on the stage, please. For the entire protocol, for entire proceedings, we need an organizing secretary who runs the show. As usual, he will be there behind the stage and he will be assisting us. Dr. Thirumavalavan, the organizing secretary for CMA Con 26.
Now, to invoke the spirit of our land and culture, we now proceed with Tamil Thai வாழ்த்து. May I request everyone to kindly rise.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கீழொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கனமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மனக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழனகே உன் சீரிளமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. We now proceed with the IMA prayer followed by the welcome address. May I invite Dr. K. Thirumavalavan, Organizing Secretary, CMA Con 2026, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and dear friends. On behalf of Commonwealth Medical Association, it's my great honor and privilege to warmly welcome you all to the Global Summit on Climate Change Mitigation, Healthcare Perspective. We welcome CMA President, Professor J.A. Jayalal sir, and our Dr. Arulraj, past President CMA, and Dr. B. Sridhar, our IMA State President, and Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan, Chairman HBI, and Dr. T.N. Ravishankar, past President IMA TNSB, and our Dean Dr. Satyanarayanan, and Dr. Zamir Basha, Dr. Gunasegaran, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, Dr. Durga Vashini, Dr. A.K. Ravikumar sir, Dr. C.N. Raja sir, Dr. Prakasam sir, Dr. Ashraf sir, and Dr. Sengituan sir. We welcome all other IMA, CMA officials and leaders on the dais and off the dais. We welcome all the organizing committee members, working committee members, moderators, panelists, and sponsors. We welcome all SRM University faculty members, students, and volunteers. Climatic change is no longer a distant environmental concern. It's one of the most pressing public health challenges of our time. Rising temperature, extreme weather events, air and water pollution, and changing disease patterns are directly impacting human health, healthcare systems, and vulnerable population across the globe. As healthcare professionals and leaders, we have both a responsibility and opportunity to respond. The summit has been thoughtfully designed as an interdisciplinary platform, bringing together the healthcare professionals, environmental experts, policymakers, and thought leaders to deliberate, share knowledge, and work towards practical, sustainable solution for climatic change mitigation for healthcare perspective. We are deeply honored to have with us today our respected leaders and office bearers of the Commonwealth Medical Association and Indian Medical Association, along with distinguished national and international speakers whose experience and insights will be greatly enrich today's deliberation. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu State Branch, for graciously hosting this summit, and the SRM Medical College and SRM Global Hospital for this invaluable support and making this event possible. I am confident that discussions, ideas, and
accredited body of the Commonwealth representing 56 national medical associations of the Commonwealth countries. When we have a countries include many 56 countries, the national medical associations of the Commonwealth countries joined together as an accredited body. It is being called as a Commonwealth Medical Association. It works on the basis on the charters of Commonwealth. One of the charter of the Commonwealth talks about the climate change or sustainability of the environment and accessible to the health and all that. We have 12 charters. On the charters we work on that. And Commonwealth Medical Association take priority on certain events. One is the Stop TB agenda, which we are very particularly passionate because even the whole population of the tuberculosis patients, and most of them, nearly 2/3 of them are living in the Commonwealth countries. The India is one country which contributes almost 25% of the tuberculosis patients of the whole world. And so it is Commonwealth Medical Association work with the various other agencies to work on to mitigate the impact of the tuberculosis and how we will be best try to control the tuberculosis. And the second important agenda is a gender equity and bioethics, and which is our priority concern, and including when we are the Commonwealth Medical Association, one of the important question and even one of the important query which they have made from the Commonwealth Secretariat, and in the office bearers of us, we have only one representing as a Secretary General and one as a Vice President, and out of 7. So they asked why there is gender inequity in your office bearers list. So to that level, Commonwealth Medical Association talks about the gender equity and equitable equity. In other sense, and the Commonwealth is one of the very initiative of the Commonwealth which I like much more, whether it is in Australia, whether it is a small country like Malta, all of us has an equal responsibility, equal power, and equal voting right. And every country has only one vote, and you can't buy the votes by your number, by your strength and your might. And in the eyes of the Commonwealth, then everybody is equal, everybody is same. So to ensure that, we are working a lot of initiative we are doing on the Commonwealth, initiatives on the gender equity and equitable equity. The most important thing which now Commonwealth Medical Association taken as a priority is the climate change. And there are a lot of organizations, whether it's a WHO, Commonwealth, and Indian Medical Association or the National Medical Associations, are taking up the responsibility to mitigate the climate change. Why we as a medical association is interested in that? We all know when somebody coming to our hospital with a fever, or one of us getting a fever, what kind of problems we are facing. Even at the 1 degree rise of a temperature in our body is going to create a lot of difficulties in our life, and we will not be able to function normally, and we will not go to our work. And not only the particular person, that everyone in the house will suffer. And if it is a contagious fever, and then everybody will have a difficulty in problem. We know that the COVID with the fever and all the sufferings which we made. Just imagine if the whole world is getting a fever. The whole climate is getting a fever. The earth in which we are living is, the climate is the fever it is getting. What kind of consequences and catastrophe it can produce. The rise in temperature more than 1.5 degrees centigrade in the global warmth or temperature is going to be hazardous. The Paris Agreement, which every country in this world has agreed that we will try our level best to reduce the temperature of the earth by up to the level of 1.5 degrees centigrade rise. But today we are in a level, the temperature is rising to the 3.5 degrees centigrade level. And why we as a doctors are interested? We have a lot of work to do. No. 10% of the carbon emission or the green gases is generating from the hospitals. And hospitals are becoming the source of a global change, because we as a human intensive organization, we are trying to produce a lot of carbon. The way in the people are accumulating there, the way in which our built environment is not structured, the way in which the functionality of the drugs which we are not using is the appropriate way, the food we take, the drugs we use, and the vehicles we use, and all that is going to concentrate and augment on the climate change acceleration. So if we are not putting a step where by changing our built environment, making the solar light to come and all the things what we are discussing today, and functionally we are readjusting ourselves to reduce the carbon emission, and it will be a catastrophic effort that we, instead of curing the health of the people, and we may be the source of creating a disease to the humankind. And on the other hand, with the climate change mitigation, climate changes, the disease pattern is going to change. The disease of the vector disease which are going to be marvel. The drought and the hurricane is going to make the people to be vulnerable and come with a lot of the physical assault to them. A lot of changes are going to take. So our hospitals of the future, the 21st century, the 2020 hospital has to equip to face the challenges or the disease pattern modification which is going to caused by the climate change. That's, we have two agenda in front of us. One is enabling and empowering our medical fraternity to build an hospital and function the hospital in such a way we will be reduce the emission of carbon, and in fact the carbon friendly or the carbon zero carbon balance or carbon neutral hospital. And also on the other hand, equip our medical fraternity to face the future challenge of the climate, where the people and the diseases which you are going to see may not be the same COVID today, maybe the dengue and the chikungunya going to come with a much more vigorous way. So this is to this objective, this whole conference is being organized here. A lot of speakers from infrastructure development, the people who are going to talk about the solar, the people who are going to talk about how we will be able to build our environment and how we are going to can make the functions of the hospital is a priority agenda. And why we are particularly more focused on the hospitals and medical students, because you are the future, the society people. You are the people who are going to face the community and the medical field. And if you are trained and if you are aware of these issues and the hospital which you are going to build, I'm sure you will be definitely build the hospital as a carbon neutral hospital, and you will be able to equip enough to face the future challenges. That is an objective of organizing this meeting. I must thank my Commonwealth Medical Association team, my beloved secretary, she is Dr. Joy Mugambi from Kenya, and my secretary, my treasurer, Dr. Abel Collins from Jamaica. Due to visa issue, and they couldn't be here with us, but they are all with me here to support us. We have the vice presidents from for 5 regions of the Commonwealth separately. One of the vice president who is representing for the Central Asia is Dr. R.V. Asogan sir. He is our well-known former national president. He represents the Malaysia, the Sri Lanka, Pakistan and India and Bangladesh, and he is the vice president, and we have 6 vice president. We have our past president of the Commonwealth Medical Association, Professor Dr. Arul Raj is here, and a lot of other people are there. Commonwealth is that organization taking up it as an agenda with the support of the Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch. I must profusely thank them for the enormous support, and the array of the past president of the Indian Medical Association are here, that emphasizing their belief in the concept of the climate change mitigation and their readiness to involve them and strategically adopt the resilience healthcare in their the agenda. I thank the president of the Tamil Nadu Medical Association, Dr. Sridhar, and all the past president for this wonderful opportunity. Friends, this program will go a little tight. We have a lot of issues to be discussed, a lot of programs to be carried out. And at the end of the program, we are going to designate 25 senior doctors as global ambassadors of the climate change mitigation. And they are all very senior. They are expertise in their sphere of work, in the area of their action. But they are going to be designated as ambassadors of bringing a climate change, and that will be the beginning of our great fight against this climate change. And also we will have the convocation ceremony. So I appeal to all of you to be with us till the end and enjoy this event. And thankfully, it is wonderfully organized by the organizing team, and you will definitely have a very effective and fruitful time by attending this event. And all of you will also get the Commonwealth Medical Association international credit points. The students and the doctors who are attending will get 6 credit points of our international credit points for attending this program. So I wish all the best for you and appeal to you on behalf of the Commonwealth Medical Association that you shall be an ambassadors in your own locality and initiate and whatever it is possible to reduce the carbon emission in your day-to-day activities, whether in your house, in your home, in your college, or even in the hospital in which you are working. So may God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for outlining the vision and scope of this summit. To symbolize our commitment to sustainability and responsible action, we now proceed with the sustainable light lamping ceremony. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly stand for the digital light lamping.
I now invite Dr. B. Sridhar, Honorary State President, IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, to address the gathering.
Thank you, friends. Very good afternoon to you all here. And it's a great pleasure for me as a President of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu to welcome you all to this maiden venture in a different manner. We have been always having conferences on this and that, myocardial infarction, surgical keyhole surgeries, all things we have heard of every day in and out. But today is a different day where we are approaching healthcare system from a different angle, protection of our environment from the healthcare system point of view. And I thank Commonwealth Medical Association and its President, Professor Dr. J. Jayalal, for giving us this opportunity to host such a wonderful and novel conference. I don't know how many of you are able to grasp what is being discussed here, because it is futuristic. Unless you are very keen and watch and listen, you may not know what they are talking about. It is all about our future, the safe environment of our universe or globe or earth, whatever you say, Mother Earth, how you take care of it from your profession. And IMA Tamil Nadu is very proud to be part of this maiden venture. And this is a great opportunity for all of us to learn a few new things on the climatic change. Here we have a galaxy of leaders here. Our Professor J. Jayalal is there. I understand that Secretary and Treasurer are online listening to and watching this program. Our stalwarts, Professor Arulraj sir, past National President Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, our Zamir Pasha sir, R. Gunasegaran sir, and T.N. Ravi Shankar, Sengutuan sir, Sengutu Anna actually, and Guna Anna actually, and M.S. Ashraf sir, Abulji, KP sir, Rajaji, my President-elect, Dr. A.K. Ravi Kumar, Treasurer, Solomon, and the Honorary State Secretary is missing because he has a government function, meeting rather, on tuberculosis, and he is right now there attending, and we may come back after some time. So this is a galaxy of leaders here, and we are all here because of the strenuous efforts of a young Turk team led by Dr. Thiruma Olavan, our NSP Secretary. Nursing Home Board of Tamil Nadu has always been on the forefront of organizing such wonderful programs, and as soon as he took over, he has taken up this project. And actually I was angry with him in a way. You are not doing this for the Nursing Home Board, but you are doing it for CMA, but that was only in a humorous way. Nursing Home Board always encourages such projects. Wonderful work, Thiruma, you have done. And Kannan Rajendran, all the academic side of it, including the questionnaires. I wonder how many hours he has slept in the past couple of weeks. Ably assisted by Hariharan, Dr. Jamuna Rani, and a whole team of young people who are into it, and they were guided by Dr. J. Jayalal and Ravi Shankar sir wonderfully. And here we are here today, and there are going to be very useful sessions ahead. Let us all be active, brisk, not lose our sleep over it, and listen all new things which we have not heard of before, and let us enjoy the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable insights. We now move on to the keynote address. May I invite Professor S. Arulraj Sundaram, former President, Commonwealth Medical Association, to deliver the keynote address.
Any issue, you will have to help me.
So 1 second.
Okay, that is easier. Good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Commonwealth Medical Association and with our President, I join to welcome you all. See, he has explained what is Commonwealth Medical Association and what it is going on. All these things we have done it. I should really appreciate Dr. Jayalal during his tenure. He has taken up many Commonwealth health issues, and he is going on very strongly. Now today we are at the climate change mitigation. We have already listened to what is climate change, what is mitigation, what is its importance in health sector. We have listened to it. I'll just briefly in a few minutes
explain to you. I mean, what is that? What is a climate change? This refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. And human activities are mainly responsible for these climate changes. And climate changes, why we are bothered, it will have a lot of impacts on the physical, mental, and community health. To be very, brief, we are concerned about the non-communicable diseases today. We are living in an era of NCDs, but this climate change can bring in communicable disease also. I will briefly go through that. And then, sorry. See, this is the global, climate change index. Though our country is less affected compared to other countries, there is still nearly about 20%, the health of our country is affected. And what is the relations between healthcare and environment? As I told you, we are bothered about the non-communicable diseases. As per the Paris Agreement, the temperature variation has to be within 1.5. But today it goes to 3.5 to 5. And that is most important. And healthcare delivery, why we are concerned? Here, healthcare is a very important agenda for the humans, as far as the country also. But itself, the healthcare itself contributes to climate change. That is why Commonwealth Medical Association is now focusing on. It can be in the built environmental efficiencies, waste streams, energy use, and resource intensive operation. For example, a patient is not there in a room, air conditioner is running, light is on, and the TV is on, fan is on. We are losing energy there. And we discussed in the morning how we reuse or how we dispose the plastic. All those things always contribute to that. We should see that decarbonize the healthcare. That always helps it. We want to create a green healthcare. How hospitals can integrate. We listened to 5 experts today morning how hospitals can produce a green environment by in the water side, in the wastewater side, in the linen side, and in the equipment side, in the energy side. All those things can always be definitely, we are aware of it, we are not focusing on it. We are focusing on patient should live. But we should say that the patient is also getting disease. And this biomedical waste was a great cause for infections. And that is why we worked with the government, and now biomedical waste is being disposed of in a better way. These are the broad impact of climate change on health. You have anything, the pollutions or communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and then all will have an effect. And as I said, it can have 2 types of impact on health. Already somebody has a disease, and a non-communicable disease or communicable disease, it can be exaggerated. Or may not have a disease, it may develop a disease. Therefore, we have to be very much careful. Heat-related stress, acute cardiovascular issues, respiratory issues, and vector-borne diseases are highly exacerbated by the climate change. And this is the ratio by WHO, the infections, in dengue and malaria. If there are climate changes, unless it is mitigated, these infections will go off. And water-related infection, diarrhea, and then liver, kidney disease, everything comes up. Now there was an article in Hindu. Indians are vulnerable to climate change induced health issues. It was about 1 year ago, and it was a large article with the data also. That also confirms that healthcare is also a part of creating climate change and increasing non-communicable disease, communicable disease. We treat both only. But there is an opportunity of at least 20% to introduce this. And climate change mitigation, what it is that we are talking about mitigation. Climate change has come, it has to be either reduced or has to be avoided or should be prevented. And that is what is called climate change mitigation. The common gases, as somebody said, it's a greenhouse gas and methane are very bad gases that are being produced These are the measures for mitigating climate change, improving the energy, efficiency, power sector, hydro and renewable energy, and coal washing has to be avoided and reduced, and we will have to reduce the, flaring of it. And all those things have to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, to be very, brief at the end of it, climate change mitigation involves actions to reduce, prevent, green gas, house gas emissions from human activities, which are mainly taking place in, healthcare. There are, any other, if you go to climate change, and there are lot of causes for it. Even the trees cutting and the gases and petrol, diesel used in vehicle, lot of causes. There is a big subject of its own, but we are restricted to, healthcare. And mitigation efforts, though there may be challenges, we should create a carbon-free or carbon-neutral healthcare. On this occasion, I am sure our President will bring out a declaration, and we should take up a oath that we, the healthcare providers, will provide a, carbon-neutral healthcare. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening keynote. We now proceed with the felicitation ceremony. May I kindly request Dr. Joy Mohambi, Secretary General, Commonwealth Medical Association, who has joined us online to deliver the felicitation address.
Policymakers, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, now please start from beginning.
Okay. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Commonwealth, it is my great honor to welcome you to the Global Climate Change Conference. We are privileged to host such a distinguished gathering of leaders, policymakers, scientists, practitioners, and advocates who have come together with a shared commitment to safeguard our planet and protect the health and well-being of present and future generations. Climate change is no longer a distant or abstract concern. It's a lived reality disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable communities across the Commonwealth and beyond. There's rising temperatures, as we've heard from our keynote speaker, extreme weather. Currently where I am, the temperature just changed, and for the last few days, we are battling real hot weather, unlike a few months ago where we really had cold weather. Food insecurity and environmental degradation is what we are currently seeing and already placing immense strain on health systems, economies, and social cohesion. We've seen water fights where I live and in many other areas where people are battling to have at least a drop of water. These challenges demand not only urgency, but collective responsibility, evidence-informed action, and sustainable global solidarity. And this conference provides an important platform measurable actions. The Commonwealth, with its diversity of nations and shared values, is in a unique position where we look forward to engaging our ministers and our ministerial platforms to ensure enhanced climate resilience. I wish to sincerely thank our organizing committee for the shared expertise that they have put together to bring this conference to life, our delegates for your dedication and presence, and our partners and organizers for making sure that convening is possible and ensuring that you have gathered such great speakers. I listened to the morning speakers and they are inspirational. I know the day will end very successfully. Once again, I warmly welcome you and wish you a productive deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the engagements. Over to you, Chair of the session.
Thank you, Joy, for speaking to us. In fact, unfortunately, her visa was not approved. Otherwise, she would have been with us at this moment. Joy, are you able to hear? Yeah, Joy, there is. We thank you for your participation. We know that unfortunately, because of the visa rejections, that you couldn't be with us. We missed you a lot, but at least we are happy that we could see you online and you are being with us at this moment. So now, may I have the pleasure of inviting our treasurer, Dr. Abel Collins. He hails from Jamaica, one of the most vulnerable for the climate change, the island. Dr. Abel, please. Please. Your voice is not.
Prince is still muted.
Helens, can you unmute yourself? He's there. Collins, you need to talk. Now you unmute yourself. We'll have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Sumadi. He's coming from UK. You can come to the dais. Sumadi. We'll call the next speaker.
May I kindly request Dr. R.V. Asokan, Vice President, Commonwealth Medical Association, to step on stage to deliver the felicitation address.
Beloved President Dr. J. Jalal, President of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch Dr. Sridhar, past President of CMA Dr. Arul Raj, past Presidents of Tamil Nadu State Branch, delegates of the conference, and my dear young friends who are largely uninvolved in their own world. I also do not know much about climate change. But whatever little that could be learned from here, will certainly contribute to what we all can do together. I firmly believe that even a little that an individual can do will make a difference. I came here to acknowledge the contributions of our own pride, Dr. J. Jailal, to not only Indian Medical Association, but also Commonwealth Medical Association. I did tell you that most of you are uninvolved. You don't care for what is happening here. I understand that. But you need to also understand that most of the international meetings are, very difficult, very indifferent. You don't get to understand what is happening also. But to get there, there is a leadership quality that one has to nurture. For you, I will hold Dr. J. Jalal as a role model to begin. A person with certain leadership qualities. The first one is his time management, his dedication, his vision, and the total preparedness with which he comes to any meeting, and the inclusiveness. He is so inclusive that leadership quality has actually revived the Commonwealth Medical Association, a medical association which perhaps has very little to contribute, has today risen as a giant in the international order. The whole credit goes to Dr. J. Jailal. Few weeks back, we had a similar meeting in Hyderabad on artificial intelligence. So much was there to learn. And there is something in Dr. Jailal that we all need to learn. He was my competitor for the national presidentship and he won. But that doesn't show in our relationship. We are the thickest, perhaps, leaders in Indian Medical Association working together for a common cause. He never burns bridges with anyone. His capacity for building consensus, for working on conflict resolution. You don't get to an international position without understanding what is consensus building, what is conflict resolution. I salute this hero of India from our own Tamil Nadu who has risen to such great heights, and I hold him as an example all of us can emulate. The second thing is the team. The teamwork that Tamil Nadu State Branch is capable of. Amazing, amazing. Look at the past president sitting here. The work they do together is something which is holding up the medical fraternity of Tamil Nadu. And the new Turks, Thirumavalavan, Kannan and Hariharan, I think they all mean the same God. All three put together. So I congratulate Tamil Nadu State Branch. I congratulate the team which has put it up. Such a beautiful, such a useful conference, throwing light on something which we don't know much. But a very good document is coming up, and to participate in it, irrespective of whether we know something or not, is a contribution for the general survival of the humanity itself. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished dignitaries. Now the most prestigious moment of the day, the souvenir release ceremony. I request Professor Dr. J. A. Jayalal to release the souvenir and hand over the first copy to Dr. Sridhar, President IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, Dr. Sumati Lakshman, Convener CMA Subcommittee on Climate Change and Sustainable Development, and Dr. Durga Varshini Devanath, Climate and Healthcare Lead, Climate Governance, Malaysia.
Our second session will start at 11:15. So we are not giving an official tea break, but in between, if anybody wants, you can go out and have a cup of coffee or tea. But the second session will be immediately starting after this. Once this is over, you can.
May I invite Dr. Karthik Prabhu, our past Secretary of IMA, to honor the dignitaries on the dais.
We have Karthik Prabhu sir, the former secretary, the immediate past secretary, who will be honoring Dr. Durga Varshini Devanath from Malaysia. Thank you, ma'am, for flying down and joining us. May I request Ravi Shankar sir, former president of Tamil Nadu State Branch, to honor Dr. R.V. Ashokan, the immediate past president of IMA National Headquarters and the vice president of CMA, Commonwealth Medical Association. May I request Dr. Kannan Rangasamy sir, the chairman of ASI, Association of Surgeons of India. I request Dr. Kannan Rangasamy sir, the chairman of Association of Surgeons of India and a senior gastroenterologist, to honor the chairman of ASI Tamil Nadu State Branch, Dr. Zamir Basha sir. I request Dr. Saravanan sir, the former vice president and former to honor Dr. Gunasegaran sir, the former national vice president of IMA National Headquarters. May I request Dr. Hariharan, who is the present newly born president of IMA Tambaram and the JDN. Oh, sorry. And to honor Professor Arul Raj sir, former President of Commonwealth Medical Association. May I request Dr. Nandakumar to honor Dr. Sumati Lakshman ma'am, who is the convener for the Climate Mitigation Group from United Kingdom, from the Commonwealth Medical Association. May I request Dr. Kanagavel sir also to join us on the dais, please. May I request Dr. May I request Sumati May I request Dr. Kanagavel sir, surgical gastroenterologist of Isabel Hospital and the curative behind many programs, to honor Sumati ma'am, who is a gynecologist of Darshan Fertility Center. May I request the senior member of IMA Coimbatore, Dr. Seetharaman sir, to honor our immediate past president, Dr. Sengituvan sir of the Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu State Branch, who is also receiving the convocation for the fellowship of Commonwealth Medical Association. May I request Dr. Kasi sir from IMA Tambram, the former vice president of IMA TNSB, to honor our ever energetic Sridhar sir, our IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch president. May I request Jamuna ma'am from the MSN team, and who is also the present, I'm sorry, I had said that wrong. She's the present new president of IMA Tambram, to honor Abul Hasan sir, who is the chair. I'm so sorry for making some mistakes, but still. May I request Dr. Velavan sir to join us on the stage to honor Dr. M.S. Ashraf sir, the former president of IMA TNSB, the former chairman of AMS National Headquarters. May I request Professor Arun Kumar sir to honor a senior most member, and he was very young at heart, the guiding light Prakasam sir. May I request a senior member, Dr. Amuda ma'am, the secretary of IMA CGP, to join us on the stage. And honor our versatile state leader and national leader, Dr. C.N. Raja sir, who was the former president of IMA TNSB and a former vice president of IMA National Headquarters. Let me get, Yashoda ma'am, I'm sorry, now I have to tell that she is the new president of IMA Tambram, who we would like to honor Dr. A.K. Ravikumar sir, the president-elect of 2027. Now we'll have two young people meeting each other. We'll have two young and energetic people who will be meeting each other. Jayaraman sir, past AMS secretary, to honor Dr. Solomon Jaya sir, the most important person, the finance secretary of IMA TNSB.
The two more people will be honored, and I invite the past president of the Maharashtra state, Dr. Ravindra Kutte, and the president-elect of the Andhra Pradesh state, Dr. P.S. Sarma. I request the president of the IMA Tamil Nadu. to Dr. Sridhar to honor the past president of the IMA Maharashtra, Dr. Ravindra Kutte, and the president-elect of IMA Andhra Pradesh, Dr. P.S. Sarma. So with this, we are now immediately going for the second session.
Before we leave, may I request may I have a humble request to all the leaders. May I request the esteemed leaders of the IMA National from CMA and Tamil Nadu State Branch. Before we come down, let us all give a great clap to the SRM Medical College and the student volunteers who have done a great job. We coming from an academic background, we understand how these things happen when we coordinate and collaborate with the medical associations. They were done an amazing and a great job. So let's give them a great clap. Once again, a great clap, and they deserve that clap. Actually, they deserve the great applause and appreciation from all of us. Yes. Can we have some student volunteers to help us to get the stage ready? Can we have some 2 or 3 student volunteers to help us to get the stage ready, please?
Thank you, sir, for your warm words. We request the participants of competitions of CMA Con 2026 to assemble in Medical Education Department ground floor.
Can we have the session 2 in charge to come on stage for a minute? Everyone is here? No, don't. They should say all the names. Abul sir is here.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we may now proceed to the second session of the day. This session will focus on green climate smart hospital buildings, design, retrofit, and resilience. The panel will deliberate on the following. What does it take to design and retrofit hospital buildings that are safe, compliant, cost-effective, and environmentally responsible in changing the climate? To moderate the session, we have with us 2 distinguished pioneers. I cordially invite Dr. M.S. Ashraf sir, past National Vice President, IMA Headquarters. Sir is a senior consultant physician with decades of clinical and academic leadership experience. He is a recipient of Dr. B.C. Roy National Award for Socio-Medical Relief. He is also the past president of Tamil Nadu Medical Council and former state and national leader for Indian Medical Association. I also invite Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan sir, Chairman, Hospital Board of India, IMA National Leader. He is a pediatric and laparoscopic surgeon with over 43 years of clinical excellence. He is a recipient of IMA National President Citation Award and founder and mentor of the IMA Junior Doctors Network. I cordially invite our panelists as well. Professor A. Ramachandran sir, Emeritus Professor, Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management, Anna University, Chennai. He is a member of Chief Minister's Governing Council, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. He is also the recipient of J.C. Bose Lifetime Achievement Award. I cordially invite Dr. P. Praveen Raj sir, CEO and Joint Managing Director, GEM Hospitals, Chennai. He is the world-renowned surgeon with more than 4,000 bariatric surgeries and more than 15 years of expertise. Sir has been the past president for Obesity Surgery Society of India. We have with us Mr. Paramayas S., Executive Director, RWD Developers, Chennai. He has expertise across land acquisition approval, planning and project execution, delivering more than 5 million square feet of residential and commercial developments. May I invite Mr. Riaz Mohammed, CEO and CTO, CPOL Energy Private Limited, Chennai. He has more than 30 years of experience in engineering entrepreneur at the intersection of electronics, energy, and sustainability. May I invite Mr. P. Shivakumar, Managing Director, Shriram Solar and President, Tamil Nadu Solar Energy Developer Association. Sir is a recognized solar industry leader and policy advocate for the renewable energy in Tamil Nadu. Mr. Siddharth S. Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Earthyon Chennai. Sir has more than 20 years of experience in product design, enterprise, and innovation. I now invite the moderators of this session to kindly take over and commence.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome back to the session on Global Summit on Climate Change. I welcome all the delegates. Welcome my co-chairperson. Okay, we'll manage. I am seeing lots of people are getting in after tea. Yeah, we'll give them 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, we'll start. Okay. Can I have the slide, please? First one. The session is going to be on green and climate smart hospital buildings, design, retrofit, and resilience. My dear friends, there are two hospitals terminologies doing the round. One was the smart hospital, right? Have you heard of the name? Smart hospital? Smart hospital is the one which uses all the facilities to the optimizing level, right? Maximum utilization of the facilities which are present in the hospital, right? Now it's a green hospital. Green hospital is the one which reduces environmental impact and enhance patient healing. What I mean is the hospital that is built with a good ventilation, good lighting, and preparedness to meet not only the routine patient care and also at the time of crisis, right? So begin with, I invite our co-chairperson, Dr. M.S. Ashraf. Dr. M.S. Ashraf is a senior IMA leader, and also he has got lots of expertise in building a hospital, and almost he is like a consultant for all the newcomers in the profession to how to build a hospital, where to build a hospital, which specialty, in which area can be built. In this kind of expertise, I invite him to give his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Ablusan, and my panelists here. I think the panelists are going to make the difference in the entire discussion because you're all concerned with non-medical materials and you're going to guide us. So you're going to make a difference. Like Dr. Ashokan said, I also confess, before I came here or before a few days, my knowledge about this climate mitigation was very, very negligible. Now, most of us think, how can a hospital matter in this climate mitigation? See, we go to an industry, we all put the blame on the industries. you put the blame on corporate hospitals, corporate offices, traffic pollution, vehicles. But 5 to 10% of the environmental issues start from the hospitals. I think you will all agree. This is why. Very simple. The state offices or central government offices or banks or any number of places where you go, they function between 10 and 5 or from 8 to evening 5. But the one place where activity is going on 24/7 are hospitals. 24/7. We have big hospitals. Every day you have a footfall, people coming to see the patients. More than that, you have equipments, lot of equipments, theater facilities, sterilization. All this will add to the environmental problem. So I think with this juxtaposed on the hospital, we have a very big responsibility. And that responsibility, right, designing the buildings or using the proper energy, saving water, whatever is possible has to come from the panelists. You are all experts in that, and it cannot stop today. It has to continue. This work has to continue. So that all of us are aware, in a small way we can help this climate mitigation. I have a one-liner. At the end I will put that one-liner. You will understand how important is the climate mitigation, because we have seen Chennai has witnessed floods, droughts, all because of these problems. We see so many communicable diseases coming back because of floods, and that is not because of any improper exercise, it's all because of climate changes. So with this an idea, we have a responsibility. Hospitals have to act, the doctors have to act, the clinics have to act, the big hospital. I cannot say I have a 10-bed hospital, so I am not in any way concerned. Everyone is concerned. I can do my small bit. Even my children, my house, I can take up this matter to the residents and ask, like Dr. Jayalal said, usage of cells. So Abdullah has done a good work. He will probably able to moderate the session very well. We'll start with the session.
Thank you very much, sir, for your initial remarks. I will just put a question just to engage our audience to the topic. My dear friends, how many of you heard the name sick building syndrome? Sick building syndrome is nothing but when a person enters a building, working or studying, he gets a headache, he gets a vomiting, throat pain, some minor ailments. Once he comes out of the building, he becomes normal, right? That is called a sick building syndrome. That is called a sick building syndrome. That means what? There is no ventilation, adequate ventilation there. There are no lighting. You know, people are not comfortable there. So without knowingly, they are getting all these symptoms. But how the hospitals, suppose if the hospital are such buildings, you imagine this, situation of patients, there won't be an enhancement of healing there. The patient's condition may get worse also. So in that, we have to keep in mind, of course, we are going to discuss on various spheres like ventilation, lighting, water conversion, recycling of water, waste management, right? And also climate change mitigations. So the first thing is, I would like to ask our panelist, Professor Dr. Ramachandran, who is an emeritus professor. Right, I will go on to Dr. Praveen Raj, right? Praveen Raj, today's hospitals, many of the hospitals, you see, may not fit into all these criteria, right? There may not be a good ventilation. As I said earlier, many of them will fit into the sick building syndrome only. Now, it is a time that we considering our responsibility, how to, kind of redesign or retrofit hospital into kind of, compiling with the climate change regulations. And you are, you have built hospitals in Coimbatore and Chennai, and you have been also having China hospital. You must be having lots of expertise, not only building new hospital and also retrofitting the hospital. So can you enlighten us about this subject, please?
First of all, good morning, and thanks to Dr. Jailal and his team for this wonderful topic and theme, and thanks for calling us to be part of this panel. I think that's a wonderful question, sir. I think moving forward, many times planning and designing a new hospital is always quite easy because you know the regulations, constantly we have the requirements coming up. But when you have these heritage hospitals or the legacy hospitals that we have built over time, I think going backward is always a difficult job. It requires a mindset, it requires an effort, especially in a hospital. I mean, unlike a hotel where you can close down the hotel for like Taj Kannimara here, they closed down the hotel for 2 years and they redid the hotel and they came back. I think hospital cannot be done like that because you cannot just say, okay, 2 years I'm going to close down the hospital and then come back. May not even really happen. So I think first of all, the mindset is very important. Then the second aspect would be extensive planning to understand that we can do this retrofitting without disturbing the patient flow that is happening, because there'll be a lot of disturbance in the clinical care, in the comfort of the clinicians and the doctors, so that needs to be planned. But then, however, we need to evolve in the retrofitting. The retrofitting is more so from the physical standpoint. I think what do we need to, I think we need a lot of learning from the hotel chains, like the Marriotts or the Sheratons, etc. I think those that you see in India or Southeast Asia are quite new, that we all know the hotels are very well built. But if you actually travel to the United States, most of these Marriotts or the Sheratons that we have are 40 or 50-year-old hotels. Still the old world charm would be maintained, but at the same time, all the important safety regulations, the regulation in terms of recyclability, the regulations that in terms of fire control, HVAC systems, etc., are very well maintained. You can feel it as a very old hotel, but everything else will be built for the current requirements. So which means you're constantly evolving or retrofitting the required systems in terms of infrastructure. But I mean, the retrofitting should not just mean that we go backwards, redo the whole place, add up nursing call stations, add up other fire requirement systems or HVAC systems. There are a lot of processes also that needs to be involved in terms of technology, in terms of manpower, because reducing the overall manpower need itself will reduce the amount of wastage. Reduction in amount of wastage will mean improvement in the climate change, etc. So we need to bring in systems. So these needs should not be retrofitted. This, I think, the hospitals needs to be constantly evolving, moving forward in that direction, bringing in process system. For example, a very simple thing itself in a hospital, if you take, is the usage of paper. I think not just the case sheets. A case sheet will have easily 100 plus papers per patient. All the transfer things, there's an opinion paper, there'll be a laboratory investigation, there'll be an approval, you bring in papers, we sign, send it back, discharge summary, laboratory. So this paper reduction itself, if we can bring in small digital system, we can actually reduce the paper need by 75 to 80%. We have actually developing our own software where instead of this paper, this interdepartmental transfer paper we try to execute, we would be saving almost about 150 bundles of paper per year. So I think systems needs to be constantly evolving proactively, and retrofit also we need to go backward. I think at a regular period of time, we will have to spend time, energy, and this is something we just did at Coimbatore. It's a 25-year-old hospital. We had to redo the entire operation theater after nearly 24 years. I think it required a lot of effort in the entire retrofitting process. Our rooms had to be retrofitted in terms of the nursing call stations. Today we have this remote monitoring systems coming in up. So we need to set up the Wi-Fi systems to each of these rooms with certain devices in fit up. I think we have to constantly evolving. I think this has to be done from the top-down approach, because the management needs to be willing to spend that money, time and energy. Then the teams need to come in, and then processes has to be set in place. Then the governance mechanisms will ensure a good retrofitting. We would be able to maintain the current requirements, I think, even moving forward. Otherwise, with the new hospitals coming in, these legacy hospitals might lose out the competitive advantage. Also, at the same time, the newer regulations may not be even brought in. Then at one fine day, we will have our disadvantages moving forward.
Will this retrofitting maneuver and all increase the cost of healthcare?
Sir, obviously, sir, retrofitting will require a cost. Saying nothing is going to come free, but importantly, I mean...
Now the question is put because how to do this retrofitting maneuver without increasing the cost, maybe biologically you should reduce the cost of this thing. Of course, in your this thing, there are two more things I would like to add in my question is water conservation, water recycling. That also you can highlight, will be able to highlight. Another thing is reducing the plastic usage. These are all there now in the retrofitting of the hospitals. So we want to hear from you on these three things.
Water and what was the second thing you said? Plastic. Okay,
Water conservation, plastic, and also without increase the cost, escalating the cost.
Yes, sir. Today we have this, I think the effluent waste management systems, wherein we call this the grey water, black water, etc. Wherein all the water that we use in the operation, I mean for our domestic, except other than the sewage, other water like hand washing, cleaning up, all this water can be taken back. We need to create the systems wherein we have the effluent treatment plant, where the water will be recycled and that can be used for the sewage. And those that comes into the sewage will go to the STP and then out. So this kind of a system will help almost reduce your water need by almost 30 to 40%. This is a system that needs to be, of course, in planning a new hospital, it is most often done these days. But in an older hospital, yes, we need to spend some infrastructure on that. But initial capex may be high. But then with looking at the long-term operational expenditure, I think we would make up the costs because of the water, because water costs are going up. I think in many places, water availability is an issue. They're buying water from outside.
Yes.
In those areas, I think the cost saving is much more where the water is actually brought. So that is something that's extremely important. And also we can use intelligent systems like IoT device systems where and all possible, like tanks, etc. We will also get an idea that we have an IoT system for many of the things like AC monitoring, temperature monitoring, humidity monitoring, water monitoring, oxygen monitoring. This will have defined systems where we'll be able to audit where is the water consumption more? Why is the water consumption more? Is there a seasonality? Is there somebody that is misusing unnecessarily? We will be able to have an understanding, because otherwise we'll just know we are buying so much per month. We will not even be able to understand the distribution of water usage. Once you have a good intelligence systems in place where you can understand the distribution of water better, then we can take action plans that the water reduction plans can, because water has to be used. I think we cannot get away from water, but at least we can plan strategies. We will be able to execute systems and have governance mechanisms to say, okay, this is an area that we need to work on. So that is the problematic area. Then we do a root cause analysis. I think we can even root cause analysis for these two. Maybe that can help in water usage as such. And again, with regard to plastics, and I think this is something which we need to work with our vendors. Unfortunately, what is happening is most of the vendors, the cheapest thing is to pack things using plastic materials. So the input of plastic that comes in has to be reduced, because within the hospital, what we generate, more than what we generate actually comes from outside. So I think this is where we need to work with our vendors to make sure they just don't come and dump our plastics, and it becomes our responsibility to finally dispose the plastics. I think that is something, I think even from the association level or something, we need to work with the vendors to start working towards non-plastic usage, because even, I mean, it is not a great comparison, but then even Scotch companies are trying to bring up paper-based bottles moving forward. So I think when they're working so far-fetched, I think we need to figure out alternate plastic mechanisms in packing our Riles tubes, our endotracheal tubes.
Now the Tetra Pak ORS juices and all available.
Exactly. So we need to figure out mechanisms in that from the vendor management, because they dump it to us and we are taking the responsibility of recycling or dumping those plastics subsequently.
Well, very good. You are dealing with the important subject of today's session, that is retrofitting. I will come back to you later. Now we have another very important panelist, Mr. Paramaya. Welcome, sir. He is Executive Director, RWD Developers, Chennai. I would like to ask you regarding the safety codes and the compliance of the regulation, safety regulations of the government. How far it is impacting the green hospital management, how far it is going to also impact on the cost of the healthcare delivery, sir.
Sir, the thing is actually compliance is no more an option. The thing is we need to comply as per the applicable norms. It is not an option. Compulsorily we have to follow. The thing is actually being complaint is the only option. The thing is we don't have any other options. So implementing whatever complaints procedure available across various statutory authorities. The thing is, unfortunately, we have multiple authorities starting from CMDA, DDCP, PCB, Pollution Control Board. There are so many things. So everyone has got a different set of process. So that we need to adhere from the stage one. The thing is, at the time of designing itself, we need to incorporate all those points into the designing, and the implementation part, it has to be implemented carefully. The thing is, if we miss something and if we want to add something at a later point of time, that will create huge stress on the time, cost, and even operational efficiency also will go down. So in that perspective, compliance is no more an option. Compliance has to be compulsorily followed by everyone.
So I would like to know from you, many of the green compliances today is voluntary, but it is going to be mandatory in due course of time. How do you, what is our idea with how long it will take for a hospital to make green compliance mandatory in the future? It is in the near future or the long future? That's what I want.
Sir, everywhere this green compliance become order of the day. The thing is, actually, we are from the residential and commercial building side. Even from our side, until few years, there was no necessity, but now slowly, one by one, it is getting regulated, starting from STP, segregating the waste into degradable, biodegradable. There are so many things are coming into the system. Hospital being one of the, I would say, one of the most scientifically advanced sector. So the green thing will come anytime sooner, maybe years away.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will come back to you later. Now we welcome another important panelist of today's discussion, Mr. Riyaz Mohammed Markaya. He is a CEO, CTO of Seapole Energy Private Limited, Chennai. Right? Now we have been started discussing rather energy efficiency, renewables. For example, in the hospital, majority of our liabilities on electricity, right? Because many of the equipments, newer equipments run on huge amount of electricity. Today morning in the previous session, we discussed that light sensors can be put on the pathway. So whenever person enters, it will on, otherwise it will be off. The other important areas, AC, right? The main AC, it consumes so much of electricity. So the green compliance hospital, how we can manage this, efficiently manage this electrical power for the hospitals.
First and foremost, let me thank Commonwealth Medical Association and IMA and SRM Global for having invited us. On one hand, the doctor said we are experts in this field, but let me acknowledge that today itself was an eye-opener for me, when I'm going to take a few things from here when I go back home. Now, coming back to your question as to how we can mitigate, like the word mitigate, basically if you look into the dictionary, it says to reduce the severity of something. So we cannot actually remove everything totally. Dr. Sir asked me whether solar can, compensate for that. Solar is an augmenting technology. It cannot by itself replace the electricity that you have in your offices or your hospitals. Solar is going to augment that because solar is only available during the sun time. And again, solar panels, the efficiency that we have today, if you know the thumb rule, a basic 1 kilowatt of generation requires at least 70 square feet of your prime space on your terrace. Now that's a very hard real estate to come by. My real estate friend will tell you that. So solar is only going to contribute to a very little aspect of your electricity consumption. So what can be done actually to reduce your electricity bills is to reduce the load. So how do we do that? The main culprit, as we have seen, is the HVAC, the heat, ventilation and air conditioning. See, normally what happens when you buy the air conditioner for the first time, it works very efficiently. But as age goes on, what we tend to do is we repair those ACs, fill those gases again. But normally we see 9 out of 10 cases, what they do is they fill up more gas than necessary, and that leads to extra usage of your electricity. So one thing that every hospital can do is to have a thorough checking of how your AC is working. It is the optimum way that the AC should work. It is not maximum cooling that you get. Any AC can cool the room as much as you want, but is it using the correct amount of electricity for the required cooling that it is giving? So that is one of the things you can look for when you want to mitigate or bring down the prices of your energy bills. The other thing is, as he said, smart sensors. You can have passive infrared sensors where the room occupancy can be checked, whether there are 2 people or 4 people required in a room and what kind of cooling that is required. So nowadays with the advent of IoT and artificial intelligence, all these calculations can be done on the fly. We can have a supercomputer, at a remote monitoring place, and it could exactly tell you how many occupants are there in this room and what kind of cooling is required here. So these kind of wastages can plug in, but as my friend pointed out, all these things might take time. It's not something that we can do immediately. it takes quite a while to bring everything into order. And like the other doctor was listing out everything, he seems to be an expert in this field. So it takes a lot of time and a lot of calculations go behind this to make this into a working model. Thank you.
I would like to also ask you the maximum, efficient usage of power. Can you suggest, as I said, I have brought in the issues of AC. Can you suggest the optimum temperature for the veranda, optimum temperature for the OP, optimum temperature for the OT, and other consultant rooms? Is there anything standard formula like
I am
this?
basically not an AC air conditioner expert as to what is the temperature required. The doctors would be able to tell you what is the thing required. What I could basically tell you is, whenever you design an AC or use an AC, the first thing that you should look for is what kind of kilowatt electrical power is required to bring about the kilowatt of cooling that is required. So there are thumb rules available. Let me not go into the details. You should have a competent electrician or somebody in the energy audit system check your ACs regularly. These are the gas guzzlers and the main culprits we have found out so far.
Thank you very much. Yes.
The usage of electricity or the conservation of energy, more I feel disciplined is more important than how we do it. Instead of retrofitting, expensive, our patients will switch on the fan the whole day. They'll put on the bathroom lights, it will never switch off. So we have patients, it is not a corporate office where 50 people are there responsible, they are answerable every day. Here we keep on getting patients today, tomorrow they'll go. Any time you tell them, they'll go. What another thing is, even at 12 o'clock in the morning, they'll switch on all their lights and even the OP. So I think better planning, designing where they have good ventilation, good air, we may probably mitigate at a later date. I'm not talking about the older hospitals, where even the pollution board, everything can insist on a plan which the panelists can give, which will be useful in the future, so that all this can be avoided. Using a light, fan in the daytime, good ventilation, good light, sunlight. So we can probably reduce that way instead of retrofitting. This is just futuristic.
Yes, sir. I completely agree with you. Normally what really happens is when we go into a hospital, the first thing is, at least the smaller hospitals, they ask you whether you want an air-conditioned room or a normal room. And the tariffs are, quite different for both. So the moment a patient walks in and he goes for an air conditioner, he feels he has to extract his pound of flesh, So that is the reason why he switches on everything and leaves the air conditioner on. But that is not what he does at his residence. So that is one thing I do agree with you. So I do not know how to psychologically attack the patient to tell him that this is a common thing that you're doing and you're contributing immensely to the climate change. So that's something that can only come by discipline and educating the patient or the person concerned.
Yes, sir. Energy efficiency is very important for a green hospital. Of course, many of the hospitals are now picking up solar energy, and many of the hospitals are putting this solar, now trying to make whatever space possible up. They are putting the whatever megawatt, kilowatt possible, they are doing it. Because the electrical bill, every day it is increasing, the tariff also, we are in the commercial tariff. So it is a huge liability once in 2 months. Now we have a solar energy specialist also, Mr. Sivakumar, is a managing director, Sriram Solar. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. He's the president of TN Solar Energy Developer Association also.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, sir. Can you throw some more light on adapting the solar energy for the hospitals?
Fine, sir. Thanks for the Commonwealth Medical Association. Have a good day, great day, everyone. See, first I would like to convey the policy of Tamil Nadu government policy about the solar installations. Before going for the efficiency, here hospitals need of energy stability. Without interruption, energy is very important for the hospitals. How can we get the energy stability and efficiently? See, we can install solar up to the sanction load in the hospitals. Before that, for the big hospitals, there is no roof space to meet the consumption. We can go with open access policy. That is open access, you can install solar in any ground in Tamil Nadu. You can consume power for your hospitals for HT services. Those are having above 150 kilowatt of power can buy green energy for lesser price, or you can install your own plant. Second is LTCT services. You can install solar roof up to the sanction load. You can reduce your electrical bill 50%. Now with the BESS, battery energy storage system gives the stability of power without any interruption. Here a small policy challenge is your network charges. For generating the solar power in the hospitals, you are paying ₹1.65 as a network charges. Considering the network charges also, your ROE is maximum 4 years. If you are installing with the battery energy storage system, it is 6 years. For small hospitals up to 50 kilowatt, you can compulsorily go with BESS. You can avoid DG, you can avoid your UPS. Without UPS and DG, you will get energy stability with efficiently. For your ROE is 6 years. See, the policy, up to the sanction load, you can go solar, not only for the small hospitals, for big hospitals also go for solar using the open access policy. Here the biggest advantage, here energy stability is the human health safety. The interruptions will interrupt your treatments. So now going with battery energy storage system is advisable for the hospitals because of the policy supporting for the energy storage. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to ask you, when this solar concept came into, many hospitals felt that the cost of installation was prohibitive. So that time many were thinking reluctant. In the last budget, I saw that there is import duty of solar panels and waived. So do you think the cost of installation of solar for a hospital, for example, for a 50 kV, is same over these last 2 decades, or it is right time to invest? That is my point.
It is right time to invest compared with last 3 years, 2 years.
Yeah, that is a point I want to make.
Yes. After the June, the price may go higher side because of the ALCM is coming. That is, cell manufacturing is not yet started in India. After the June, cell manufacturing is mandatory. So it is the right time to go for solar with the BESS.
Okay, sir. We have another wonderful panelist here. Thank you for coming, Mr. Siddharth Kumar. He is a co-founder of CEO Earthion, Chennai. Now you have been talking about planning a hospital and also retrofitting the hospital to comply with the climate regulations, climate change regulations. Now it involves a cost. I asked Dr. Praveen also the same thing. So how to be cost effective? Cost, recycle cost, everything. How to be a cost effective hospital? What are the formula? Any particular thing you would like to advise?
Sure, thanks a lot.
And also, I would like to just add here that there is now, before establishing a hospital, you can go really walk through. Yeah, it's called a digital twin. Yes. So you can really see every room, every space of your hospital digitally, and also see the patients are walking in all these areas, the flow of patients, everything is possible because of AI, all these things. So definitely it will be a big asset for new hospital builders, for this kind of technology. So please throw some light on that also.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me, IMA and CMA. Let me share a perspective that we've learned from serving commercial real estate. And to the extent that the hospital is a building, and the fact that a building has multiple systems, let me answer your question about what a digital twin is. The digital twin, like you suggested, and like the name suggests, is a digital description of a physical system. So now what is increasingly happening now is that more and more buildings are becoming complex systems. So to draw an analogy to the human body, and I know this is going to be easy because I'm addressing a bunch of doctors, you understand the human body, you make a diagnosis by cutting across the systems. Of course, you have specialties like circulatory system, endocrinology, and gastro, and so on. But when you make a diagnosis, to answer indirectly your question of cost, your diagnosis is spread across systems because you have the knowledge of all the systems. Your diagnosis of why something is happening is spread across systems. The digital twin tries to give you that view. it says, and all these speakers have been talking about multiple systems. You have energy systems, water systems, governance, risk, and compliance systems. Now, what the digital twin does is to give you an informational view of the building, which is very new in hospitals really, but it's becoming quite commonplace in commercial real estate because of the compliances that are coming in and the fact that buildings contribute to nearly 40% of climate change, which means that footprint is very, very huge. So there are two views I would ask you to take about the building. Inside the building and outside the building, which looks at its supply chains also. So when you say the carbon footprint for commercial real estate, for example, they start right at the building life cycle. I mean, they look at the whole building life cycle and say, when you start constructing a building, can we procure materials which are closer to the site, for example? It starts there. People, my friends from the real estate industry will understand this. So the emerging concept of a building is a concept of a building life cycle, from cradle to grave or cradle to cradle. You know, there are ideas about circular economies and so on. So I think it is applicable to hospitals as well. You could as well start thinking about the hospital, model the operations of a hospital using a twin before you even lay the first brick. This is not inexpensive, but over the lifetime of the building, you can have substantial cost reductions. So the point is to have a little bit of an upfront cost, which means, you start thinking of your building as a living, functioning system instead of just a structural system which needs to be, constantly operated in terms of its few parameters, like your KPIs, as they call, key performing indicators.
Keep the mic closer.
Is it audible? Yeah. Key performing indicators. So there are structural and functional KPIs that you can track using digital twins. So it's a very comprehensive view of the building through the life cycle of the building. And that includes almost everything that you said. You can look at operational data, you can look at camera feeds, you can look at patient flows, all in a three-dimensional and almost gamified environment if necessary.
For the audience, I think this is an important takeaway today. The technology called a digital twin. Will it be helpful for retrofitting also?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, wonderful.
Simulate. Yeah.
Where you can, if you want to modify the hospital, you can use this technology and see the patients, put your patients walk through all these places virtually, digitally. Will it be possible to manage kind of mark the disaster management also?
You can.
Definitely.
So almost everything can be modeled.
Yes.
Before you build. So the idea is to model something before you build. You can
So in this technology, put your hospital and see whether you will be able to manage disaster management, disaster victims, 100 people all at a time, right? What is the flow? Everything you can see is the virtual reality.
Yeah. What is the cost?
This is a virtual reality or AI?
No. This is still you can have it. So the AI, virtual reality or AI is just or AR, augmented reality, is all the presentation layer. What we really do is the business rules part, and it can be presented in any layer. You can have AI, or you can have a chat bot, or you can have an augmented reality or whatever. But the idea is to view the building as a system, just like you view the human body as a system. If you start looking at what the digital twin really allows you to do is to view the building as a system.
Yes. I think this is a wonderful idea which you have brought in. And as I said, it is an important takeaway for this thing also. One last thing for all of you, one last learner for all, that how to make it as a social responsibility, right? See, apart from consider the cost, retrofitting, and designing climate, green hospital, all these things. Ultimately, one has to have the social responsibility, right? So what is the kind of thing, as we are in the association, we have been conducting so many meetings. This is a completely different kind of meeting today with lots of social responsibility, right? I thank Dr. Jailal for this, inculcating this kind of sense among the doctors, that we discuss so many academic events, so many political, academic, and medico-political events are happening. This is one such thing where we are socially connecting. So how to take it forward, how to make all the hospitals are socially responsible. Praveen Raj, yourself, yes, sir.
I
Sivakumar.
am representing Tamil Nadu Solar Energy Developers Association as a president. See, if anybody need of guidelines what to do for the hospital relating to renewable energy, please kindly write to tenseda@gmail.com. It's not commercial. See, our team will analyze and they will suggest the solution. So I want to take a minute, don't mind.
You say go solar.
Yes,
Right,
go
right,
solar.
go solar.
With right policies, considering the policies, technical feasibility, then commercial.
Yes.
Generally, we are going for commercial, but facing difficulties. Don't mind, I went to Coimbatore on Dr. Bala clinic. So while sitting there, I found there is a fluctuation once in 15 minutes. After the consultancy, I'm asking the doctor, you are having trouble. He said, Shivakumar sir, I installed servo stabilizer, I installed off-grid solar system, I installed off-line UPS, I rectified all the electrical system, but till I am facing trouble, I invested more than 10 lakhs, but trouble is there. Because the reason, nobody is giving the right solution. All are supplied the products. See, it's not taking the right consultancy, there is a lagging. So if anybody need of that consultancy like that, what is the solution? You write to association, we will suggest you. Then you can go for technical study on commercials.
Not only electricity, we have to water management, waste management, biomedical waste management. All these things carry a very important kind of brand of social responsibility.
Understood?
Yes.
Renewable energy, we can support that.
Yes. Praveen?
So let me try to be very practical, sir. I really don't think expecting hospitals to spend for social responsibility would happen. Even wealthy countries like America are not willing to be responsible in this sense. So I think expecting hospitals to do that, I don't see a future. But then, however, if we can justify using case studies that it is economically viable in the long term, if these investments, if these practices, if these systems are actually benefit to the hospital in the long term. So those kinds of case studies, for example, sir was talking about how investing on a solar will give him ROI in 4 years or 6 years. How investing on effluent treatment plants can give them long term. So this understanding many of the hospital owners may not have. So if this case studies can be built around that this is cost effective, it is good for the hospitals in the long term, by them getting benefited, corporate or social responsibility will indirectly happen, is what I may propose.
So you suggest regulations only for green compliance.
So more than regulations, giving them an understanding of the long-term cost benefits. This is something I think a lot of the hospitals do lack.
That is very good.
So if that can happen, I think responsibility becomes indirectly. Instead of asking to be directly responsible by spending their own money. So this is just a practical thought, sir. Thank you.
Ramaya. The question is how to making climate, green compliance become a social responsibility.
So most of the condition has already been laid. The thing is, if you ask me, the thing is, the act, rules and regulations are being drafted from someone's mistake. We have done enough of the mistake. From whatever mistakes we have already done, whatever possible thing we can try and do. The thing is, probably converting few energy into a renewable solar energy, or wherever possible we can try and increase the natural lighting. The sensors can be introduced. So as sir rightly said, if there is no occupant in the sense, probably the light, fan and other ACs can go out of switch off. So these kind of minimum things we can try and bring in. So this will, I feel this will enormously reduce on your energy also.
Can we think of asking for a government subsidy in all this? Because we have for the farmings, they give so many subsidies like watering the plants. You have the, what do you call those pipes which go and have springs. Similarly, can we ask, after all, ultimately we are going to help the climate, help the government. Can we think, Indian Medical Association, can we think of asking, putting forth some subsidy?
Sir, more than the subsidy, I think first we need to have a very strong representation of bringing the electricity tariff from commercial to something else. I think it is actually insult to the hospitals that in the commercial, if you see the tariff chart, it says commercial, which includes hospitals, cinema theaters and malls. So this is the statement that we have. when private educational institutions, when industries, when IT parks has much lesser electricity tariff, I think we first need to figure out this, I think, before even we go forward asking for other subsidies, sir. I think IMA or CMA should work on that sense is my humble
Sir,
request.
actually, I wanted to say a one-liner, Doctor. The one-liner is here. We have vaccinations against diseases. We use during the winter season, flu vax, pneumovax. We have so many vaccines right from childhood. This climate mitigation should be considered like a vaccination. It's a social responsibility to prevent so many diseases which are going to stare at us as challenging diseases. Will you think that way? I think this is like a vaccination where we take all precautions to prevent diseases, just like we vaccinate against so many diseases. This is what I thought as an one-liner which should be given to the government asking for subsidies. Thank you.
Dr. Jailal.
Thank you, Praveen, for being very vocal and very important. See, the purpose of this meeting is no more hospitals are run by only doctors. Doctors alone cannot manage that hospital. It is we need a solar people, we need an electrical people, and all the technological people, and they are high-end people. They are all the top CEOs of one of the highest units. And Dr. Praveen representing the young generation of doing a new hospital. So that is the reason why we have this combination. Now we need to work together. But only one area I beg to differ from Praveen is asking for the government to reduce the tariff. But what Commonwealth believes is, why should we need electricity? Hospitals should be a renewable energy. We do not go for an electricity which is going to be supplied with coal or supplied by anybody else. And it should be 100%. See, now what the study shows, and the areas like countries like Sri Lanka, they have only 3% is renewable energy. The rest is coming from the energy from the coal. India, the cities now 10 to 11% is renewable energy. Rest is coming from the same coal, which is going to be the most vulnerable for the climate change problem. So I will, our Commonwealth will request that renewable energy shall be the ultimate source. When now the Boston snowstorm comes and everybody says we have a 20 days capable of keeping our own renewable energy in their house. They do not depend upon the electricity. The house they can run for 20 minutes. So I wish and hope the system of renewable energy, so many things are coming in, we should work on that one thing. And I fully agree on that. The social responsibility now, we can't ask a hospital to be, though we do the social responsibility in a greater way of understanding the disease pattern, understanding the epidemic pattern and doing that things. But third point, I will be little less. Again, our mindset should not be asking for a subsidy. Who is the top elite person when we talk in the society? We say only the doctors, only the hospital, and only the top more people. And we should not use the word and the subsidy from the government for making our home. We see 30 years back or 40 years back when we are young, we saw the barbers sitting under the tree cutting our hair. Now there is nowhere in majority of the area you can see. They have a highly polished hair salon center. But we hospitals were not changed our pattern of working to the high-end, the efficiency system. So I wish my hospital should rise to the stand. We are not depending upon the subsidy of the government. We will make our ways and means to see to that. We will be self-reliant on our energy. We will be making our energy possible to build that climate change will become a land. We will use all these top giants of the infrastructure giants to help us in making our built environment safe and sustainable.
No, sir, why I brought up the point was, as of today in GEM, we are 90% of our energy requirement, we have our own renewable energy consumption. By the end of 2026, we'll be carbon neutral. So that's why we move, but still, the system is in a way that the demand charges are high, your handling charges are high, still the cost, even if we can generate our own, all the current needs, you still end up paying a huge sum. In that sense, I think why I brought this, it is not about a subsidy. I feel it is like an insult that we have kept along cinema theaters and malls. When IT parks are enjoying much lesser rates than us, who are hardly contributing anything to society. So that is when I felt why hospitals are being insulted. We call ourselves service organizations. The governments accept a lot of things from us. So in that sense, I think it is an insult that we are kept there. I think if the others are not there, why should we be here? And in spite of we are able to generate so much, we are still ending up paying so much to the electricity electricity as such, and the government is actually making it more difficult. Like for example, the banking systems of windmills were removed in 2017. So nowadays, if you put in a windmill, there is no banking systems. So still you will have to buy more electricity. So if you are buying electricity from the, so the excess that you buy, we are buying at 12 and almost at 12, but the excess that you generate, we sell at 2 rupees. So that is a gap that we have. So these, I think we need to represent these points. It's not a subsidy that they give, but we've been exploited.
Okay, sure.
Kindly note, last year, small scale industries, 3B tariff, right to government, they got waiver of 50% network charges. For kind information, for small scale industries, 70 paise is the network charges. For the hospitals, all are in commercial tariff, you are paying 1 rupee 69 paise as the network charges. Please kindly write to the government for the waiver of network charges. Changing the tariff, you can try, but this is possible. If you are going for renewable energy, getting waiver will be helpful to all the hospital society. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me present an alternative picture. One way of looking at, shall we say, in terms of climate change, what can a hospital do? So we could also look at this in terms of what is the cost of delivering medical care. There's a distance cost. If you take a global view, how long does somebody has to travel to get medical care? So if you start thinking in that manner, you can say, okay, I can start with telemedicine, deliver medicine at home. And then you triage and say, okay, there is a next level of medical care that I can deliver at a local clinic. And then the next level that I can deliver at a hospital. So what I think IMA and CMA should do is to start looking at the whole system and start delivering. So the total cost, the carbon footprint of the, shall we say, the patient involved, or the carbon footprint of the hospital in delivering a per unit medical care can be reduced if you embrace these multiple systems. It need not be always hospital centric. It can be clinic centric, it can also be telemedicine, or it can also be house visits. Now, if the association on the whole takes a very systemic view, then you can overall bring down the carbon cost involved. That is the biggest contribution. Otherwise, the conversation becomes very building centric. My request is to make it system centric. How are we delivering these costs? And these are increasing conversations in even urban planning. Today, there is talk of 15-minute city. Can I just get all my services in 15 minutes? I'm sure CMA and IMA can think of the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth. Riaz, on last word.
Yeah, as you said, to make something proliferate in the market, the first thing that we have seen is the government policy is what really helps things go into the market. See, for example, even in solar, only when the government started giving subsidy, the lower end people started using solar in that kind of sense, and it became more visible to people. So I have seen, even across countries like Germany and all that, it was the policy that really pushed the technology forward. Because government is always, at the end of, what is that called? Acting upon these things, resources that they have, immense resources that they have, public offices which are under their control. So whatever representation we need to make, it has to start with the government by meetings like this and like people like you. So policy is a major framework by which things like this move, even for climate change.
Okay. Thank you. We were given a very important topic, green and climate smart hospital buildings. It's really exciting that maybe one of the rarest topics which is discussed in India today, right? That way we are proud, and probably it had given lots of insight into that. And coming to the close of the meeting, I think if you all agree that we have come to some kind of consensus after discussing this particular topic about retrofitting, about the compliance, green compliance, everything. I would like to read just 4 resolutions with all your consensus and end the meeting. Number 1, the future of healthcare infrastructure lies in integrated thinking, right? Number 2, safety, sustainability, compliance, and cost must be addressed together, right? Third, retrofitting existing hospitals is our biggest opportunity and responsibility, right? And lastly, resilient hospitals are not a luxury. They are a public health necessity. So thank you, gentlemen, for...
it's also a social responsibility. Doctors, patients, every public. Then I think more discipline, the investment, everything will come down. Only the social responsibility is here. We start to, regulating the traffic, the accident comes down. Similarly, you will have to have a social responsibility. Patients should understand burning. They don't know. They are not aware. The air condition on. Even our staff nurses are not aware. When I leave the clinic, when I come back, the AC is still running. So I think we need to have a social responsibility also.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf, sir. And we'll conclude and thank CMA and Dr. Jailal for giving us this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, Abul and Shah, for wonderfully doing that, and having these top giants to manage them and get the best out of them is a very difficult job. You have done it extremely well, and we are very happy. See, GEM Hospital is one of the pioneering hospital in our India, and the Professor Dr. Palanivel is the top star among that. But they were able to boldly say, we are green hospital, 90% of our energy is renewable energy. So that is a way what the Commonwealth is looking forward, that let us work for something which is possible and feasible to make renewable energy. That is a one great thing we can do to reduce the climate change impact than the coal energy and the other source of energy coming from the diesel and petrol generated energies you are having. Thanks a lot. It is a wonderful session, sir, and we salute you for this time you have spared with us.
Thank you to our moderators and panelists for that engaging discussion and the audience for their attention. I request the moderators and panelists to move on to the stage 2 for felicitations.
We request the moderators and the esteemed panelists to join us on the second stage where they will be honored. I request the MC to take over for the next panel.
Climate change today poses one of the greatest challenges to health systems across the world. From water insecurity and energy disruptions to waste management challenges and financial stress, climate impacts are directly affecting the ability of healthcare systems to deliver safe, continuous, and equitable care. Session 3 addresses a critical question. How can policies related to water, energy, waste management, and financing healthy healthcare systems become more resilient to the climate change? To guide this important discussion, we are privileged to have two distinguished moderators, Dr. S. Sridhar, President IMA, Tamil Nadu State Branch. He is Senior Medical Leader associated with Subasubukya Hospital, Karaikudi. He has been a vocal advocate for biomedical waste management compliance and environmental regulatory adherence in hospitals. He aligns the IMA initiatives with National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. We also welcome Dr. A.K. Ravikumar, President-elect, IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. Sir is a Senior Clinician and Director, Moti Nursing Home, Coimbatore. He is a lead advocate for climate-responsive healthcare, air pollution awareness, and heat health preparedness. He has spearheaded IMA's Go Green World Record initiative. We are now joined by an eminent panel of experts who bring diverse perspectives from public health, environmental policy, engineering, academia, and healthcare leaders. I request Mr. S. Senthur Parikh, President, Ex-Nora International, Chennai, to step on the stage, please. He is a national leader in waste management, sanitation, water body restoration, and afforestation. He has led community-scale responses during floods, storms, and COVID-19 pandemic, strengthening the public health resilience. Sir advocates youth engagement and intergenerational responsibility. I request Dr. Ilango Lakshmanan, visiting faculty, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras, to step on the stage, please. Sir is a hydrogeologist with 40+ years of expertise in groundwater quality, water security, and climate adaptation. He is former Vice President, International Association of Hydrological Sciences, a global leader in water quality science. He has led human health risk assessments for fluoride, uranium, nitrate, and heavy metal contamination in groundwater. I request Professor Dr. S. Jayakumar, Faculty, Department of Ecology and Environmental Sciences, to step on the stage, please. I call upon Dr. Matimaran Natarajan, Associate Professor and Coordinator, Center for Sustainability and Climate Studies, Pondicherry University, to step on the stage. He has been an expert in forest ecology, GIS, and remote sensing for climate impact, land use change, and carbon mapping. He leads Erasmus Plus projects, urgent environmental open data on nature-based solutions and urban resilience. He is a specialist in biodiversity conservation, ecosystem restoration, and urban heat mitigation. I call upon Dr. Professor S. Gajalakshmi, Head, Center for Pollution Control and Environmental Engineering, Pondicherry University, to step on the stage. She has been a leading expert in environmental biotechnology, waste management, wastewater treatment, and microbial fuel cells. Her research focuses on wash, pathogen removal, and pollution control, reducing climate-sensitive diseases. She has been a key contributor to green protocols and expert appraisal committees at union territories and national levels. I request Dr. Ashok Tyagarajan, CEO, Arunai Medical College Hospital, Thiruvannamalai, to step on the stage, please. He has been a specialist in green hospital operations, infection control, and biomedical waste management systems. Sir advocates resource-efficient, low-carbon hospital models focused on operational sustainability. He mentors the healthcare leaders on ESG integration, net zero pathways, and climate-resilient governance. I call upon Dr. Stephen Matthew, SRM Shraddha Equitas Cancer and Multispecialty Hospital, Chennai, to step on the stage, please. He is an MBBS MD microbiology, a former faculty at multiple medical colleges, later trained in MBA healthcare management. He has been a former medical superintendent, Apollo Hospital, CEO, St. Isabel's Hospital. Currently, chief operating officer at Sringeri Shraddha Equitas Hospital, delivering high-quality, affordable cancer care. He brings a health systems transformation perspective, linking access, efficiency, and sustainable healthcare operations. Together, this panel will explore how integrated climate-smart policies can strengthen health systems and safeguard healthcare delivery in a changing climate. With this, I invite our moderators to take the session forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have come to the crunch topic of the day. Don't ask me whether the previous ones were not that useful. They were useful. They were of a general type. Now we are hitting the core of the issue, the healthcare industry, the hospitals. Okay, when we use the word healthcare industry, we indirectly acknowledge it is an industry. Okay, so because until recently we were thinking we were a service type of organizations. Now we are categorized under the industry. The Pollution Control Board will immediately say we belong to obnoxious industry. So that is, see, you imagine a hospital, a general hospital, as you enter, you can see a lot of things, water and all these drains running into one corner of the building. Then as you enter, there will be a lot of tube lights burning even during daytime, some of them blinking, and then as you move inside, you can see lot of biomedical waste being dumped here and there, and generally, if you go back, even the front of the hospital may look nice and with a beautiful elevation. You go to the back side of the hospital, that is where the reality exists. So, but these things have recently, of late, changed because of the strict rules and regulations that have been enforced by the Pollution Control Board. A lot of things have changed, we agree, but a lot of things need to change. If you want to really put into effect a climate change, physician heal thyself, that's what it goes. So we have to accept, we need to change the way we administer our hospitals, the way we look upon energy conservation, where it can be done, but the way where we generate our own energy, where we save our water, how we do that, and the balance between the disposables and the non-disposables. Whether you need to totally go for disposables or you have to strike a balance between non-disposables and disposables. And above all, conservation of energy, where all your solar panel, windmill, all these come into effect. So we have to acknowledge a time has come when we, the healthcare industry, also needs to go high-tech, in a sense. We have to go with the changing times, put in place some important changes and get the nod from the society. This hospital is a green hospital. Somebody has already explained what is a greenhouse, so we need not go into that. So here we have 7 experts. I think I have counted you correctly. 7 colors of the rainbow, the colors of the sun. So they will throw light onto various intricacies as to how to go about the change of attitude on behalf of, on the part of the healthcare industry in making this climate change mitigation possible. Over to Ravi Kumar.
So good morning all, sir. Welcome you all for this wonderful session. And for the sake of children who are at the back, wake up children, this is for you all. So to understand the topic, I'll just brief you about, because all the words, letters in these are all technically sound. And it is even difficult for people like us to understand what they mean. So I just wanted to, because majority of the people, children are there, we'll just tell them about this topic. The topic now, what we are going to discuss is sustainable climate mitigation policies for resilient health system. So we have in the country, we have the different type of health systems being practiced. So in these health systems, currently the climate changes are being talked about and they have an effect on the health care of in general. So this health care, the influence of all these climate changes, how we are going to make changes, and if those changes are made, how it is going to be sustainable to practice. And this session will concentrate on developing policies. From morning you would have heard about various climatic changes which affected the various types of diseases or the healthcare system, how it affected. But this session is mainly on the policies, how to make those systems in line. Not only that, my request to all the panelists is, we have thousands and thousands of guidelines and policies we have seen, but hardly about 10% or 15% of the policies are being implemented and compliant. So my request is, all to the panelists is, be simple in the policies so that it can be followed by everyone. Our healthcare system is varied, starting from one-man clinic to multi-speciality. The climate changes are of course common for everyone, but the policies must be so simple that everyone can be practiced, it can be practiced. So with that note, we will just go on to the topic as such. So we have wonderful people here. Madam Gajalakshmi. Madam, why I am starting this at the first is, everything is around pollution. Everything is around pollution. So we heard that Delhi government, Kejriwal, came out with a policy that 3 people only, 2 or 3 should join together and drive the vehicle. Single person cannot take the car and go for his job. So these were the policies which came in. But was it practical? We don't know. So how difficult it was. So the question is for you is, what are the impacts of healthcare on climate change?
A very good afternoon to all gathered here. Sir, health care facilities and climate change is bidirectional. On one side, the people affected by climate change is given care, health care by the healthcare facilities, and on other side, we have the contribution from the healthcare facilities towards climate change. So like any other sector, like the energy sector, another sector, healthcare facility sector also is contributing to the greenhouse gas emissions. Put together, they say, if we put together all the healthcare facilities together, it would be the 5th largest contribution to greenhouse gas and climate change. The healthcare facility is contributing 5%, whereas energy sector is contributing to around 75%. So all sectors contribute, like that even the health sector is contributing. So when we look at what is the contribution or where the contribution is from, it is from mostly the two important space of the hospitals, the OTs, the operation theaters, and the intensive care units. That's what is said. And if we come to the operation theaters, they say about 3 to 6 times more energy and consumables is from the OTs than the other areas of the hospitals. And also, it is responsible for generating 20 to 40% of the hospital waste. And when we take the inhalational anesthetics, like the desflurane, sevoflurane, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, these are potent greenhouse gases, and it is actually the waste anesthetic gas that is used is expired from the patient unchanged, scavenged in the operation theater, and is directly emitted into the atmosphere. That is one thing. And when we come into the intensive care unit, we have lots of solid waste being generated. They say around 178 kg carbon dioxide equivalent is being generated from the intensive care unit, and energy consumption is 155 kg carbon dioxide equivalent. This is of course data from USA. So large energy is being used, and we also know in these not only the waste that is generated, the contribution to the greenhouse gas, there's extensive use of energy in sense of HVAC, that is the heating, ventilation and AC facilities, because we run all these systems 24/7 in all hospitals, that especially in the OTs and the intensive care units. They say that minimizing the anesthetic chemicals from the use of the ones which are used in voluminous, we go for low flow anesthetic inhalation chemicals, and then we try to recycle items which are used in the OTs and in the intensive care units. These are the two important aspects that I wanted to highlight with respect to the pollution from the hospitals. And then when we come into the policy context, already WHO, the World Health Organization, has given so many framework for resilient and safe healthcare facilities. There are lots of frameworks, and even in terms of the international treaties, that is Conference of Parties, we know that there is COP conferences going on every year for past 30 years or so, and the latest was in November 2026, which was COP, under the framework of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So in that, in 2021, we had intervention of, a discussion on the healthcare system in this COP for the first time. Otherwise, it was on climate change and other aspects. So here they talked about it. It happened in the United Kingdom, and after which the United Kingdom and the UN, they came into several policies which are in line with the Paris Agreement of 2015 to bring down the temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius, and the target is 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is a very ambitious one. So we have policies, and we have in our own country the biomedical waste management rule of 2016, which gives us guidelines on how to store the waste and what are the treatment facilities, and how to go for 3 R's, the reduce, recycle, and reuse, recycle, and reduce, recycle, and reuse. So these are the important things that I wanted to talk.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. You have then thrown light about how to reduce the anesthetic gases, effectively use the anesthetic gases, because we have good anesthetic machines have come which calibrated, very well calibrated, and they deliver the required quantity of the anesthetic gases. And
I just want to add, we also have nitrous oxide emissions, again contributing to the greenhouse gas, which is used as analgesic, which contributes about 3% of the total nitrous oxide emissions to the greenhouse gas.
Yeah. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. Next, Dr. Jayakumar, he is Professor of Ecology, Environmental Science from Pondy University. Sir, we are all talking about the carbon neutrality, and I think the government of India has come forward with 20,000 crore in this current budget for exclusively to bring the decarbonization methods. So that is 2070 goal is, I think, India's goal for carbon neutrality. Can you just brief about that and what we should do, and for the hospitals what we are supposed to take up as a policy for the hospitals to reach that?
To put it in another way, is it possible for small hospitals to bring about such a change in the current environment?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this kind of a dialogue. Before I start, I know it's really encouraging to see that doctors are here and they are talking about climate change. Being an academician, we always teach in classroom and give lectures in conferences, and it is really heartening to see that you are also taking responsibility on behalf of public, on behalf of government. First of all, congratulations, and I appreciate your interest.
Hats off to our President,
Yes.
Dr. Jayakumar.
It's a great initiative.
Bringing out this initiative.
It's a great initiative that it has come at the right time from right people, that we have to encourage that. So with that compliment, I would like to throw a few lights on whatever you asked. First of all, if you look at the healthcare facility, it is not a separate entity in the environment. It is not the separate entity in any place, but it works with a different other setup. Say, for example, if a healthcare facility should go well, it should go with the water facility, should go with the energy facility, and it should go with the proper management of waste facilities. So these three are more important along with your hospital facility, that you should go hand in hand. If you look at climate change on one side, of course, throughout the globe, including India, we are experiencing a lot of climate extremities, like extreme flood. It is not a irregular event, it is now become a regular event. Every year we are experiencing in every part of India, in every part of the world. During monsoon we get erratic rainfall and cloud bursts, and these are all new terms. In the last 10 years we have been hearing it. Cloud bursts and flood and inundation, it's all common one now. So we are all experiencing all these climate stress and climate extremities everywhere. And hospitals, they are giving services to people. They also feel that climate stress.
in their environment. How? Before climate affects the hospital and all other sector, it affects the system first. Before it enters into hospital, it affects the water scarcity. It affects the energy shortages. It affects the waste accumulation in one place, by which the healthy community is more vulnerable to the climate extreme problems. So, my point here is, when we have policies, but it should not be for hospital alone, waste management alone, water alone, and energy efficiency alone. It should be in an integrated manner. So I want to highlight that all the policies which we connect with hospital should also connect with all these facilities, so that the function of hospital will be so resilient even during the climate extreme cases. So how can we do this? How can we achieve this? Because there are several policies, they are working silos, but Government of India and global organizations, they have now understood, yes, it is not possible to run as in silos. We have to have integrated policies like One Health. Recently, it is integrating hospitals, disaster management department, public works department, and so many other departments put together. This policy has been implemented. It is very well going. It has been implemented in 2024. And in Tamil Nadu especially, it is going in a very well way. And results are going to come up. Results are not yet out, but results are going to come up very quickly. So, as far as climate extreme and climate stress is concerned, we have to look at that as one of the important aspect as far as the society and hospital is concerned, and it is the right time that every department should come forward to have an integrated, uniform facilities and integration in their policy also. So this is what I just wanted to highlight. Yes, on the second question, that Government of India is trying to go for a net zero carbon in 2070. Yes, it's a futuristic one. It's a very ambitious one. Everyone should be longing for it throughout the world. Every country is looking for net zero carbon emission, but it requires a very long way to go, because not only the system that like hospital waste and things like that, but it should come from the public also, because equally public are also more responsible, and they should also think that we should also contribute a lot to climate change and how better we can reduce our own use. So to that way, I feel definitely we will achieve, because there is a long way to go. There are many policies to come up, and government is also putting a lot of money in Green India mission and different other projects to sequester carbon in the atmosphere, so that we can reduce the carbon dioxide emission. I mean, the carbon dioxide which is available in the atmosphere through green energy. And we are also trying to reduce the use of coal and other material for the energy development. Of course, definitely I think we will reach in 2070, based on the current scenario, the net zero carbon status. Thank you.
That's great, sir. But how to implement it? There are various ways, no? In the previous session, Dr. Praveen was telling that up-down methodology, and there is some methodology like bottom-up methodology. Then one more, that is a climate smart approach. So there are various approaches. A practically easy method, and which will definitely give results. Can you tell about the bottom-up approaches towards this?
As of now, I don't have any such ideas right now. I just thought of, let other panelists can come up, then I can sum up, during my concluding remarks, how it could be done. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Yeah, so bottom-up approach is starting from each and every department. Instead of having a general policy for the whole hospital, we can have some policy lab, exclusive for the lab. You start with the lab, then you go to your operation theater, then go to your ICU. So slowly you come up. So that is the bottom-up approach. I think the others can throw light on this later. So next is, we will go to Dr. Ashok Tyagarajan. He is CEO of Arunai Medical College, Tiruvannamalai. Sir is very active. Actually, he was proactive actually. When I just communicated to him about this program, he came forward and suggested the questions and he was very interactive with me. Sir, you are now a CEO of a big medical college and a hospital. So the question for you is, one second. Circular economy, circular economy in healthcare and its implementation strategy. Circular economy, we know that how best we can use the available finance in implementing the climate changes policies. So your light on that, sir.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the organizers for having organized such a wonderful program. I'm a person, I'm very happy to see that doctors are talking about this climate. And I have been traveling, I worked in 34 countries, I've worked in various places and various hospitals. Even though we call it as a corporate, even though we call it as an industry, it's always a single man decision in most of the institutions. So when we talk about this climate mitigation, it has to start from the promoter itself. It is better to call the promoters and to have a conference. It has to start, the circular economy, it has to start as right from the, I feel top to bottom approach should be the fantastic way. Because the planning has to start when building the hospital itself. And in my 37 years of experience, I've never seen any budgetary provisions for this so-called pollution control or this climate change mitigation. But we are all affected. I'm losing hair every day. So I was having a lot of hair. And even recently, I came through the news and I understood that the temperature is going to go up another 1 or 2 degrees. And the natural process of cooling is getting down day by day in the earth. Thanks to our hospital industry, 770 tons of biomedical waste is being generated every day as per 2020 reports. And one thing is very, very peculiar. A circular economy, as Madam was rightly pointing out, reuse, renew, recycle, all these can be used. But unfortunately, in the hospital, the hard reality is that it is being managed by the people. They are low educated or not educated. Mostly the housekeeping people and also the ward boys, they carry that. In the earlier session, I was seeing that the amount of waste is generated in operation theater, of course, but we are missing one area called laboratory. See the number of slides what we use and the amount of sodium hypochlorite what we use to do that, and then what is the oven we use and what are the process we use, how much amount of the waste we are generating. Everywhere you say air, water, noise, solid, everything it is there. And the process of the effluent evacuation is also need to look into that. When we talk about the circular economy, it involves everything. Even today, it's a hard fact, it hits me, because I strongly believe that the next generation, what we are going to give them is very, very important. I am talking about the budding administrators and the hospital promoters. And what are we doing in terms of effluent, in terms of gas, in terms of noise, in terms of solid waste? Segregation at source, seldom it happens. We talk much about in the conferences. In reality, what is happening? How many hospitals are recording it in the website, the actual numbers? Even today, needle stick injuries are very common. The segregation is not at the source and it is not given any importance. It becomes the last priority because I strongly feel that one of the factors what should have when people like CEOs, when we prepare the budget, there should be a budgetary provision for climate change mitigation also. I strongly feel at least 1% we should start giving it. And the renewable energy, 2-3 simple things I strongly believe. Floor-wise, we can have the monitoring. Now the IoT devices has come for energy, how much we use, where we use, and try to reduce it. And the companies like Philip, they are all coming forward. You can change all the lamps into LED. Definitely that can be used. And there is a partnership from the industry also they are ready to give, and we can use the alternate source of energy. But we can talk so many things, but it has to start from me, maybe from the CEO or from the promoter. We have to convince all the board of directors and promoters that there should be a policy, maybe at least based on this conference. I think it is giving a way. It's showing a direction that we should tell them that at least provide 1%, as a person having been built more than 4-5 projects, both in India and abroad. I've been talking about this every time, including acoustics, including the biomedical waste management. Doctors beautifully talking about that. You go to the backside of the hospital, you talk about any corporate hospital or a medical college hospital or private hospital. Front side is absolutely fantastic. You got air hostess as the front office people, and you got nicely tied guys there, coming there, talking about conversion management. What about the biomedical waste? I always go there. You can see it is leaking, stinking, and it is there everywhere. Even the recording is not taking place. At least this conference should open the eyes of the people, especially the budding doctors who are there. Whenever everything we start about disposable. The linens we stopped using linens. Maybe it is for government schemes and Ayush schemes we are using that. Start rationalizing the use of the disposables and other things. How much disposable we are using and how much we are throwing out. And the requirement given by the Pollution Control Board, how many kilograms of waste to be generated per bed, how much water evacuation should be done, effluent evacuation. These are all, I think, not given any importance. As a circular economy, I have seen we can implement so many things by putting into practice. We can save money, we can save the country, we can save the world. Mainly, we can save the next generation if we implement all these things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's what, sir, in NABH accreditation inspections, an experienced assessor, the first place he will visit is a water tank. Many a times we climb up the ladder, very precariously placed, and peep inside the water tank. It gives the total story of the hospital. You find one rat or one pigeon or any bird dead in and floating in that, the scum and all. The total hygiene of the healthcare center is under question. The first place we visit is only the water tank. The next place we visit is the backyard. These two will give us an idea as how the healthcare, that particular hospital gives how much significance to care of these things. I think so. All the CEOs or the directors of the hospitals, patient care is definitely the priority, but care of the surroundings also is equally important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So whatever is said and done, ultimately it comes to the finance pocket. So how best we have the best pocket and how we distribute that is more important. We have Dr. Stephen from Cancer Hospital, Cancer Center. It's a specialized center. And how to manage the finance. That is more, just we want a light from you, sir, how efficiently we can manage the finance in implementing all these things in the center.
I think it's a very valid question, sir, because at the end of the day, the implementation of any policy comes down to how much is it going to cost or how much is it going to save. And in terms of looking at the finances, especially when you're looking at policies which will take into consideration the climate effectiveness also and the sustainability, you have to look at the entire life cycle of a product or a device. So we have to change our mindset from looking at just cross sections, points in time. Today I'm spending so much, but how much is it going to save over the next 5 or 10 years? So we need to look at every assessment in terms of life cycle assessment. Let's say if you look at examples, devices, and it starts with hospitals themselves at the procurement stage. Now, if we specify the energy efficiency, let's say that we're looking at buying an ultrasound machine or a CT scan. If we define the energy efficiency rating, the repairability, serviceability, the life of the equipment, and buy and select an equipment accordingly, yes, that might be a little more expensive than something which with a lower energy efficiency rating or with a shorter lifespan. But over the life cycle of the equipment, just in terms of the energy which is saved, you might end up saving a lot more. So we will all see that climate friendly policies do not cost more just because it costs more at the initial stage. If you look at the entire life cycle of any policy, if you look at, let's say, sir talked about changing your light bulbs to LED light bulbs. So if you look at a point in time, if we have to change it today, yes, it's going to cost, but you'll be recovering that cost within 2 years. And after that, it's just savings upon savings upon savings. So if we adopt that mindset and that mentality, if you look at even wastewater treatment and reusing that water. So most hospitals in the city today are buying water tankers. How much does that cost? So if we are able to find ways, non-potable uses for the recycled water, that will lead to savings. Effective recycling will lead to savings. So recently I was interacting with someone and they were telling me that looking at just again a cross section, they made the decision that the hospital linen, they're going to switch to disposable linen, because it is, you look at a cross section of time, it is cheaper. But if you look at the life cycle, anyone will tell you that the cloth-based linen, if you have your own laundry unit, is going to be more efficient, especially if your laundry system is efficient. So we need to have a systems-based approach and look at the entire life cycle of any decision that we take. And we realize that financing climate-friendly decisions is a no-brainer.
It's in the long run, it's going to benefit you. For example, if you want to invest on a anesthesia workstation, indirectly the gas usage, the wastage of gas are very costly. So when you use the anesthesia workstation, automatically the gas usage is going to come down. It is going to be climate friendly, health friendly, and you can save money on that. But investment on the workstation is little high, but ultimately it serves the purpose.
And so when we were talking about this, before this you had asked what are the questions, and you'd asked to highlight what are the policies that can
Yes.
come out of this. So this is where we need to go back to the government and make representations. Now, if anyone who's working in a hospital knows that single-use devices are getting reused, but where is the policy that allows this and regulates it? If you look at the US or the EU, yes, there are single-use devices, but there are policies in place which allow the reuse of single-use devices and define how effective it should be and how long it can be used. Now, in the absence of such policies, every hospital is doing it, but are they doing it properly? So if we have a policy that allows it, then it can be standardized, and that will lead to not
legally
only
also it will be easy. So I think it is right time that the Hospital Board of India, Nursing Home Board of Tamil Nadu, we will take it up and work on that, the reusables of the disposals. We will take it up, sir. Nice suggestion you have given. And next we have Mr. Senthur Pari. He is the president of Exnora International, Chennai. So we are proud of you, sir. Actually, when I was interacting with him, we came to know that he is water body conservation. He is into water body conservation for years together, and he has done so many projects on that. And water being one of the most vital, important one for every industry, every human being, every organisms in the world. So what you have done in this water body conservation, you please put a light on that, sir. And its positive reflection in resilient healthcare, especially the old systems. Because newer systems, it's very easy to implement and easy to do it. Whereas remodeling the older systems, once you come out with a policy, policies should also take into consideration of the existing system. It is not for the newer systems, existing systems, how to just make it with. So with relation to your water body conservation and water, you please highlight on that, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am Senthur Pari, President of Exnora International Foundation. It's a movement for clean and green. I really congratulate the team for organizing such an event. And climate change, many of the doctors already told we are not aware of the climate change. But I'm going to tell you, always win-win situation is sustainable. In this conference, and due to climate change, the benefit is going to come to the medical fraternity only. All are going to come to your hospital. If you are prepared, then only you can meet the challenges during that time. We know bankruptcy. Now, recently, last week, UN announced a bankruptcy, water bankruptcy, especially global water bankruptcy, because within 5 years in the globe, 50% of the world population is going to be affected. 70 crore people will be displaced. Whether you know or not, there are many, we know refugees. The climate refugees is the new name. Now in India already one village already displaced from that place due to climate change. Like that, especially in water bodies, you were asking about the water body restoration. See, in India, especially in Tamil Nadu, we lost 1/3 of our population during Tadurada Pancham. 1/3. Then the population of Tamil Nadu is 3 crore. We lost 1 crore people. So this is not only that time, many times we lost like that. If you take India, the global population is 18% of the global population is in India. Land mass is 2.5%, but water availability is only 4%. In Tamil Nadu, 4% of the land mass is Tamil Nadu out of India. We have 7% of the population in Tamil Nadu, but we have only 2.5% of the water availability. But for the cities, every individual need 135 liters of water per day, whereas in rural we need only 55 liters. But every day the people are coming towards the city. But the availability of water, the water bodies are reducing due to various reasons. So we are creating awareness. We are conducting water literacy program. We are restoring machines, the restoration of water bodies with the people participation. We have excavators in our kitty. We have right now 12 machines. We are giving it as a rental free machines. Who are all interested to restore the water bodies, they have to give diesel and salary. Like that, we are instrumental in restoring more than 200 water bodies, because Tamil Nadu in 30 years we lost 1/3 of our water bodies. So globally, the people will be affected. Moreover, in India, 70% of the water bodies are contaminated. Recently in Indore, more than 15% died due to contaminated water. More than 1,400 people admitted in the hospital. So we have to create awareness. Even in Chennai, the Pural Lake is 1/4 of Chennai's drinking water from Pural Lake. But in directly 28 places in the sewage are mixing in this drinking water. So we are creating awareness. We are conducting the water literacy program. We are working with the people. Our main area is working with the people community. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, Arul sir, how do you look at the hospitals in water conservation as culprits or saviors?
No, sir. Sir, during we lost 533,000 people at the time of pandemic. See, major loss is the doctors. They are in the forefront. Especially in the hospitals, we always used to say the rainwater harvest is the most important. And moreover, in the flushing, we use majority of the water, around 45% water we are using for flushing only. So we can use the recycled water for that purpose.
That's a great one.
Yeah. Then you are saving already. You are saving. You talk about the money only. So we can do like that. It's a win-win situation only.
So we can promote motorized cisterns, commodes, which will use lesser of water. You can use recycled water for flushing and other things.
Moreover, especially in cities, we can use the recycled water for the trees, for greening purpose.
Gardening and
see, in the blue-green economy, they used to say we have to save the water bodies. We have to promote greens. For promoting greens, we can use the recycled water.
Great, sir. That's great. I think that's a good insight you have given. The hospitals can use the recycled water for many areas. And Dr. Ilango Lakshmanan, we have the faculty. He is a civil engineer, and he is a visiting faculty for IIT. Being a civil engineer, sir, our question for you is your resilient policy proposal for infrastructure modulation of existing healthcare facilities for sustainable climate mitigation.
Very good afternoon to one and all.
So this is one of the most important one which we expect from you.
Yeah, it is my pleasure to be here. Right. The most important thing which we are facing today is the rise in temperature, and associated with that is the uncertain monsoonal variation, which brings in huge amount of water, as my colleagues were saying, thunderstorms. So what are the ways to mitigate this? How hospitals can help in these things? Right? One is, can the hospital become a kind of a showpiece to go about and show the world that we are here to go in for net neutrality, and here are the facilities that helps us to reduce the rise in the atmospheric temperature. One way of doing that is buildings can have green roofs. We have been in several committees. The government is going to come up with a policy, right? I have been advocating that buildings which is going to have green roofs can be given some subsidy. It may be in terms of property tax, or some way they should be compensated. Otherwise, nobody will go in for that. As you were saying, it should be win-win situation. Hospitals occupy a considerable amount of space. The roofs can be made greener, and all the water that falls within the campus of hospitals have to be completely harvested. Though we have a rainwater harvesting regulation in Chennai or in the entire state, I think hardly many of us do, and many of us really maintain them very well. So two things is, one is green roofs, as well as harvesting all the water that falls within our campus. How water can be harvested? Rooftop water can be directly harvested in the sumps. I don't advocate any recharge systems, because in Chennai, for example, or most part of Tamil Nadu, 75% of Tamil Nadu is not suitable for rapid recharge. So the best way is to collect them in the sumps. Use it for almost all uses. When water is collected in the sump, except for drinking, it can be used for entire purpose. Thereby, we will save considerable amount of money, right, since we are going to depend on our own water. Then green roofs will help us to reduce the temperature around our vicinity. And the third is kind of greenifying the region around our hospital. That means, though pollution control board say that we should have a buffer zone, we should have about 20% of our site should be reserved for planting trees. But many of us hardly follow that. Initially, we show that as green areas, but subsequently most of the establishments convert them into parking, which is really sad. At least hospitals should showcase that we are here, we have a green area around our campus, we have a green roof at the top, we are conserving all the water. You can proudly display outside. Many industries are doing that today. How we can go about and checking whether we are doing this? We can monitor the temperature, that is one thing. Number two, we can audit water usage. Similar to your financial budgeting, we can check how much of water we are receiving, how much we are spending, in which toilet. That is what is known as water auditing, right? We were talking about some smart sensors. There are sensors which are available that will really quantify how much of water has been consumed by one toilet or one flush. Is there any leakage? Right? It has to be addressed. That is also going to come up very soon as a policy. Almost all industries have to come out with a water audit on an annual basis. Right? Thereby, we will be able to conserve water. Then the third is green roofs. Right? Green roofs are in place in some developed countries where it also forecasts the weather. Right? The green roofs will collect water and store it at the roof itself. And there are a lot of plants. Water will be supplied for irrigation, right, in the plants that are on the roof or around the campus. If the forecast is going to be large rainfall in the next 3 days, it will quickly irrigate and keep the reserve space to collect the excess water that is going to come up. Such buildings are there in Netherlands as well as in Denmark. There are regions in Denmark which are completely climate proof. That means the region capable of receiving rain that we received in 2015, you can't see any runoff. That means we have built in sufficient storage facility beneath such places. That is also slowly catching up in our country, right? Hospitals can think of such a thing also, right? Especially for new hospital buildings, this can be very easily built in. Existing hospitals, some can also be partly divided rather than depending on buying water by tankers or by municipal water supply. Part of the tank can be devoted to just collect the rainwater. These are all my initial thoughts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, I come from a place, Karaikudi, which is the place of Nagaratars, Chettiars. And in those, all the houses, they will have a water collecting system. And the water collected directly from the roof is even used for cooking purposes. It is because it's a water scarce area.
Except for drinking, it can be used for
And the basic aspect of it is the roofing, which is a sloping one. Nowadays, we have this habit of having flat RCC roofs. But if you go back to in our culture and again go back to this sloping roofs, one thing, green roof can be achieved. Second, the water collection will be easier and you can collect more water. Third, the same slope can be used for solar paneling for generation of energy. I think in future we should consider having a sloping roof rather than a flat roof for even our hospitals. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we can take it up as a policy because many points have come out. We will just compile all those points and from our association itself we can recommend to the government as a policy. And one more, we have Dr.
That is the responsibility of the moderator.
Yes, sir. We have collected.
And you have to bring out that policy and should give to us and we will that.
Definitely it will be done, sir. And we have Dr. Madhimaran, a professor of ecology and environmental science from Pondy University. Sir, your question to you is sustainability, scaling the sustainability to the next level of system level climate action. How it can be done and what all policies can help it and how again the financing instruments will ease it out. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you very much for me giving an opportunity to be sharing the dais with other panel members. A very interesting topic. Of course, I myself teach course on sustainability to the students and climate change. And as we know, first of all, I want to bring that the two terms, sustainability and climate change. As most of us know, this is nothing less like it's basically two sides of the same coin. You know, sustainability goes very much all the impacts of sustainability. Finally, we see what it impacts at the global level, climate change. So that's why we have these, SDG goals. As we know, all these 17 goals very clearly defined, and in fact, the goal number third goal of SDG itself highlights well-being and health. Right? This is the third SDG goal, but we have specifically a SDG goal for climate on goal number 13. But as we know, all these SDG goal or sustainability aspects at every level, including the hospital or at home, every walk of our life has some kind of footprint at the end, eventually ending up in a larger impact, say at the climate level or maybe a disaster in a different scale, sea level rise, all that, directly or indirectly. For us, the sustainability aspect have to be very, very carefully seen, particularly for this conference, which aims at healthcare perspective on climate change. So to be on that specific aspect, so like in other organizations, like normally climate change is spoken as when we talk about agriculture emissions, like say methane, another thing. So most of the climate change are seen cutting the trees, emission, more CO2, global warming happening, mostly seen as an agriculture perspective alone or in other sector transport. But in healthcare, I think this is the now only in recently, probably also even later, now already to immediately address how sustainability aspects can be integrated into healthcare system, finally, eventually to address the climate change topic. So in that aspect, we need to integrate sustainability in every aspect of healthcare system. In brief, say hospitals have procurement, supply chain, equipments. So that as even from every aspects of hospital, if you look into details, there'll be something tied to emissions or carbon footprints involved in every aspects. It can be waste disposable or procurement of equipments, whatever equipments and transport system involved. I think as one of the panel members here pointed out, LCA, for example, life cycle assessment for every aspects. At the end, finally, it can be all implemented only at the policy level. And policy as such, as we know, as you mentioned, we have hundreds of policy already in maybe in practice or being now in formulated at national level. But the only thing is the policy often doesn't translate into an actionable, end up into more action. So we have one side policies but not turning into action. So it's a simple like, if there is only a option we have, for example, wearing a helmet. If we ask the citizen people to wear a helmet as an option, most of us won't opt for it. But if we make it into actionable or make into mandatory, make tied to legally binding mandatory system, then it becomes into an actionable, effective outcome. So in that way, I think because climate change itself or sustainability cannot be implemented at in a department level solely, but it has to be can be implemented only by connecting all departments, or at least the concerned departments, finance departments or energy, all departments concerned have to sit on the table and draft policies, and of course make the policies which are with priorities. And if you want to make into more actionable, at the end see the results, some policy at least have to be mandatory. It should not be optional. For example, like in many European countries, they have standards. As we know, they make some of the policies linked to mandatory system. There is no choice to make it either climate smart building or something like that, but make into a mandatory system. Of course, it involves financing. Then there comes an issue of how to deal with financing, and that, of course, how to deal with investment priorities, all that. So that is a multi-stakeholder system. This is not have to be seen as a certain. It is a specific department involved to address the climate change. So certainly it involves finance on all sections, and certain policies have to be mandatorily seen. Of course, hospital-like environment have to have also some kind of cell that deals with multiple, to interlink other departments to address this climate change related separately. For example, sustainability expert maybe not integrate into hospital system. So if we integrate like this kind of climate expert, sustainability expert as even a kind of allied expertise capacity built into hospital environment, they could all play an important role to coordinate this activity. Otherwise, it would be always seen as a project. Say each department would take as a project to address climate change, but eventually come out not at the scalable level. They will address as a project, research project, but end up there itself, but cannot be converted into a scalable at a larger scale at hospital or national level. So that is the biggest issue. So there I see that it has to be scalable with the policy tightly integrated and made into polity. And of course then comes also something have to be incentive based, not like an option, but say for example best hospital which including procurement stage, if they have a sustainable practices or low carbon emission, even for example, financing or bank loans should consider, in many cases in European, I think many nations, they consider sustainability indicators as providing financing them, as we have so-called green funds. So then, so investment become a very challenging for the business environment, including hospital. If there is incentives for sustainable or climate neutral hospitals in terms of financing, this becomes also one way of attracting or reducing the carbon footprint in hospital environment. So like that, there are ways to address this at policy level and at a larger scale, and it should not be stopped at a very department level or at the project level. It should be scalable. Yeah,
That's great, sir. So we had a very wonderful discussion, and the last one-liner, madam, regarding the pollution policies, just one important point which you want that to be a more practically be implemented.
Sir, we do have regulations, rules, but it can be implemented with good governance, smart workforce, and social responsibility as individuals and as professionals.
Yes.
We do have regulations.
Good governance is more
Good
important.
governance,
Yes.
smart
Sir,
workforce.
Madhimaran, sir.
Yeah.
One word.
Yeah, the policies should be scalable at every level by involving multi-stakeholders, multi-department, so that it is eventually ending up at a global level for planetary health. The whole thing is about planetary health, the climate change. So
Thank you, sir.
human health should end up in a
So
planetary health.
it must be scalable. Jay Kumar, sir, your one word. The policy to be practicable.
I have two things. One is it should be like an integrated one, not working in a silos. Number one. Number two, for those hospitals who follow climate resilient system with a lot of green roofs or water management and doing audit and things like that, and that IME or CMA can facilitate them and take them to government. That some kind of incentives should be given to those hospitals in terms of subsidies or in terms of power.
To be
whatever.
more practicable,
Yes.
some incentives to be
Should
given.
be given, so
Should be
that
given.
it could be encouraging for
Yes.
everybody. Yes.
Sendur, sir.
Thank you, sir. They mentioned about net zero. Don't forget day zero. See, day zero is the global issue. More than 50 cities will be affected very shortly globally. In Chennai, we already faced. In 2019, we faced that. So don't forget day zero. So we have to work accordingly. Don't forget the word blue-green economy. We have to remember the word blue and green. Without blue-green, no life on earth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Lakshman, sir.
Maybe I think yes, covered my point. Two things are, one is hospitals that practice water circularity, energy circularity should be given incentives in some means, maybe like property tax. Thank you.
Great, sir. So property tax incentive is a very good idea for implementation. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Tyagarajan, sir.
Sir, think tanks should brainstorm for climate mitigation.
So every hospital should have a think tank. Stephen, sir.
So I think, for climate change, I think policy will always follow example. So I think we need more conferences where hospitals are showcasing examples of where they have successfully implemented climate-friendly and sustainable policies. So conferences and workshops where once we see examples, then other hospitals will follow.
Thank you so much, sir. I request our President, Dr. Sridhar, to just come.
Jailalji, we have taken up some useful points in this particular panel discussion. What we can plan to do through the nursing home board is to create a model hospital with all the inputs given today here, even the design of it, with the help of an architect. We can, for a small hospital, and present it to our members in the nursing home board. This is the way your hospitals need to be in future. And the Kadalur people have offered to conduct a similar program as a follow-up of all the points given here. We will consider it in middle of June.
If you are doing that, Commonwealth Medical Association objective of conducting this program is fulfilled. If you are able to do that, the objective of conducting this program by Commonwealth is fulfilled.
We
And
will definitely do it.
I'm
You know
extremely,
me.
extremely
You know me.
happy
We will
for
definitely
that.
do it.
And we must
Wonderful discussions,
salute all
gentlemen.
the panelists. They are top experts in that particular
Excellent
field.
discussions
And
we
you are
have
able
had
to
today.
give to the point, level point. I mean, extremely thankful to you for that time.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much. The discussions come to an end.
I would like to sincerely thank our esteemed moderators and our distinguished panelists for sharing their invaluable insights. As we come to the conclusion of session 3, it is clear that building climate resilient health systems is no longer a choice, it's a necessity. Thank you to all the participants for their attention. I request the moderators and panelists to kindly move on to stage 2 for the felicitations.
So we break for the lunch, and whatever be the time in your watch, you need to come back within 45 minutes. So the 2:15, we are going to have a climate change skit by the students. There will be a very interesting skit by 2:15, and at 2:30 the session will start.
The lunch would be provided for the participants at New Examination Hall, 3rd floor. You are requested to collect your lunch coupons as you exit from the main door towards my right side.
check. Hey, एक minute. No, don't put the tape. The skit is ready. Sorry. May I know if the skit team is ready? Skit guys, if you are ready, please show your hands to the people around. Please show your hands. Show your hands to your colleagues. And let your colleagues acknowledge your presence, guys. Let's give them a great clap.
While policy and science guides our action, art touches our conscience. To continue this journey of reflection on climate change and its impact on health, environment and society, we now move to a skit performance presented by SRM MBBS students, followed by the group dance.
Come, guys. The skits are being done not to entertain, but to educate you without exhausting. So I think before we start, for all of us, we have studied systems, we have studied cells, we studied about care, but we missed the planet lying there. So let's take a breath, laugh a little bit, look again, and say that this waste is us, my friend. Then change can start with you and me.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And God said, "Let there be light."
Everything we see today is worse than the predictions. The future is going to be extremes beyond our imagination. This is an urgent situation that compels immediate action.
Climate change risks everything.
Millions in California are dealing with the dangers of extreme heat and rapidly spreading wildfires. 103 degrees.
I've been trying to warn you guys for so many decades.
Malnutrition will rise. Disease will spread.
Nearly half of humanity is living in the danger zone now.
Global warming. Over 83 million people are expected to die globally.
I am the Alpha
18 years.
and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end.
Congratulations. We have done it.
Yeah, look at them. They can't even breathe.
Yeah, I know. I have a bigger role. Can you see those evergreen forests now? All gone.
Bigger role? Oh my God, please. I've caused this distraction.
What do you mean?
Smoke so thick, people can't even breathe. I really outdid myself this time.
How can pollution have a bigger role? Deforestation have a bigger role.
It's pollution.
It's
Pollution did it.
deforestation.
Oh my God,
Can you
isn't
see
it
the
obvious?
earth? It's
Oh my God, stop
deforestation.
it.
Guys, look at her. Melting ice caps, burning forests, storms that don't ask for permission. It's not you, or you, or me. It's them.
Them?
Humans, the kids of Mother Earth. She said, as long as my kids are here, nothing can hurt me. Look at her now. They themselves are harming their Mother Earth. They created us, me, climate change.
Doctor, it's an emergency. Her vitals are unstable and the temperature keeps on rising.
Somebody, please save me.
Oh no, she can't even breathe.
I'm very worried about her.
Yeah, her condition's been rapidly declining and her core temperature is beyond the safe limits.
It's the smoke, the waste, the toxic air that's doing this to her.
And now her oxygen levels are dropping too.
Fewer trees, nothing left to replenish oxygen.
The carbon saturation, it's too high. The atmosphere cannot recover anymore.
Yeah, we're not just treating the disease, we're witnessing actual damage.
They blame me, but they are the ones who ignored the warnings. They wanted convenience. They chose the shortcuts. And now they're paying for it.
I think it's us.
What do you mean?
We took shortcuts.
What shortcuts?
Faster development, overlooking the consequences. The damage isn't sudden. It's been building on for decades. Rapid growth without limit. We saw development, we labeled it as progress without asking her what the cost is.
Oh no.
Her vitals. Please, stabilize her. Oh, I've been waiting for you guys.
How is she?
She's critical, but not beyond help.
Can someone tell me what's happening?
What's happening right now has been happening for decades. We just chose not to notice it.
Not to notice what? We were developing. I feel like that's fine.
Development is not the problem, but careless development is.
She will recover. She always does.
That's what we all believed, that she'll always heal herself.
But this is the cost of your belief.
Look at her. Look at what we've done.
Are you okay?
Are you fine?
I didn't expect this from you. You cared for me, right? I gave you rivers to drink from, beautiful seasons to live by, clean air to
wanted to see the peak of your development, but not by harming me. We didn't mean to hurt you. Well, you did it.
We were so busy building our future that we forgot without you, there is no future.
Well, it's not the end yet. You can still save me. I know. My children will save me. Yes, we'll do it.
We'll save our mother as we had promised.
We can do it.
If we can't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
Change the system, not the climate.
The earth has protected us from centuries. Now, it's our turn.
Small things done together leads to global healing.
Indeed, such a great performance it was. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to session 4. This session addresses climate change governance in healthcare with a focus on leadership, accountability, and global pathways towards resilient health systems. The panel will deliberate on the following question. How can leadership, governance, and accountability supported by national and international experience translate climate commitments into resilient, equitable, and sustainable healthcare systems? To moderate this important discussion, we have 3 distinguished leaders. Dr. R. Gunasegaran sir, former National Vice President, IMA Headquarters, Senior Medical Leader, championing climate change as a healthcare emergency within India's medical fraternity. And Dr. T. N. Ravi Shankar sir, former President, IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. Sir also integrates climate mitigation into hospital governance, infrastructure planning, and operational standards. Founder, Dr. Citizen Forum, linking environmental health, civic responsibility, and clinical ethics. And Dr. A. Anbarajan sir, past Secretary, CGP Headquarters. Sir is the founder of Peace Health Center, Tirunelveli, integrating preventive medicine, community health, and environmental awareness. And our esteemed panelists for session 4 are Thiru G. Sundararajan sir, member Governing Council on Climate Change Government of Tamil Nadu, and advisor for promotion of new energy and energy efficiency, Tangentco. Sir is also a coordinator, Poo Ulagin Nanbargal, people-centric environmental movement shaping eco-politics in Tamil Nadu. And Dr. Vidya Venugopal ma'am, Professor, Department of Environmental and Occupational Health, Ramachandra Medical College, and Country Director, Global Health Research Center on NCD and Climate Change. Ma'am also leads large multi-country research programs on heat stress, occupational health, and climate adaptation. Contributor to WHO and ILO expert consultations. And Dr. Sumati Lakshman ma'am, convener CMA subcommittee on climate change and sustainable development. Ma'am also leads large multi-country research programs. And Mr. K. Vedavyas, Sir, General Secretary, Indian Red Cross Society, Tamil Nadu. Sir also has 35 plus years of experience in finance, governance, and institutional leadership. And we have Dr. Sumati Lakshman, convener, CMA subcommittee on climate change and sustainable development. Ma'am has done her MBBS in India, MRCP in UK, MCFF in Canada. And she's a convener, CMA climate change, mitigation. Followed by Dr. Durgavarshini Devan ma'am, climate and healthcare lead, climate governance, Malaysia. Ma'am has 15 plus years experience in health systems governance, emergency preparedness, and resilience. And she's also a female senior role in WHO, World Bank, WFP, IFRC, and International Emergency. I now invite the moderators to kindly take over and commence the session 4.
Good afternoon and thanks to CMA, in particular Dr. Jailal and the Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu, their office bearer with the President Sridhar sir, for giving an opportunity. Opportunity post-lunch is going to be a tough one, and that's why they started with a small skit to keep us awake. And we have a top panelist here trying to take forward us what they have spoken in the morning. Now we are coming into governance and rules and how it can be implemented. And let me tell you, I think about the panelist has already been told everything about the panelist. When Dr. Jailal allotted this panel and this talk, and I went, and now we have the habit of going on to the AA. And AA gave the name of the first person was Dr. Vidya. So, welcome sir. Sundarajan sir, sit down sir, sit down. Thank you for your presence here. And already there is a time crunch. We are already having trouble living in this ecosystem. Let us not waste the time. We'll have the first question to Vidya madam.
Good morning. Globally, the environmental change occurs not uniformly. It is different in different countries. It is the responsibility of the different respective country heads. They are accountable for the respective lawmaking to mitigate this climate change in their own country. And also the people at large, whichever part of the country they are living, they have to take responsibility to alleviate the climate change by safeguarding the environment. With this few words, I congratulate the team of Commonwealth Medical Association headed by Dr. Jailal and other organizing team for the wonderful team for this conference. Today we will take up the issue of accountability and the governance. Ms. Vidya, the first question is, how can climate health practices, policies be put into practice at local hospitals and healthcare centers to protect people during extreme heat or other climate events. What are the biggest barriers you face in implementing the policies at the district and PHCs?
Thank you very much for the invitation to CMA and SRM. Definitely a very interesting panel. It's my privilege to be here. Answering your question, sir, when it comes to climate change, I work in the area of heat and health, and it's very relevant for Tamil Nadu. And India has made like big strides when it comes to climate change. They have recognized it as a very important component of public health system as well. When you the question about how can you actually put it into practice? For example, it has been put in practice via heat action plans. 28 states out of 28 states in India have heat action plans where there is a very systematic way of making protecting people from extreme heat. There definitely is a need for intersectoral governance, which as of now is completely lacking. We are doing a study in Andhra Pradesh where we are seeing whether, evaluating whether heat action plans are actually reaching people who need it the most. I would say because I always work in the ground level, and because we are public health, we work in the field. When we are all sitting in an air-conditioned room, we don't need any heat action plan. It's only the vulnerable population, whether it's the workers, the gig workers, or the poor people in the slum, people who actually reach out to the PHCs, usually the primary healthcare centers or the places where these grassroots level peoples go for their care. Or we already equipped with things to manage heat, extreme heat, is something that we still have lots of gaps that are there right now, but we are getting there. We are getting there. One of the major things that I am seeing is the lack of intersectoral governance. For example, Sundarajan sir is here right now. Do we have these PHCs? The PHCs are there, the facilities are there, but do we have the electricity there? All these equipments without electricity is of no use. And when a heat stroke patient is admitted in the hospital, do they have the essential supplies? So the supply department, the ambulance department. So it is just not the job, or it's not the responsibility of a healthcare system or a health department to take care of this. So this intersectoral governance is what is currently lacking. The collaboration is currently lacking, and the biggest barrier we see is only that. And the next thing is, are people equipped to actually or trained or equipped to handle this at a grassroots level is what we are seeing as a major barrier. But once trained, certain states are doing fantastic. For example, Maharashtra is doing quite well, little bit on Kerala. Certain districts of Andhra Pradesh are doing well when it comes to extreme heat management at PHC level. But and Tamil Nadu is getting there slowly. But what we see is, though the training is there, though the grassroots level workers, healthcare workers are prepared, the lack of that collaboration is what is actually hindering the complete care that needs to be given for the people who are most vulnerable at the grassroots levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The policies are being enacted in different governments, but whether they are implementing the same thing in the grassroots level, whether it is being implemented or
like I said, in certain districts, certain states, it's been implemented well. That is because of the responsibility that's being taken at different governance levels. For example, at panchayat level, the training has been given, people are taking responsibilities, they are working along with NGOs. It's just not the responsibility of the government to reach 1.48 billion people. It's absolutely impossible. So is it the responsible of, for example, SRM hospital here to reach out to the gig workers and the informal workers working around in Chengalpattu area? Of course it is. It's a CSR policy that should be, but policies should be there. That kind of like, it should be kind of top heavy, and the policies then slowly trickles down. We do see a lot of things happening in many states. So I am always a very optimistic person when it comes to this. Policies are there. It's just that how it trickles down and what kind of facilities are there, the barriers come only in that area. And the science is good too. The science is good too. It's just that how it reaches the people who need it is what is currently lacking.
Maximum effort should be put on to implement the policies. That is the goal. What kind of leadership and coordination is needed to prepare Indian healthcare system in this climate change?
What kind of leadership? Of course, definitely it has to be at a national level, state level, district level, panchayat level. Leadership is required, and private-public partnership is going to be the way finally where we can actually get to this 1.4 billion people. The classic example that I always, and public health communication, the classic example I always give is the COVID. We were not prepared for COVID, but we already know climate is happening and heat is going to be there every summer. So we already have time to anticipate and prepare. So the leadership should be anticipatory. It has to be proactive and not reactive. We are currently doing something about it for floods. So whenever like November month comes, Tamil Nadu, Chennai at least is very, always we have a big ego anxiety about this flood, and the government has taken lots of proactive steps in trying to mitigate the adverse impacts. Still there will be impacts, but when it comes to heat, it's much easier than the floods to manage it if it is planned in an anticipatory manner. So like I said, it has to trickle down from the top, from the policies to the district, the state level, to the district level, and support has to definitely, for the proper framework to happen, it has to be at a national level, then to the state level, and it has to be customized to the local needs. It has to be customized to the local needs. What would work in Mumbai and Chennai might not work in Rajasthan. So you cannot have one size fit all solution for this. But like I said, we have definitely made a lot of strides when it comes to climate action in India, in at least implementing the policies.
What skills the healthcare professionals should have during the natural calamities like floods and other? Preparedness and how
during
to emergencies.
During emergencies. That has to actually come into the curriculum, sir. It has to be in the curriculum. Many times when a worker who is like, I'm just speaking about extreme heat because I work in that area, when a worker actually has a heat stroke or something and goes to the PHC, the medical doctor, forget about the Ashas or the Mitanis. I'm talking about medical doctors are not actually trained to recognize because that's not a part of your curriculum in college.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam.
We'll have the next speaker. வந்துட்டண்டா கபாலி வந்துட்டான்னு சொல்லுங்கிற மாதிரி மலேசியாலேருந்து வந்துக்கிறாங்க. We'll have the questions for Durga Varshini. It's mainly on the implementation that can happen. Madam has already told about the private, public, various levels. What's happening in Malaysia and what is the challenges and how could they implement anything on this climatic mitigation?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really honored to be part of this panel and a very important conference. I was doing a bit of research on the way here and realized we're not too far apart. Like I won't zoom in specifically on Malaysia because it's very similar. Health sector comparatively to other sectors seems to be lagging behind in terms of climate work. As a sector, we are quite slow, and it's interesting. It's paradoxically interesting because we as a sector are impacted by climate change. As doctors, we see patients coming in with breathing difficulties due to the smog. We have patients who've been injured during the tsunamis, the cyclones, drowning. In multiple ways, we see the impact of climate health, and we don't just see, we treat, we need to manage the impact. Yet, as a sector, we also contribute towards the carbon footprint, and we also contribute negatively to climate change. Yet we are quite slow comparatively to other sectors in moving forth around the ESG conversations, around the government governance and compliance part of it, right? Although we are the ones with a big stake in terms of its impact and affecting healthcare. So I call that the duality or the paradox that puts us in a very important, critical space. And thinking of the place we're in, this is the Hippocrates Hall, correct? Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
And we as the healthcare are meant to be do no harm. That's our, maybe other sectors don't go by that ethics, but we do. Yet we are the slowest, I won't say slowest, but we're not the quickest at taking this very seriously. So that's a challenge I find in Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure here as well. It's a global challenge in terms of urgency. Even in these conversations today, I was here from the very beginning and I was listening to the conversations. We talk about it like it's nice to know and it's great to have this conference to talk about it. And in part of the conversations I hear that, oh, it is going to impact the future, it's for our future, it's for our students at the back. But actually, we shouldn't just be talking about it. It's already time to act. We are already too late to act. The impact is already happening. We cannot just be talking about it. We need to be acting about it, acting on it. And it's not for the future, it's for now. We are late. We are late to the game. It's already a red flag. We are, in terms of the different areas of climate change and sustainability, we are already in the red zone for most of the areas. And so, yes, we need to talk about it, and we haven't talked about it enough, but actually we need to act. And that is a challenge because everyone's talking about it, but the acting is very slow. And we need to do that paradigm shift. And who? So we talk about the need to act. We've talked about most of the sessions earlier, what we need to do, the different areas of the things we need to do. Technically, we spoke about all of that. But it comes the question, who needs to do it? And it's interesting because I was looking at our topic. It says healthcare. It's not just healthcare is not just hospitals, right? It's a huge sector. It's not just the clinicians, it's not just the doctors. There were some representatives of the nurses here today, which was great. But it's not just the doctors and the nurses. Where the gardeners, where the allied health, where the engineers, the procurement teams, the pharmacies, the physio, the radiology, the caterers, those doing the laundry and the cleaning. What about outside of hospital scope, but the spa and wellness industry, the traditional medicine? I know in India, Ayush, the traditional medicine is, you have the global center here in Delhi, right? Community health, public health, pharmaceuticals industry, the industry of the medical products and equipments and devices. Everyone needs to be talking about, not just talking about it, acting on it, but we need to all be here. And my question I pose to all of you, are we segregated? Are we only a small portion of this group present today? And if so, we need to fix that because we can only start acting collectively. And that brings me to my third point, which is integration. Dr. Vidya mentioned partnerships and the multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral stakeholder is very, very important. I listed out all the different key players, and I'm sure I missed out some because it's extensive just in healthcare. But we can look towards the other sectors too. I said we are quite late to the game. Other sectors have taken wider strides in the quite recent past. And we can look at other sectors. R&D, certain developments, certain technologies that have developed, solar, water conservation, all of that is across the sectors. We're not needing to invent a new wheel. We need to be able to learn from lessons that they have already learned. Certain things worked, certain things didn't work. They were trial and error. We don't need to trial and error it all over again. We need to contextualize it. But let's use that experiences and leverage what has been already gained through all of that. So integration, partnerships throughout healthcare, but also beyond healthcare is really, really important. Financing, nothing goes without financing. And we are in a time of, let me bring it to the global context. In an era where there's still question about climate change, if it's even real, those conversations really trigger me because I work from the Red Cross, from the Federation to the UN. For the last 15 years, I have worked in very difficult contexts in developing countries, very remote countries. I have worked in the Pacific Islands where the island is so small, the road is narrower than this stage, and there's sea there and there's sea there. And with climate change, the rising of sea levels, these islands that I have been to and worked in are going to disappear. So if anyone comes and tells me that this might be hoax, but it's true. At this day and age, we have leaders who still draw on a narrative that this may not be real. And we have to manage the situation because this has impacts on funding and financing globally. Now, that may be a challenge, but there's also opportunities there. There are a lot of opportunities in co-benefits. I don't know if you've heard of the term co-benefits, but where you might come from different ways, but if you're looking at a project collectively together, you can leverage finances from other parts, but bring benefits and value from perhaps the climate change angle. There are donors and international donors that fund specifically climate work. There are donors that fund specifically health work. There are donors that fund specifically healthy aging, healthy cities, NCD work, but they all overlap. If you know how to look for that part that overlaps and leverage that, then you don't need 10 times that financing. You just need that one financing to be able to leverage it to multiple, to add value and leverage that. So that's opportunities through this financing difficulties of the current global difficulties that we're having, that we're facing. And I think one of the biggest difficulties or the biggest challenge is cultural change. We need change to be embedded so deeply that it becomes our culture. We're not just talking, we're not just acting, it becomes our everyday, our way of life, right? And how do we change so significantly that it becomes our way of life? From a health point of view, we have public health experts and social behavioral change experts who have studied and put into practice the way you change behaviors of communities, of societies. That knowledge lies within our own healthcare industry. Why are we not tapping those expertise, those public health expertise, the social behavioral scientists and behavioral change experts? Harness those expertise and intertwine them with your programs of climate change and health programs, your programs of designing. When you design a perfectly green hospital, you still need to make sure your workforce maintains the green aspect and maintains the sustainability of healthcare operations. And how do you ensure that the operations, the day-to-day work is really changed and embedded, becomes a cultural change? And last but not least, when we're talking about culture, I know earlier we were talking about the comparison between top down and bottoms up. Top down, of course, from policy to paper, there's no point we're having nice policies in a cabinet. We need to be able to put them into practice on daily life. But at the same time, I think we're in Malaysia, and I think from the conversations that I've heard here in India, I think maybe we're not quite there yet at the policy level, and we're working towards it from the conversations here. But that's where the movement of people who are advocates and people who are interested, everyone in this room, plays a huge important role in creating a movement of advocacy, and to be able to also hold others accountable, the accountability aspect of it, to push policies forward. The policies need to be, and anyone wanting to make a change, we talk about sustainability in terms of sustainability of healthcare, but whatever you put into practice and whatever you plan to implement, that too needs to be sustainable. And when I say sustainable here, I mean the longevity of it. It can't just last for a few months and then die off. It needs to be sustainable. It needs to be scalable. We talked about being able to reach far and wide and scale up, but also scale down so that people at the grassroots, like how Dr. Vidya was mentioning, also benefit from it, and that it's practical even at that scale. And the accountability aspect of it. Interestingly, when we talk about accountability and equitability, the people who, the populations that produce the most carbon don't face the greatest impact. And it's the smaller islands where life is pretty simple and they don't really have as much carbon emissions are the ones who are going to get impacted the most. So there's so much inequality there too. So these are just some of the challenges, and I hope I also
Thank you, madam, for having given us the point that we are too slow to react and also not acting. அதான் மலேசியாலேருந்து கபாலி குடும்பத்தோடு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. Let us go to the next faculty, Dr. Sumati Lakshmi. She's part of the CMA, I think. And can we have the guidelines or the recommendations which the CMA is providing to the governments and to the medical associations to mitigate the climatic issues?
I mean, the recommendation as a convener of the Commonwealth Medical Association, I would recommend that CMA works closely with other organizations, form a coalition with the Commonwealth headquarters, Department of Environment, Trade and Ocean and Trade, Mr. Suresh Yadav, and also with Lancet Countdown experts. It's the Lancet Countdown, it consists of 125 experts across the world in 40 countries who study the climate impact on health, and they publish annual reports. And recently they had the CMA and the Lancet together. They had the Lancet Countdown report launch in Malaysia and in Sri Lanka and UK. And also to work with another organization which is interested in working with the Commonwealth Medical Association is the World Healthy Aging Council and the World Longevity Forum. Together we can work and create a white paper and emphasizing the real threat of the global warming and global warming, and take measures to mitigate the climate emergency and its effect on the planet health and also the habitat and the environment. The white paper can make recommendations. It can be shared with the United Nations organization and the WHO, and once it's approved, it can be shared with the Commonwealth countries, the national medical associations of the Commonwealth countries, and shared with the health services, public, private, and with the healthcare professionals on ways to reduce the carbon emission, waste recycling, reducing plastic use, and also implementing systems to increase the carbon handprint. The hospitals and institutions should have an environmental social governance policy and guidance. I'm not sure whether hospitals and other companies, private, public, everyone should have an ESG policy. And all the hospitals and institutions and companies should have an ESG governance policy and guidance, which should be followed up by the government and the private sector, healthcare institutions and other related organizations who are connected with healthcare. And also in UK, they provide subsidies for buying electric vehicles. And if it is 100% electric vehicle, then you have a more subsidy. And if it is like a hybrid vehicle, then you have a percentage of subsidy in tax returns. When you pay tax, you pay less tax. And also in London, there are various zones. One is inner London is classified as ultra low emission, and it's very much reduced carbon emission in central London. And then you have low emission and very low emission zones. And any vehicle which has more carbon emission, they are taxed more for going into London. And there is also congestion charging. If you're going into central London, you have to pay 10-15 pounds to go into central London. That is to reduce congestion in the city. And also the boroughs where I live, for example, Waltham Forest Borough, there is ways to reduce vehicles going into residential areas. Vehicles can't go into residential areas because there is bollards to prevent normal transport going into residential areas. And also there is throughout London, in all the boroughs, there are cycle lanes to prevent using two-wheelers, four-wheelers, cars. And the other thing is, apart from making environmental social governance compulsory for healthcare services and companies building the infrastructure for healthcare services, there should be, the other thing is, to use more electric vehicles and to provide subsidies for buying electric vehicles. And there are also options. I mean, we have solar powered vehicles for public transport, and also to consider waste recycling processes in place in healthcare, in hospitals and in primary care sectors. One of the doctors, Dr. Gordon Dingley, he's a vice president of Commonwealth. He is involved in waste recycling project he's based in Malta, and the same project can be followed up in other Commonwealth medical regions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. She justified her convener role as a CMA subcommittee on climatic change. Thank you in listing the ways and means. Let us have from the Red Cross General Secretary, Mr. Vedavyas, how can an NGOs help the healthcare sector, help the hospitals to go about implementing the climatic changes? It's a voluntary organization, the Red Cross. You know how you can make people do it voluntarily rather than governance. When it is governance, we always tend to bypass it. When it is voluntarily, we always find it comfortable to follow it up. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, I should thank CMA and IMA for making me a part of this elite panel as well as the elite audience. All of you may be well aware that Red Cross is a voluntary organization having its presence in around 162 countries. So basically, what we do is more of a postmortem. When there is a man-made disaster or a natural disaster, we go there and then do our services, perform our services in such a way that it benefits the people. Now, how do we bring about a change? Now, for example, we have the National Disaster Response Team, NDRT, which is well managed by the central government, and wherever there is a disaster to a larger extent, or I'm talking about the magnitude of the disaster, NDRT is immediately present there, and Red Cross takes its activities there. Now, in healthcare sector, what we try to do as Red Cross is, we try to bring in more of voluntary service, and we also try to see that the healthcare is provided free of cost. If you see in our hospital itself, where we have a hospital in Egmore, we provide medical services at a very, very nominal cost. So therefore, the public is encouraged to come there, and we tell them the benefits of having good hygiene, and we also percolate it down to our districts. Some of our district representatives are here. So we ensure that the quality of service, that is our motive is humanity, impartiality, independence, neutrality, unity, and so on and so forth. So we make sure that all our activities are embedded within those 7 fundamental principles, and we ensure that we support the governments. So wherever, like ma'am was telling, NGOs should be supporting the governments. We act as a auxiliary to the governments, the state governments, the central governments, whatever. In fact, our central government Minister for Health is the de facto chairman of the Indian Red Cross Society. So therefore, as ma'am from Malaysia was rightly suggesting, financing is also a major issue. Now, when there is a disaster, we go and procure items. We don't get any discount from anywhere. So we procure those items and then we distribute to the needy who are actually affected to a considerable extent. So in such cases, what we would see is active participation, as ma'am was rightly present, pointing it out, and supporting organizations like Red Cross. More and more NGOs should come into this healthcare sector and ensure that proper healthcare is provided to all people at very, very reasonable cost. And most of the times, if you see people affected, as rightly because of this climate changes, a lot of people are affected. The costs are very high. The insurance premiums. In fact, as ma'am was saying, we should be involving insurance companies into this, because healthcare insurance, make it a compulsion to all citizens of the nation, irrespective of the age, and then it becomes more reachable, easily reachable. So insurance companies should be made a part of this, along with NGOs, and premiums should be made very, 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 very reasonable. If you see there are high premiums, they exclude some of the risks which people have. That is caused mainly because of this climate changes. So therefore, they should take it up. Insurance companies, the central government should take it up, private players should take it up, and only then, if it is a proper teamwork, we can ensure that healthcare reaches everyone and climate changes. Of course, we have to live with it, and we should try to, as much as possible, minimize the climate change effects on us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for going through the entire stakeholder process and taking us forward. And let us have Sumati madam add on for when the voluntariness is there, governance is there. How does NHS in UK help in mitigating the climatic problems or implementing the whole issues?
NHS trusts, all NHS trusts have ESG, environmental, social governance policies and guidance. And the large NHS trusts have environmental sustainability departments, and they have project leads and a board for environmental sustainability, which consists of consultants from various departments like ICU, cardiology, radiology. Different specialty consultants are represented in the board, and they have regular meetings on reducing carbon emissions in the hospital and they also monitor and follow all the policies through. And it doesn't involve just the hospital, it also involves the environment around the hospital, creating green spaces, large green spaces within the hospital premises and also around the hospital premises, and also reducing the use of vehicles, patients and carers coming into hospitals. They encourage the carers and patients and even staff to share transports or to not to use the way, walk to work kind of policy where you can walk 3 days a week to reduce the pollution. And recently there has been a case where a 13-year-old has been diagnosed with died of a lung disease, and the autopsy finding was that the child died due to lung disease caused by climate changes and the climate pollution. So nowadays, the children who die of climate pollution and climate changes, they can sue the governments for dying so young caused by the pollution, and so the governments and the services are compelled to reduce pollution around residential areas, children's areas. The other thing is I said earlier, using electric vehicles, renewable energies, and in UK they are moving towards nuclear powered energy, and the government has sanctioned for those kind of projects for renewable energy. And once again,
we'll have a quick one line.
The nuclear energy is safe, and there is reduced carbon emission, and governments are encouraging across the world towards moving towards nuclear energy in addition to the solar energy and wind energy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go for a quick one-liner from every one of you. The one-liner means one sentence. Please don't use too many commas in between that. I think make it as a one-liner because time is also running through. We'll have the first one from Vidya Madam.
One-liner when it comes to implementation and governance is like we have something in abundance, which is the sun that causes a problem, but we also have the sun that we can have in abundance, which can be used for renewable energy. Mr. Sundarajan would agree with it, and I think that's the way to move forward.
Thank you, Madam. Sundarajan sir has got a repeated calls. He said he'll try to come before we close down. Where do we are, sir? Quick one-liner from your side.
Healthcare for all, insurance premiums to be revisited.
Thank you. Both hospitals as well as public will be very happy about it. Let's go on to our Vanditanda Kabalis, Madam. Devavarshini, Madam.
We want to talk about leadership at some point, and I think when we talk about leadership, everyone looks at a formal appointed leader, but I think to note that leadership is a skill, a quality that everyone should have and everyone can have, and therefore leadership in climate and health starts with you from within. You yourself can create change within yourself, within your family, within your community, and make an impact even at a larger scale. But it begins with you.
Thank you. Sumati, Madam.
I'm also a global ambassador for the World Healthy Aging Council, and we would like to collaborate and work with the Commonwealth Medical Association, which is the largest medical association, umbrella organization of 54 Commonwealth nations. We would like to create longevity and sustainability centers which which combines both our goals. One is the longevity, the other one is climate change and environmental sustainability, to create those centers and work closely together and see that the measures and guidance are passed on and followed through the different countries in the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much for all the 4 panelists. We are missing Sundar Rajan because of his urgent work. He may be coming in short time and he will be accommodated in other panel. Thank you very much. We will close.
Kannan sir asked me to close by 3:20, but I am closing by 3:15. Thank you for the panelists.
Thank you to our moderators and panelists for the thoughtful discussion and to the audience for your engagement throughout the session. Greetings to everyone. Now we proceed to session 5, the final panel discussion of the day. The session focuses on leadership, education, and the way forward for climate resilient health systems. The guiding question for this panel discussion is, how should institutions, academic leaders, and healthcare professionals prepare to lead climate resilient and sustainable and future ready health systems? To moderate this session, we are joined by Dr. M. Kanagavel, Head Department of GI Surgery, Isabel Hospitals, Chennai. He's a Senior Consultant and HOD of GI Surgery, St. Isabel's Hospitals, Chennai. Leader in minimal access surgery, shorter stays, lower waste and resource use. Advocate of patient-centered lifestyle, education and preventive GI care. Aligns surgical efficiency with sustainable, high-quality healthcare delivery. And next, we have Dr. Kannan Rangaswamy, Senior Surgical Gastroenterologist, Laser and Laparoscopic Specialist, Chairman and Chief Surgeon from Prime Indian Hospital, Chennai. He is a research leader in environmental pharmacology and eco-friendly pollutant removal, promoter of climate-resilient, low-resource health systems, advocate of salutogenesis, yoga, and preventive healthcare models, strengthens health system preparedness for climate-related disease and disaster. He was also the former Vice Chancellor of IGIMS Patna, a recipient of DSC. Calling out the panelists for the discussion, we have Professor Vivek Inder Kochar, Vice Chancellor of Takshila University. He is a senior academic leader driving institutional governance and policy-led transformation. He is a promoter of green campus development and sustainable infrastructure in university planning. Emphasis on prevention, well-being, and community-centric health education. He is an active national speaker on future-ready, resilient education and health system. We have next Dr. Tanigai Venda, CEO of Bharat Medicine, Chennai. He is an anesthesiologist and critical care specialist, Chief Executive Officer of Bharat Medical College and Hospital. He is a promoter of palliative care, pain management, and patient-centered care models, supports sustainable, low-waste clinical protocols in operating theatres and ICUs. He is an active member of national professional bodies shaping safe and responsible healthcare delivery. We also have Dr. Annamalai R., who is a Managing Director of Karpaga Vinayaga Institute of Medical Science and Research Center. He a senior orthopedic surgeon and academic with long-standing experience in medical education and clinical care. Supports resource-efficient hospital planning and infrastructure development. He is committed to capacity building of healthcare workforce through education and training. He advocates of sustainable, community-oriented health systems aligned with CMACON values. And next we have Professor V.S.K. Venkata Chalapati. He is the principal of Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, Pondicherry. He is a research leader in carbon-neutral biofuels and sustainable engineering, addressing major climate drivers. He is a promoter of low carbon mobility and emission reduction practices on campus. He advocates of climate awareness and sustainability education, aligning engineering solutions with health outcomes. And finally, we have our own Dean Sir, Professor Nitin M. Nagarkar Sir. He is the Pro Vice Chancellor of SRM Medical College. He is a senior academic leader with extensive experience heading large public healthcare institutions. Sir promotes public health equity, addressing climate-linked vulnerability of populations, supports frugal innovation and resource-efficient healthcare delivery. He leads integration of research, surveillance, and digital health to strengthen system resilience. Over to you, sirs.
வருதான்னு பாருங்க. செக் 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 பாருங்க வந்துச்சான்னு பாருங்க. Friends, as the audio guys set up things, see, the most important thing for this panel will be mutual dialogue, and then I will be happy to listen to the floor as well. So the morning has seen covering up of basics, fundamentals, advanced, and now we move on to something very unique, the commitment of leaders. We have very fabulous experts, the CEOs, the vice chancellors of the universities and head of the institutes available for discussion today. I take privilege to join Dr. Kannan to host this panel. So it's not going to be a lecture based one, so I'll be putting precise questions, right? Many questions we may not know answers, but still let us deliberate on it. Let us have a focus, let us have a direction. That's the idea of this panel at all. So, thanks for joining us. Then take blessings from my teacher, Dr. Chandramohan. And these are our very esteemed leaders who are going to be with us. Couple of them are on the way, and then we'll go to the panel directly. We'll take first from Sir. The quotient is who is going to tie the bell to the cat. So, as a leader, so far, what are the things you have implemented on preparing your employees or people whom work under you to be climate sensitive? Yes, sir, for you. Oh, please, sorry.
So we'd like to welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellors who have joined us, who is sitting there on the other side. Sir is Professor Niharanjan Biswas from Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth from Pondicherry. We have our very own Nitin sir, who is the Pro VC and Dean sir of SRM IST.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
And we also have Annamalai sir, who is the Managing Director and Trustee and Dean of Karpavinayaga Institute of Medical Sciences. And then we have Tanigevendan sir, who takes care of the CEO of the Bharat Medical College and Hospital. And we have the Vivek sir, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Takshashila University. Sorry for that.
Sorry, we'll get back to the question. As a leader, how do you empower, or what is that you have done so far in getting the climate message driven into your employees?
Thank you, sir, for calling me. And as an individual as well as a leader of a university, I want to share what I have done till date.
Thank you.
We, as a university, started in 2022 with the thought process of not only teaching the students, but also having a social responsibility. I am very happy to share that in our credit system, there is one credit called green credit.
Amazing, sir.
And I think we are the first one who is doing this. We have also written a letter to UGC for getting recognition for it. Any student who comes to our university has to plant one tree.
Oh, that's super.
And compulsory he has to plant one tree. And that has 2 credits.
Okay.
So that student, once he goes to second semester, third semester, fourth semester, we have a modules for every semester. So the growth of that plant is being judged by our agriculture department. And on that basis, the credit is being transferred to next semester, third semester, fourth semester, fifth semester, and so on. I'm very happy to share that till date, we have planted more than 1,000 plants for it. And these saplings we used to get from government. It is a free of cost. Somewhere in government of India has also announced one program, I think, which is similar to what we are doing it. Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, something like that, in Amrit Kaal scheme. And it's the product that PRAN is called Life. The program which has been implemented by government is called Life. So we have given this program name as a green credit. So it is a responsibility of every student to be part of an environment and get this green credit in their credits, not only in credit. The main thought is that once he passes away from the university after 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in whichever course he is, we are making him emotionally attached with that tree. That tree has been named on that student name, and whenever there is an alumni association or anything, so he can come and he can sit, he can talk, he can take a lunch, he can discuss with in front of that place where he has planted that tree. So we have made that student emotionally attached to that particular place and that particular tree. That's what we are doing it.
Amazing, sir. We are really blessed to hear this. I've seen in IIT Madras, one chief guest used to plant one plant and put a name on it. But this is amazing. Every student getting into it has a very, very unique thought process. Hats off to your commitment, sir.
Not only students, sir, but all faculties. Yesterday we had a guest from South Africa. He has planted one sapling, and that was named in behalf of Mr. Anil. He was a High Commissioner from South Africa. Yesterday he visited us. So he has planted, and he and his wife has planted. So we have given the name of that plant on his name.
On this offset, I'd like to share something what Queen Mary's College, one of the premier college, arts and science college, is doing. Their botany department has planned the species because your initiative is going to change the landscape of the entire institution. So they have picked up species. So this avenue will have this group of trees. So the next avenue is going to have next group of trees. So it is like green fingerprinting. That's the concept they are. Maybe you can consider rather than having single species getting populated all around. Thank you very much. And now we move on to Dr. Tanigai. He is the CEO for the Bharat group of medical colleges. Tanigai, you've been in charge of creating manpower, nurturing manpower, and retaining manpower. So, in climate-sensed era, what are the commitments you expect? See, you recruit people at various levels, probably at dean level, the head of the department, the chiefs of the respective department, APs, SRs. This is on the medical side. Then you have the nursing side, you have the allied side. How well you are able to strategize them to fall into this belief of climatic resilience?
Well, like actually, this is an interesting question. So though we have different allied health like medical, nursing as well as allied health science, at the time of recruitment, we actually have a policy like actually we just take people who have climate literate. So we actually wanted to start this initiative basically because once the people get some knowledge about that, so they are implementing that during this crisis also would be of great use. So we do actually at the time of recruiting, especially the so-called nurses as well as the supporting staffs, we ask about they do have any knowledge about this climate changes and what is the health effects or the health impacts. Especially these are now taking a big challenge because in places like you must have seen 5 years before when COVID outbreak was there, it was a pandemic. So no one initially had any knowledge during the first year. But by the subsequent year, everyone came to know how to manage and then they developed the techniques, how to handle people. They came with all these PPIs and they were able to do well. So that sort of initiation, we wanted to take it prior itself. So this is to anticipate the risk rather than coming at the last moment and just starting to handle on the crisis. So this way, we are actually now at the time of recruitment by the HR. So we do ask, there is a questionnaire, do they have any idea about the climatic implications on the healthcare? So and what are the communicable disease you expect? So these are one of the ways, and at present, I can say this since it's an initial stage, about 20% of these recruited staffs, they do have a knowledge on the climate implications. Thank you very much.
So it is very, very heartening to see this initiative. And Tanigai has been very, very robust in telling one singular data at the last line. 20% of the staff recruited alone has some idea about the climate and climate mitigation issues. So the message is loud and clear. Lot of things need to be done on educating people. Getting qualified as a doctor or a physio or an allied health professional is only one step. Before they get into the work, before they get into an employment, there should be a certified course or one-day course like how we have all the college vice chancellors will agree, the good clinical practice, research ethics course, something like that. There should be a climate knowledge course so that it can be a day-long certification. Yearly ones can be done online. This is what Dr. Jailal has proposed, and I'm sure soon CMA is going to send out everyone. So thank you very much, Dr. Tanigai, and we move on to the next thing. You are going to
So may I request G. Sundarajan sir as one of the panelists, because of his much commitment he could not be able to join in the previous panel. Sir is a member and governing council member on climate change, Government of Tamil Nadu and Poolagam Nanbargal and advisor, promotion for new energy and energy efficiency, TANGETCO. Sundarajan sir, so you are having a lot of experience and you are associated with the NGOs and other groups and with the government. So you are coordinating a lot of programs, especially in the climate change. Regarding this goal-based leadership, so what is your take on for audience? Because most of things are new for us and we doctors not much involved in that. So in your view, what are your message to us?
See, I think that the one word that will drive the humanity into future is One Health. Climate change doesn't shock any hospitals or any health systems. It is only the poor preparedness that shocks the health system actually. So what do we mean by One Health leadership? In today's scenario, human health is not just human health. Human health depends on environment health, plant health, animal health, soil health, and many other things. So unless we have an integrated approach in dealing with One Health issue, I think zoonotic diseases or climate-induced heat strokes are going to increase. So I'll just give an example. Like 1990s, there was a small place in Australia. It's called Hendra. So that place is known for horse races. You will find horse, race courses, paddocks, veterinary doctors. Everybody, only those people lived in Hendra. So and there was a famous horse named drama series. So that horse was very famous. In whichever race the horse goes, it will win trophies. So the huge population of followers who used to follow the drama series horse, whenever there is a race in which drama series horse participates, the lot of crowds used to turn around. So this horse got retired, and the owner of that horse's name is Vic Rail. So he was having a staple of horses. Suddenly one day, this drama series horse, got pregnant, and it was carried to a nearby paddock for usual grazing. A guy from the grazing grounds will call this owner and say, your drama series horse is very sick and very tired. So this owner will ask his partner to go and get that horse to the stable back. So the horse will be brought back, and a local veterinary doctor called Peter Reid will be asked to come and attend to that horse. So he will verify that, and he will see patches in the faces of the horse, and the grass that the horse has eaten would not have been swallowed. It was just in the mouth. So he would give understand that it could be some viral disease. So he'll give some medicines, antiviral injections, antiviral medicines, and he'll go back. But next day early morning 4 o'clock, the doctor will get a call from the same stable. He was rushed and asked to come immediately as the drama series horse was dying. So he immediately rushed back, and he immediately saw the horse dying in pain, and he ultimately will die. So as usual, whenever there's a new disease, we say, there is a conspiracy theory. People will start saying that this owner of this stable has become bankrupt, so he himself has killed the horse. But it will not stop there. So as days pass by, more horses will get affected, and it will start dying. Hundreds of horses will die in the next few weeks' time. One person, which is Vic Rail himself, will get that viral, and he will also pass away. So it became a major issue in Victoria region, Victoria province, which is where the Hendra virus was there. So they will constitute a committee of epidemiologists, virologists, veterinary doctors, many other doctors to understand what happened. So they will collect all the samples from the horses, and they will try to match with the existing virals that will which will affect the horses. Nothing was matching. Nothing was matching. So they came to a conclusion, okay, there is a new viral attack. Probably what we could name this virus? The place was Hendra. So they will name that virus as Hendra virus. Now we have got a protocol not to name any virus by geographical places. Now we have got a protocol. But those days, it was named as Hendra virus. The story did not end there. So where did this virus come from? They had to research for a year. 1 year they took to do a research, and they will find the paddock where these horses were grazing had a lot of fruit-bearing trees. A lot of bats were there. So one day what would happen is a bat would get hit in an electric post and it would die. Okay. So they will take that bat, and do analysis, and they were able to find kind of viral structure match between what happened in the horses and what was in the bat. So they were perplexed actually. Why I'm saying this is very, very important. See, these bats have been there for centuries together, for thousands of years. These bats were there in Australia. There were kangaroos, there were koala bears, but the virus of which was in the bats did not affect the kangaroo, did not affect the koala bear, but it came and affected only the horse. Why is that? So then they will come to a conclusion, horses were new to Australia, and it was taken by the Europeans when they went to Australia 200 years back. So this grandmothers of this Hendra virus was waiting for thousands of years for this horse to come, where they will mutate to the horse and then to humans. So today what we are doing, we are just like that, bringing a jackal from Africa and trying to keep it in a zoo in India. It's an invasive species. Horses were invasive species to Australia. Okay. So the structure of the structure of those horses were not ready to take this virus. So they got affected. Ultimately, there was one more mutation, went to the humans. So unless you talk about animal health, plant health, soil health, environment health, which translates into one health, I think what we need today, the entire world, as a leadership I'm saying, its need is completely one health approach to deal with emergencies, heat strokes, zoonotic viruses, it could be anything.
Sir, in single story you have covered almost everything. Thanks for the interesting story, sir. Sir, Annamalai sir, actually since you are leader and director of Karpavinaga institutions, what is your workforce for climatic mitigation?
At the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Jailal sir for giving me this opportunity to take part in this event. So, in our institution, we have made two or three groups to look after the specific thing regarding the climate change and not to disturb the environment. We have a transport team and one more team. The transport team, they will look after if any buses crosses 15 years, the bus will not be on the road. We stop, we dismantle all the engines, everything, and we put them for canteen. It will not go to the road. And other team, all the plumbing and all other people in our institution, we don't use any bore water or anything. It is only a well water. We see to that not even a single drop of water goes out. We recycle almost 100% of water, and we collect all the rainwater, and we recharge our pit, and we make sure that the water is recycled, and all the STP water goes for plantation. And since all the vice chancellors and the head of the institution are here, we make this as our best practice for our NAC presentation from our institution side.
That's a great effort. I think Jailal sir, I think we have material and case studies by every single centers. So very unique concepts are implemented already. Shraman sir was telling about creating a different mindset of understanding you live in an ecosystem. So the entire ecosystem is responsible for the climate system. Now we move on to Professor Nitin. Sir, you've been pioneering educationist. Like any concept, rather than at the policy level we speak, empowering the students at various level. This has been a very standard recommendations by the WHO. How do you feel the policymakers or the curriculum creators should try to get this stuck into the basics?
So thank you very much, all the very learned organizers over here, Dr. Jayalal sir and Dr. Hariharan, the entire team. Great to see Doyens over here, Dr. Vasan D'Souza, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, all the leaders in the IMA. Thank you so much, and what a wonderful panel here. So no doubt, I think now it's very clear. There's so much of evidence that pollution, whether in the air, whether in the water, soil, so many, we know the health hazards because of it. Our country is not immune to it now, whether it is Delhi, whether it is Indore. So many examples now we have where it's proven that yes, pollution has directly affected human health, and it's a public health issue now. Similarly, I think all that evidence, which even I think Dr. Sundarajan sir rightly mentioned, so it all shows that it is the need of the hour, no doubt about it. And climate change mitigation is now being taught as a standard subject in all the medical schools, whether at undergraduation through community medicine department or post-graduation. Institutions which have School of Public Health definitely focus into all those issues, and projects are given to medical students, UG, PG, as well as researchers. And we know that the government of India along with so many of the multidisciplinary projects which are there. An emphasis has been given to it, including One Health, but we need to definitely do more than that. There is a pressing need for that to become now a priority for all of us. And I'm very happy that IMA has organized through the Commonwealth Medical Association this global summit over here, of which we are participating. And nice to see it's multidisciplinary, because it does not just affect one specialty. So that's one thing, that it affects all the scientists. So I'm very happy to note that here in SRM IST, we have a lot of work being done, not just by the medical professionals, but even by the scientists, engineers, technologists, on environmental health and pollution. A lot of work being done on microplastics. They have a lot of projects along with foreign governments, I think, including one from Norwegian government. And whichever activities they have to do over here, they have to always mention in the CME or projects, whichever they do, which that SDG goal they are trying to achieve, which one does it touch upon. So I think those are very important things. And I'm also happy to mention that SRM IST has done so well that in the recent, that is 2025 NRF ranking, we're in the top 5 for sustainability issues done in the university over here. So I think that's a great step forward. It goes to show the passion in the faculty, researchers, and students. I think is the need of the hour for the country, sir.
Sir, can I ask one quick question?
Please.
How many of them have done doctoral projects are happening in this on climate issues in SRMIST?
I think the number is quite large. I can't tell exact figure.
Fair enough.
But definitely cross-disciplinary work is being done between engineering, technology,
Excellent,
science, SPH, all are working together, sir.
So considering this, you should be aware of what type of research which is happening on the climate. What are your goals for the future, say 2030, 2040 or 2050? Are our research is going on the right perspective?
Yeah, like for example, it's now very clearly shown through air pollution causing COPD and lung diseases and chronic lung diseases. The lifespan is shortened not only in the adults but even children suffering from those health hazards. Water pollution is a major issue, but along with that, microplastics, as I mentioned, a lot of work is being done on microplastics because the way it is affecting human health, it affects health of, I think, plants, other animals as well. But definitely those are the priority issues for us. Water, soil, and of course, air pollution, microplastics. So various activities.
Excellent. Sir, do you think just resetting back the way we lived in late 18th century will alleviate everything?
See, if we compare the lifespan that used to be then versus what it is now, certainly we live much longer, but are we living healthier is the question. So definitely medication, surgical management, all that has helped improve the lifespan. We only wish that now the quality of life has to improve. And for that, for the world to be sustainable, for the future generations to enjoy the benefits of science and technology, it has to be a sustainable growth.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to the next important issue. I hope Dr. Jailal is here. Okay, fine, we'll move on. Sir, the responsibilities from the government side or from the political leadership are multifaceted. At this point, one country is telling, I'm going to withdraw from the entire climate stuff. We don't want any more funding. Still, even though the developed country contribute a lot for the climatic conditions, but then developing countries also give equal share of funding or whatever be the transformation cost, capex expenditures have been done. And so I would like to have a quick vote on you. You wish the government to spend, you wish the executors like the educational institutions or consumers, can be students, can be patients, can be doctors, professionals. So I can give a raise of hand vote. The monetary onus is with the government or with the public? Government. All right. So at this point of time, the execution, principally monetary things, see government, if I'm going, I'll quickly tell one scenario where somebody is using a chemotherapy drug. The chemotherapy drug is used for the benefit of a patient, beneficiary. Either he may be funded by the government as part of the responsibility of the government to the general public, or funded by his own for getting treated. But the healthcare unit has the responsibility of safe handling, safe disposal of it. Do you still believe when a private healthcare patient utilizing this service should be spent by the government or by his own? It's a tough, tricky question. I'm not leading to anywhere. I'm not going to finger point at the end of this question. What is your thought about it? Sir, speak on the mic, sir.
See, I think the government should pay doesn't mean that government will pay from its pocket. There's something called as polluter pays. So you'll have to ensure that the people who pollute more or emit more or whatever it is have to pay for whatever services that has to be rendered by the government. In a private hospital, the patient will pay extra for medical waste disposal or whatever you want to call. But when you go to a government hospital, you can't expect him to pay that kind of money to safeguard him. So that's where the government role comes in. See, government should ensure that where it has to get the monetary things and where it has to spend.
Sir, one quick question being on the administrative side. In few countries like Japan and other things, your sewerage volume and the quality of sewerage is the amount you get taxed upon. How far we are on that line, sir?
See, I mean, we can't impose some Western thoughts and Western ideas into our system right now. Okay. Do we have adequate number of buses today? No. Do we have adequate number of doctors or specialists today? No. But we try to bring in some Western world idea into this present day governance. Let us first accept that there lot needs to be done on basic governance, healthcare delivery, proper disposal of waste, solid waste or medical waste, proper provision for drinking water. All those things can be ensured first, and then we can borrow the international thoughts of you will be taxed according to the sewage content or these are all nice ideas. I'm not denying that fact, but these are the ideas of tomorrow for India. So we can't just simply borrow ideas from the Western world and try to imbibe them into our society and our lawmaking process. We have a unique thing, like our disparity between haves and have-nots are very high, very high. So we have to talk about that. We have to ensure that every citizen of this country gets a proper piped drinking water, proper health care. So all those things are needed. So do we have even and see, as professionals, you will be talking a lot on antimicrobial resistance. But do we have this policy in every PHC, in every taluk or in every tertiary care hospital? Not really. Only the super specialty hospitals will have this. So there's a lot of waste, lot of distance to be traveled on the social sector. Let us do that.
So are we to when are we going to draw the line that you are? I'm with your game that we are still yet to reach the supply safety at all. Still, the amount of supply what is required in the society is to be yet to be provided. Then we speak about safety of the supply and the robustness of the longevity of the supply systems. Sir, maybe at this point of time, do you think when India becomes developing to develop, that will be the line where we can think more about climate?
See, I think if you ask me if there is one word in the last about 25-30 years, which was started as a positive connotation, now has become a negative connotation, is a word called development or developed country. So it's a very, it depends on what parameters you would like to say a country as a developed country. We'll fight for hours on those parameters. Okay, I'm not getting into that developed versus developing word, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, basic things. See, for example, I'll tell you an example. 1 lakh population in a city, for a 1 lakh population, you need to have 60 buses. Okay, do we have 60 buses? We will not put money in buses, but we will put 100,000, 1 lakh crores in metro. See, our priorities are misplaced today. I'm not saying I'm not against metro. I am for public transport. I want metro.
Yes.
But the Western concept is doing metros. So we are saying we will build metros in every city. People in cities like somewhere, some cities in UP has got a population of 20 lakh, and we are building a metro there. Okay, so our priorities are completely misplaced. What today Chennai needs, it's a robust bus transport system. Yes, public transport is important. Out of 45 lakh people who travel in Chennai every day 45 lakh people travel in Chennai. You know what? How many people use transport? I mean buses. 35 lakh people use buses. What are other 10 lakh use? They use the suburban train and the metro. But the unfortunate thing, the forms of transport which carry lesser number of people, like the metro or the suburban train, have a rite of passage. But the transport which carries maximum number of people doesn't have a rite of passage in the road. They have to compete with ambulances, they have to compete with two-wheelers, they have to compete with cars, they have to compete with the lorries, rickshaws, dogs, cattle. No, I'm not complaining, but I'm saying our priorities are misplaced.
Point well taken, sir. Now,
So, Professor Nigaranjan sir, what is your policy as a Vice Chancellor in your institute? So, regarding this change climate mitigation, what is your infrastructure currently and what are your policies?
Thank you very much for inviting me and also for keeping me at the last panelist.
We are having another 20 minutes.
No. I learned a lot from them. It is good for me, and thank you, Dr. Ved Prakash sir. I'm happy to see him. He is one of our member of our Executive Council. Time to time we call him and we learn a lot from him. And you see, what we are discussing today,
Yes, sir.
it's very pertinent and very important and very timely. Because unless we start working from now, the planet Earth will be very soon will be destroyed. And it is the responsibility of these backbenchers.
Current and future generation.
Our next generation. Action is more needed than just discussion. We have taught a lot, we have discussed a lot, but we have to work immediately. 2 hours lecture is nothing. One of the point of that lecture, when it is done, that is more than 2-hour lecture. Whatever you have written, all those points are very pertinent, and I endorse all the discussion with all my learned panelists, particularly about this on-hand policy. We had a discussion in Pondicherry University just 2 months ago. Many people came from abroad also, because we can't be solo. We cannot be that only hospital, only man's disease. It is totally interrelated. Zoonotic disease, then as told about this corona, and then the plant disease. So we have to see the health of each and every living. Plant is a living. Few years ago, till Acharya Jagadish Bose told that plant has life, we used to think differently. But plant is also living. Those who are botanists here, they will appreciate that. So we have to think all types of living thing, their health, and the action should be started immediately. And as you told that, we have started in the grassroots level to our students, undergraduate student, as somebody told that plantation. We do plantation very frequently, and for the last few years, our university is getting that green certificates. We have 2 campuses, one in Pondicherry, another is Chennai, and both the campuses is full greenery. And we give the duty to all the students. I think Helen is here. She was earlier with our principal of nursing college from Chennai campus. Now she joined here, and she will appreciate that so many plants we have done by the students. So that is one thing. But not only the plantation, a lot of other things coming. You see what is happening in Uttarakhand and other things. They are destroying the natural habitat, these plants and everything, and so many floods and other things. Even in Srinagar, flood is going on. So this is man-made. We have to restrict that. We have to stop that. And that is only like the Chipko movement. Now the students should go and then embrace the plants, and then only it should not be cut. And buildings is coming on, road is coming on. So we are destroying our heritage. We are destroying our legacy. This is totally wrong. We have to work immediately. Heat wave is coming. There is this climate change. Then flood is coming, pollution. You go to Delhi, AQI. After a few days, I think Delhi will be like Harappa Mohenjo-daro. I have my house in Delhi. Unfortunately, 30 years I work in All India Institute, and whenever I get a chance to go outside Delhi, I immediately take that offer. When I got an offer to Pondicherry, immediately I came here. So it's a very problematic, and nobody is thinking about this. So we have to work together. And my last Last word is that it should be done by your students. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for giving a totally different aspect into the discussion. Now I'm going to ask quick questions on the reverse order and finally the policy maker. Sir, I am sure your institution is growing. You have plans for another 5 years, what many courses are going to come or what new faculty you are going to generate. When you are sitting into the first blueprinting, say the trust says, okay, please go ahead, or the financial committee gives you go ahead, how many times, this will be a one-liner, before even starting to employ a planner, do you consider keeping a climate expert or the green expert, the so-called green, do you allocate funds for that?
It is a must now. In every committee there should be a planner and there should be a climate expert.
So you do it?
Excellent, I do.
Please sir, how about you?
Yeah, thank you. It is certainly done nowadays, and they have a big role to play, not just what is the present scenario, but even to tell us about the future. Like for example, electricity, solar panels, green, whatever, recirculation, recycling of the water, solid waste management. So whichever area you want to develop, all these aspects are now definitely integral into your development. Otherwise, it will be haphazard growth, and we end up with, like we saw in Britain in the 1850s or early 1900s when development was happening. It led to a lot of pollution. Industrial development happened. Same thing happened to China. I think there's a lot of learning for us from all those examples, and we have to grow. Development is a must, but along with that, these aspects should be taken into mind every time.
Sir, sir, over to him please. Sir, when you are planning your next project, especially if you are going to sit with a planner, do you think what will be the quotient of money share will go on to the green aspects?
So nowadays it is a mandatory.
Or I would say how much it escalates your project cost. That may be an easier way for everyone to understand.
Around 10 to 12%.
Amazing, sir. Any disputes to that numbers? It can be more, much more. People go on to say up to 20 to 23%, that's the international. But probably in India, we aim around somewhere between 12 to 15%. Dr. Tanigai, you sitting in the board, especially with decision-making boards, when you are planning to do, say for instance, you are going to create a new building separately, a new standalone project, how much of times you sit with the climate? See, when you are sitting with the design plan, you sit with them at least 10 times, 20 times to say, I want this side, I want right side, you want left side. Now most of the time NMC very clearly says so many lakh square feet with so many rooms and all. So we have very limited choice to except to change the design. But then LEED 5, this certification definitely is much more costlier than what we are talking about. Do you have someone to advise you on this type of green certification?
Yes, I just want to say two things. We actually have an MOU with the so-called LIA foundations. So this is a foundation which mainly focuses on green development. And every 6 months, we are into the project of planting trees, especially plants. So about 2 months before, we planted about 300 plants in our campus. And I'm also happy to say we have dedicated 1 acre. See, in this era, the acre land giving for the development of green is very rare. We have just given 1 acre of our backyard land for the development of greeneries, especially herbal plants. So this is actually taken by our agriculture university. So these students as well as the faculties from our agriculture college, they come and they do take up care of all these herbs as well as the plants, and now they are actually started growing into trees. So I think within a period of about 10 years, it will look like more of a green forest over there in the heart of the city near Selayor.
So what type of plants generally you planted? So because the maintenance is a big issue nowadays.
Yes, sir. Like actually, these steps are being taken by the so-called LIA Foundation, sir. And most commonly, the plants are actually what we get. So these are not in the budding stage. We get the plants at the height of about, say about 3 feet like that, and we plant it all over the campus. And the selection of these plants are taken by them, so that these plants, so I actually want to say out of the 300 plants, we planted, only 20 they died. Rest of the plants, they really survived despite of all the so-called rainy season, everything. So just since it's been taken by this NGO, so we are happy to say that every 6 months we are into this green revolution.
At least for 3 years, it has to be maintained well. Then only it will grow on their own.
Yes, sir. We do also have our own gardeners to take to take care, as well as our agriculture department. They are also giving suggestions for this growth of these trees also.
Vivek sir, in your institute, what is your policy? Currently, we are following all this now.
Sir, in continue what sir said, we have 3 campuses. The first campus, what we have in Pondicherry, all the trees which are fruit trees. The second campus, which is in Milam, it's all the trees which are shaded trees. In our Takshashila, all the trees are flower trees. So this is the thought process we are going in. So whatever plantation we have done in our university, in the Takshashila, it is not a fruit tree, not a shaded tree, it's only for flower trees. So this thought we are working from last 20-25 years. And regarding in continuation what sir said, now we are seeing that every time whenever the college or university projects themselves, they say it's a green campus. Previously it was you can say world-class campus. Now people used to say green campus because green is a need of an hour. Everybody wants that natural sunlight, green concept. So go green is the need of an hour. Everybody has to work it. It is not a government, not a organization. Every individual has to have that responsibility of grow green. And that concept, it was being also shared, that whenever we are projecting, when we are making a plan, when we are making a project, we make for 20-30 years what will happen in future. So for that, lot of ideas has been generated, lot of things has been kept, because that is the plan for next phase, second phase, third phase, fourth phase. At presently, our university in first phase, we have 167 acres land. So at presently, we are working for 25 acres of land, that is phase 1. Our phase 2 will start in 2029. So what till 2029, whatever we have planned, it has lot of things which is related to green, which is related to the environment structure what we have. And I am very proud to say that not only as students, but also as an individual, as a faculty, as an responsible citizen of India, it is our responsibility, and definitely we are doing it also.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now we come to the policy level. Sir, at this point of time, you were talking about how to create new greens or create an environment. In the recent budget also, like the way reforestation is happening in India. Sir, what we are achieving as the carbon footprint offset by creating new forests of so many hectares, that's what, like whatever way the seedlings are done, they create so much of reforestation concepts are happening. The amount of carbon footprint what we get out of these type of major projects, like thousands of hectares where new forests have been created, especially the mines are cleared and forests are replanted. The amount of carbon offsetting from there, and say building level, say sir is speaking about 167 acres, every university is minimum of 100 acres. A 100-acre project involving building costs, material costs, maintenance costs, and sustainability costs, do you think which gives better green offset as a policy maker, sir?
See, even before we talk about reforestation or compensatory afforestation, I would say protect our forest, protect
Absolutely,
our trees.
sir. Absolutely,
See,
sir.
any aged tree or old tree, whatever you want to call it, sequesters more carbon than the planted trees. So, and that is very, very important. So I can say that, hey, you know what, I will plant some 100 trees, but I will not talk about 100 hectares of forest getting wiped out in Chhattisgarh. For me, planting 100 trees is a second option. But for me, the first duty is to protect that 100 hectares of forest area in Chhattisgarh, because it is a completely very old, age-old forest which can sequester more carbon. So before we get into afforestation or before we get into replantation, we have to focus more on protecting the forest existing forest today. And also I would make a request to all the institution heads who are here. So we have been talking about trees that are flowering trees or fruit trees or shade trees, but I would request them to plant only native trees. Okay, native species. Okay. See, for us, it could be a neem tree, it could be a Pamera tree, it could be a alamaram, attimaram, whatever you want to call. But for the birds, it's their homes. Not every bird will build their nest in any tree. Particular kind of birds will build their nest only in a neem tree. Particular kind of birds will build their nest only in a palm tree. Particular birds will build their nest only in banyan tree. So it is not just destroying or rebuilding it, it is their home. So when you allow that to happen, biodiversity is bound to happen. Okay, so this is very, very key. And since this meeting is happening in a college or institution, I'd like to add, if you ask us, if you ask me especially, what is that we have to do? I've been listening to discussions. So one thing that we have to do, all of us, is take up climate and One Health literacy. In 1970s, 80s, we had an Arivoli Iyakkam where we understood, learned how to read, how to write. So today what is needed is climate and One Health literacy. I would like to conclude by saying the words of the famous Senegalese forester, Baba Dayurian. He spoke in Delhi in 1962. He said, at the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand. We will understand only what we are taught. நமக்கு எது பயிற்றுவிக்கப்படுதோ அதை மட்டுமே நாம் புரிந்து கொள்வோம். எதை நாம் புரிந்து கொள்வோமோ அதைத்தான் நேசிப்போம். எதை நாம் நேசிப்போமோ அதை மட்டுமே நாம் பாதுகாப்போம்.
So education has to start
Exactly.
from school level.
Yeah.
So point is well taken, sir. Sir, one quick question before I wind up. Sir, this concept of modular geothermal interventions or geogrids, newer grids, they say if Chennai cannot afford so much of green creation, I will choose something what is in Western Ghats or Eastern Ghats. I will do a super intense green commitment. Sir, this has been tried in few countries, especially Israel has been taking a lead initiative. But they claim it is less expensive to create more green in an alternative, in nearest possible, less expensive infrastructure creation environment. Do we also try to implement that, sir? Because I understand if you are going to build somewhere in the main road or something, you give that CSR zone where plants have to be made, that is made part of the CMDA approvals also. Rather than going on that lines, say for instance, you take a commitment of 10 acres. If you are going to promote 10 grounds of land in a principal road, you have to take a commitment of 10-acre maintenance at a X arid zone or something like that. Do we have something running like that, sir? Or do we have option to offset the CSR in that way?
No, I don't think that could be a policy like that.
No, sir, I'm not asking about
there could not be a policy like that. Why I'm saying this? Okay, you cut all the trees in Chennai, for example. I'm not saying we should do it. Cut all the trees in Chennai. Go and plant trees in Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats. What will happen to Chennai? You will have cloudburst like anything. Your urban heat islands will increase 15 times, 20 times. People will die out of heat strokes. Do you know, does any of you know, every month, about 8 to 10 MTC workers die in Chennai? Every month.
About drivers and conductors, sir.
Out of that 10, 12 MTC workers, 80% are drivers and conductors. Heat stroke. So what will happen, if you say remove these trees and go to do, see, I'll tell you something. Technology is not a panacea of all problems. தொழில்நுட்பம் ஒன்றும் சர்வரோக நிவாரணி கிடையாது. I'll give an example also. In the 1980s, most of the people like my age will know, we used to talk something called as ozone water vandruchu, because we know the CFC was doing a lot of bad things to us. So all the countries came together and declared in Montreal Protocol, which we said we will replace CFC by HFC. What happened to that? HFC is it's a greenhouse gas. So it's making a climate change issue more. So when you try to solve an issue by technology, you will have another problem. So nature-based solutions are the best way to move forward. We always advocate NBS, which is nature-based solutions, is the way forward for mitigating and becoming a resilient state or a city for a long period of time.
Fine, sir. Having come to an end of this, I'd like to hear from you two-liners. What is going to be the message for planners? This will be exclusively limited to planners than executors, because the next session is going to be on policies, what CMA is the Commonwealth Medical Association is going to implement. Your recommendations for creating commitment towards policy, two-liners, each one of you.
See, I mean, we can talk about policies, but I like to add only one
yes,
sentence.
Sir, what is the most, which affects you the most, or which is very close to the heart?
The science is clear. The solutions are clear. The future generations will say whether we acted or we governed properly. That's all.
Absolutely. Sir. Careful, careful.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay? Careful.
Yeah, I repeat the same thing what I told earlier. Action is more important. Whatever you make the policy, that should be implemented. That is the problem. We make big plan, but it is not implemented. Implementation and implementation.
Perfect, sir. Sir, over to you.
See, new developments and research is definitely going to help us. Research innovation for climate change is essential. It has helped us over the years. But yes, we should not forget the traditional knowledge, the wealth of knowledge which has sustained society for thousands of years. We also have to hand over the earth to the next generations. That traditional knowledge, that wealth of knowledge should also be part of the development of the scientific development that we should use.
Absolutely. It reflects his views and his views as well. Sir, over to you, sir.
To take care of air and water, 38% of the places to be in a green covers.
Point
and it has to be executed.
We need to embed sustainability in governance. That is the most important thing. So if you're just going to practice that one, naturally you'll be able to achieve the targets what you want.
Policy level. Thank you. Sir.
Sir, very well point taken from sir, what sir told. Planting a tree which is required for this present scenario, this present geographical condition. Definitely will take it, and 100% sir, it's my assurance from Takshashila University that it will be done in our university, sir.
Thank you for your commitment, sir. Before we wind up, I'll give you 2 minutes. Any questions from the floor to the esteemed panelists here? Because we have been doing all the talking. Over to you, sir. Can someone pass a mic to that? Or please come forward, sir. I'll give my mic to you. Sir, please introduce yourself and ask.
I am Dr. Gurunath. I am past secretary of IMA from Vilupuram. I accept, sir, there is a building, the Vastu was created 2000 years before. You follow the Vastu for the building. A central open space with a lighting area of the old hospitals, old buildings. You see the old GH, the old tuberculosis ward. It is planned by the Vastu. There will be a central ventilation. It is a laminar flow and its exits. And I was doing a post-graduation in MMC. My chief was shouting, don't demolish the old buildings. Now they have demolished the whole buildings. The whole GH plan has changed. And there's every tall building. You cannot even walk into each building. The green concept has totally gone. MMC is changed. Stanley has changed. You have lost your identity, you have lost your everything. You follow the Vastu, green buildings are always there. Nobody is following it. It's a very simple concept. And second thing is, the building area should go up with the green area. That is the garden area. So how many square feet of building you have? You should have a same garden area so that equal things will have it.
Sir, the points are definitely very concerning, but I think it is a micro level issue which definitely have to be taken. We stand with you, your thoughts, but I'm sure maybe this is not the forum for that issue to be addressed. Do you have questions at policy level, sir? I'm with you. I am a student of MMC. I do share the pains of what you are telling.
I'm also accepting with sir. Implementation. The government is not implementing it.
Sir, I think we are off tracking, sir. We are off tracking. Definitely not for this forum. You have any questions on policy level, I'll be happy to address to that. Because this is a micro level single institution issue. Maybe I'm equally sad like you. It is not appropriately implemented. But I am sure all the 5 towers have taken lot of planning because I was part of it for a very brief time. But then I'm unsure whether this tuberculosis concept is
engaging discussion. And thank you to the audience for your participation. With this, we conclude today's panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the concluding segment of this historic summit, we now present the closing policy commitment created on the theme Climate Responsible Healthcare, a collective policy commitment.
I request our dignitaries to kindly grace us on the stage.
I'll remove all this, sir. I'll remove it, sir. There's a print.
Not printed, I'll give you a copy.
No, it's okay, sir. We got the order. I've written it down. Okay, sir.
Thank you
for all the dignitaries in the back.
ஆமாப்பா யார் யார் கூப்பிடணும்னு உங்களுக்கு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க உனக்கு
No, sir. No, no.
உனக்கு என்ன இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்களோ அதை ரீட் பண்ணிட்டு நீ மூவ் பண்ணிக்கோ
Okay. I request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the stage. This session marks a significant milestone, translating dialogue into direction and vision into responsibility. It reflects our shared resolve to embed sustainability into the very core of healthcare practice.
எதுமா
இது
வேணுமா
இது வேணுமா சார்?
அந்த இதுதான் இப்ப மேல ஸ்க்ரீன்ல வரணுமா ஆமா 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 Namaste, sir. Blessed. Sorry to not deliver it on time. Thank you, sir. Can I request all of you to move to the central core? That makes it in the right perspective. Sorry if we are displacing from your location. I request you to move to the central core, please. And probably if you have your friends down in the other hall, can you request them, call them up and come to the stage, please? That helps us to run the program well. Thank you very much.
Greetings to one and all. Climate change is one of the most urgent challenges of our time, affecting not only our environment but the very foundation of human health and well being. The Global Summit on Climate Change Mitigation Healthcare Perspective brings together policymakers, healthcare professionals, scientists, and community leaders from around the world to explore how climate action and health outcomes are deeply interconnected. This summit focused on how climate mitigation strategies can protect public health, reduce disease burden, and strengthen healthcare systems in the face of environmental changes. Through collaboration, evidence based solutions, and cross sector dialogue, participants aim to drive meaningful action that safeguards both the planet and the health of present and future generations. Now, I call upon Dr. Kannan to welcome all the dignitaries onto the dais.
Good evening to everyone. It's my honor to invite Professor J.A. Jayalal sir, the President of Commonwealth Medical Association, a leading global advocacy for climate responsible healthcare, to come over and occupy the dais, please. That would be followed by Dr. Sumati. I request Dr. Sumati ma'am, convener of Climate and Energy Subcommittee of the Commonwealth Medical Association, who is driving sustainable health system strategies. Okay. Which will be soon followed by Dr. Sridhar sir, the President of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. He will be joining us soon, and he is the organizing chairman for CMA Con, that is the championing clinician-led climate action. I also request Dr. Dravyam Mohan, who is the executive secretary and the honorary secretary of IMA TNSB, strengthening the professional engagement in public health policy, who will be joining us very soon. And we will be joined very soon by the chief guest, Justice Pushpa ma'am, who is on her way. I also request Professor Russell Franco de Souza sir, the International Chair in Bioethics and Global Leader in Medical Ethics Education, who will be joining us soon at the earliest. We will also be joined by Professor Ved Prakash Mishra sir, who is the President of the Association of Medical Education of India, shaping the future-ready medical education. Will be just coming over in a few minutes, in a few seconds. We also request the Secretary of Association of Medical Education of India, Professor Mary Matthew ma'am, also to join us on the stage, please. Professor Satya Narayanan sir, our very own host institution associate dean, Faculty of Medicine, who is integrating sustainability into academic medicine. Please do join us, sir. The man behind the show, organizing secretary, Dr. Thiruma Valavan, CMA Con 2026, coordinating collective action for climate responsible healthcare. Kindly do join us, please.
To set the context for this important session, I now invite Professor J. Jayalal sir, President, Commonwealth Medical Association, to deliver the opening remarks.
Okay, so to go ahead and do this thing, we would be requesting Dr. Kanagavel sir, who is our scientific committee head, who will be talking to us and telling us about the policy decision, which has been policy document of Commonwealth Medical Association.
President, Commonwealth Medical Association, President, IMA Tamil Nadu, the Chancellor and the leadership of SRM, senior leaders, my dear friends from near and far, and from the entire Commonwealth fraternity. I've been bestowed with this task of coordinating these two important documents. This has been evolved after long deliberations with multiple faculty across multiple Commonwealth leaders, and I've been given the task of reading out the essence of the discussions what we had so many days. So the Commonwealth Association policy number 1, the integrated planetary health, to advance resilient development by harmonizing climate mitigation, adaptation and sustainable practices, thereby safeguarding both planetary stability and human well-being. Item number 2, it will be evidence-based intervention and financing for the respective projects. So the Commonwealth Association spearheads to reframe environmental determinants as preventable disease vectors. We commit to robust interventions supported by interoperable data architectures, interdisciplinary risk assessment, and pooled financing to bridge adaptive gaps. Moving on to accountability in operations, to enforce transparency through health information systems that quantify, report,
and mitigate the healthcare sector's own environmental footprint and carbon emissions. Strategic capacity building, the CMA undertakes to institutionalize long-term competency development, empowering leadership and frontline workers to spearhead climate resilient initiatives. Then moving on to technological know-how and availability and sharing and financial mobilization, the CMA strives hard to accelerate the equitable deployment of frontier technologies and capital through high-impact public-private partnership as the stakeholders remain every consumer. The most important thing is standalone policies, standalone implementations, standalone outcomes, and standalone parameter setting is not going to help. The CMA very firmly believes on synergy across multiple sectors. So the CMA strives hard to forge unified coalitions across governments, communities, and the private sector, creating a systemic defense against climate shocks and environmental hazards. So in a simple line, each one of us are responsible for this. Then the most important thing, adaptability and transformability. The transformative resilience, the CMA strives hard to engineer adaptive pathways enabling health systems to absorb both acute climate shocks and occult. Occult is the one which remains latent, chronic, or yet to be discovered environmental stressors. Welcome, ma'am. We warmly welcome Justice Pushpa ma'am, the chief guest for the program. May I request all of you to rise up and give a round of applause to welcome madam, please. Her lordships. Thank you very much, everyone. With the permission of ma'am, we move on to the next commitment of the policy. The transformative resilience, the IMA undertakes to engineer adaptive pathways enabling health systems to absorb both acute climate shocks and occult to be identified or the latent or the chronic ones, which are the environmental stressors. Then we move on to the next commitment, the infrastructure and workforce excellence. The CMA commits to implement state-of-art management policies that modernize physical infrastructure and prioritize the continuous evolution of the health workforce. Moving on to the future-proof learning ecosystems, the CMA commits to bridge the climate health knowledge gap by establishing dynamic learning models tailored for policymakers, infrastructure developers, and practitioners. The ultimate commitment, the climate displacement intelligence. There was a long discussion about movement of animals, movement of birds and others, but the most important thing is human migration towards urbanization as well as country for better prospects. The CMA duly understanding this important happening which is all around the world, around the globe, because humankind has been migrating from time immemorial to the modern days, and then the availability of rapid transport systems makes migration even more faster. And being resilient about this important trouble, the CMA is committed to utilize predictive analytics. In fact, CMA is committing to an artificial intelligence based human migration movements to utilize predictive analytics on human migration, ensuring agile health resource allocation in response to unplanned population shifts. So thank you very much for the opportunity given. Over to you, sir. Give me a moment, please. One second. Give me a moment, sir. Can I request the President of the CMA to address to the gathering before we move on to the next agenda?
Beloved and distinguished, the Justice of the Green Tribunal of our India and the Chief Guest for this day, our beloved Chief Guest, Justice Pushpa Satyanarayan, the distinguished guest of honors who are here, traveling all the way from Australia. The man is the international chair of bioethics, and who the man who is responsible for bringing the concepts of bioethics in our India. We call the phenomena racialization. So he is the one who is induced the concepts of the bioethics in the Indian continent in a much better way. And another guest of honor we have, it is a great privilege for the man, the architect or the continuing the CBME based medical education, the author, the planner and implementer of the CBME syllabus of medical education, and the father of medical education, of the modern medical education, and the president of the Association of the Medical Educators of India, and the fifth Ved of our Indian continent, Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra ji, and the ably assisting Association of Medical Educators of India, the great pathologist and the bioethics personality, Professor Dr. Mary Matthews, who has come from all the way to be with us, and the Dr. Our Sumadi, the climate change subcommittee convener of Commonwealth Medical Association, coming all the way from UK. The host branch or the state branch of IMA Tamil Nadu, President, my beloved brother Dr. Sridhar, the Secretary Dr. Treviya Mohan. The big clap man who is due is to our the architect or the person of this meeting is the dean of this prestigious institution, Dr. Satyanarayana, and the organizing chairman, my good friend and brother Dr. Thirumabalavan, and the presidents of our Tamil Nadu state IMA and the distinguished leaders. Indeed, it's a great honor and privilege, and we could initiate this program of the climate change initiative from the Commonwealth Medical Association. Honorable Justice is here, and the Commonwealth Medical Association represent the 56 Commonwealth countries. And one of the most important things which we now presume, and the challenge of this modern day, is the climate sustainability and the impact of the climate change, which is affecting continuously the human beings. And we are on the verge of disaster in this moment, and somebody has to come in and bring that awareness, bring the preventive steps, and proactively we need to act. And that is what the dream of Indian Medical Association and all the medical association doctors. Yes, climate change is not caused much by the doctors, but we are also constituent of nearly 10% of the climate change creation, the complications today. So we need to equip our doctors, we need to imbibe the principles of climate change mitigation, the principles of built environment and the resilient functionality. So for that purpose, this meeting is organized, and we have representation from the different parts of the country, different Commonwealth countries, and the more so importantly, the medical students across the Tamil Nadu state is been participating here. I'm extremely delighted and happy to see that, and the conference, the convention has went on very smoothly. We have almost 75 distinguished faculties spanning from the NGOs like Red Cross Society President, and from the organizations like Exonora, organization like the solar energy head, the alternative energy heads, and the architectures head, and the people who teach engineering in an engineering college and how to build an hospital building, and also the practical CEOs of the many corporate hospitals who have come and shared the problems they face, the challenges they face, and what are the ways forward for us to go forward in making a predictable change in the climate change deterioration, where we will be able to at least reverse. I must profusely thank the students of this college and who have enacted a great dramatic play here. And I was so happy to see at the end the students were joining hands and say, yes, we will make a change in the climate positively, and we will make the green come back to the country, come back to our mother India. So that is a resilience, that is a power, that is an invocation, that is a challenge, and that is embodiment is an objective of organizing this meeting. And I, as a president, I'm fulfilled in my dream that we were able to infuse this vision of a deteriorating climate and our role to restore it, and the need for it has been imbibed in thousands of students. It is not only the students who are here physically, doctors who are here physically, but a lot of people are watching this in online, and it is in the YouTube, and it has been widely circulated today. And I am sure and I am confident there will be a light, will be spark, and there will be bring some change, and it will be bring a positive change where we will be able to restore our mother India, and we will be able to give back this country in the same and the safe way to the role to our next generation. That's why we were interested in, we have the policy makers. There's a lot of policy makers participated today, but most importantly, there's a one body which sees that whether it has been implemented properly, the guidance are being given, is a Green Tribunal of India. And we are very, very fortunate today have the justice of that Green Tribunal India is here to tell us where we are going wrong and what we can do and what else. And they are expecting, the Green Tribunal of India is expecting from the medical fraternity and medical community to change and to implement. So I'm extremely happy, and we have just heard the policy decision of the Commonwealth Medical Association. We have 10 points on which we are going to work on that. But we wanted to make it as a practicable solution, what best we can do, what is the possible. Every hospital needs to adopt these principles in their day-to-day function, so that we will be able to make a change. So the policy affirmation of the Commonwealth Medical Association will be read here, and that will be released, and we will supply this to every hospital. And we will also talk with the government and various medical associations of the country, and we will make it as a practicably and implementable solution for mitigating the climate change. I will now request Dr. Kanagavel to read the charters of Commonwealth Medical Association. Then we will be releasing it to this audience at this moment. So once again, I take this opportunity to thank you profusely for the interest you are showing, the enthusiasm with which you have participated, the proactiveness which you have shown, and the vibrancy which I could feel, and leaving us back with a positive intent that yes, we have done something and we will be reap the benefit in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. We definitely will stand on your footpaths, and we, on our behalf, assure you to implement the policies with great fervor and commitment. Friends, I take pleasure in reading out the Commonwealth Declaration on Carbon Neutral Healthcare. This is a strategic decalogue for sustainable hospital infrastructure. We, the representatives of the National Medical Associations across the Commonwealth, assembled in Chennai for the Global Summit on Climate Change Mitigation on the 5th February 2026, recognize that climate change is a profound crisis. The Commonwealth Declaration on Carbon Neutral Healthcare calls upon governments and health institutions to prioritize these 10 strategic commitments. Slide on. Friends, I will read one after the other. Implementable commitments. First, we commit to the adoption of passive architectural design by following green building standards that optimize natural light, cross ventilation, and to minimize artificial climate control. Item number 2, we pledge to implement energy auditing and intelligent monitoring through automated real-time energy tracking systems designed to eliminate wastage during idle hours. Item number 3, we urge the transition towards high efficiency HVAC, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, and renewable energy procurement replacing legacy systems with low emission technologies, and eventually target to secure 100% renewable power portfolios. Item number 4, we strive to advocate for the full-scale digitalization of healthcare pathways, utilizing telehealth and electronic health records to drastically reduce emissions associated with patient travel and paper logistics. Item number 5, we commit to circular procurement and medical supply chain reform by shifting from single-use plastics to reusable, high-quality medical grade instruments. Item number 6, pledge to optimize patient turnover to reduce the length of stay, thereby lowering the per patient environmental and resource burden of the facility. Item number 7, we urge the establishment of low emission disposal protocols, prioritizing rigorous waste segregation and the use of non-incineration technologies for hazardous waste. The CMA actively promotes regenerative nutrition and sustainable landscaping by adopting farm to hospital procurement and transforming hospital grounds into native carbon sinks through afforestation. Item number 9, the CMA very actively will advocate for decarbonized campus mobility and logistics by incentivizing zero emission transportation, installing electric vehicle infrastructure, and route optimization for emergency services. Item number 2, commit to low global warming potential cold chain management by upgrading pharmaceutical, nutritional refrigeration to high efficiency systems that utilize refrigerants with low global warming potential. With this, we, the undersigned, the President of the CMA and the Secretary of the CMA, resolve to integrate these commitments into the core operational framework of our day-to-day health systems. By aligning clinical excellence with environmental stewardship, we strive to lead the global transition toward a resilient, equitable, and carbon neutral future for all. This document is signed by Professor J. Jayalal, the President of the Commonwealth Medical Association, and Joe Mugambi, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Medical Association. Thank you for the opportunity. Mic check.
I appeal to all the fraternity here, please adopt at least 1 or 2 as an immediately from next day and in your clinic. So with a great hope, we present this to our beloved Chief Justice, Justice of the Green Tribunal, and as a mark, and all of us will stand and withhold it, and this will be circulated to you all.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Now I call upon Dr. Kannan to call out the receivers for the special mementos.
Commonwealth Medical Association, in association with the IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, would like to present special mementos to our distinguished guests who are seated on the dais in recognition of their leadership and contribution to the climate responsible healthcare and medical education. For this particular occasion, we would be requesting Professor J.A. Jayalal sir, President of Commonwealth Medical Association, to come over to the mic and tell us the reason why we are giving this special mementos. Okay, so say a few.
For the exemplary service they rendered in these principles of the climate change mitigation, and we would like to honor all the organizers who are sitting on the dais. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving that starting line for us, because that is the way it has to happen, because it has been the President of Commonwealth Medical Association who is leading the global advocacy for climate responsible healthcare. So we thought none other than the President of CMA, the Commonwealth Medical Association, to honor the dignitaries on the dais with a special memento. For this, I request our volunteers to start coming over to the dais one after the other. I request our President of CMA of Commonwealth Medical Association, Jayalal sir, to hand over the first memento to none other than the Chief Guest, Justice Pushpa Satyanarayana ma'am, the Judicial Member of National Green Tribunal, who has been advancing the environmental justice and making a mark in climate governance. Let's all give a great clap for that. I request the volunteers to get one of these special mementos onto the dais by requesting Jayalal sir to hand over this to Professor Russell Franco de Sousa sir, the International Chair in Bioethics and a global leader in medical ethics education. Would also be requesting our President sir to hand over a memento to Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir, who is the President of Association of Medical Education of India, shaping the future-ready medical education. Also requesting Professor Jayalal sir to hand over a memento to Professor Dr. Mary Matthew ma'am, who is the Secretary of the Association of Medical Education of India, along with Ved Prakash Mishra sir, was advancing excellence and ethics in medical education. Requesting Jayalal sir to hand over a special memento to Dr. Sumati, who is the convener for Climate and Energy Subcommittee for driving sustainable health system strategies. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to request our President CMA to hand over a special memento to our very own President of Indian Medical Association of Tamil Nadu State Branch, Dr. Sridhar sir, and organizing chairman for this conference for the championing the clinician-led climate action. That would be followed by a memento who would be given to Dr. Diravyam Mohan sir, who is the Honorary Secretary of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch and the Executive Secretary of this conference, strengthening the professional engagement in public health policy. That would be followed by a memento to be given to our very own son of the soil, Professor Satyanarayanan sir, Associate Dean, Faculty of Medicine for the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, integrating sustainability into academic medicine and providing a nice platform today for this climatic change mitigation. And now here comes on the horse, the hero for, here comes on the horse, riding on the horse, Dr. Thiruma Valavan, Organizing Secretary, who has coordinated collective action and who has made a mark in our very own state.
as an actionable way, and we wanted to have the senior doctors of our association to be recognized, and just for two reasons. One is to recognize their long-lasting service they are doing, but this is with a selfish interest of the Commonwealth Medical Association, so they will do something more for climate change mitigation and globally. So we want to brand them as an ambassadors of the Commonwealth Medical Association to make the global change, globally the impact on the climate change. So we are very much honored to designate this honor to them. I just requested our justice also to be with us to give this certification and investor ceremony of this certification to the honorable leaders of our medical association.
We now proceed to the Global Ambassador Award ceremony. This award is conferred by the Indian Medical Association to recognize doctors who have made exceptional contributions to healthcare and public health advocacy. May I request the following delegates to kindly come forward as we call the names to receive the Global Ambassador Award. I cordially invite Professor Dr. S. Arulraj, past President CMA. Dr. R.V. Asokan, past National President IMA, Vice President CMA, India.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah. So we have this Global Ambassador Award. So let's give this goes to Dr. B. Sridhar sir, who is the President of IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch. I request everybody to give a good applause for this.
The Commonwealth Medical Association is privileged to honor and designate Dr. B. Sridhar, the President of IMA Tamil Nadu, India, as the CMA Global Ambassador for Climate Change Mitigation on this 5th day of February 2026 in recognition of his meritorious capabilities, steadfast passion, and distinguished contributions towards mitigating the impact of climate change within his sphere of influence, and his unwavering commitment to coordinate, advance, and champion this noble cause across the Commonwealth nations, leading it as a sacred mission. This sovereign honor is hereby bestowed upon him during this Global Summit on Climate Change Mitigation Health Sector Perspective, convened at SRM Chennai, given under our hand on this day in the august presence of these esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. We affirm our signature in solemn acknowledgement and joyous celebration of his exemplary devotion in excellence to the global healthcare, and signed by both President and Secretary.
Yeah, would like to request Dr. Prakasam sir, the past President of Tamil Nadu Medical Council, to join us on the stage for the award, please.
He has the honor of not only the Tamil Nadu Medical Association, has served as the President of the Tamil Nadu Medical Council, serves as Association of Tamil Nadu Government Doctors Association, served as the Governing Council member of the Dr. MGR Medical University.
Would like to call Dr. T.N. Ravishankar sir, our IMA Legal Committee Chairman and the former President of Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu State Branch, to be. May I request Dr. M.S. Ashraf sir, the past National Vice President of Indian Medical Association Headquarters, the National Chairman of the AMS Academy of Medical Specialties National Headquarters, and a former President of Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu State Branch. Would like to invite Dr. Senguttuvan sir, the past president of, immediate past president of Indian Medical Association of Indian or Tamil Nadu State Branch. We'd like to invite after this Dr. R. Gunasegaran sir, the past National Vice President, the past President of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch. Like to We'd like to invite Dr. Zamir Basha sir, the past president of Indian Medical Association Hospital Board of India, the present chairman of the Association of Surgeons of India of the Tamil Nadu State Branch, has been the president of the Indian Association of Gastroenterologists, Surgeons of Endoscopic Surgeons of India,
and the Bollywood film star also.
Could we have on stage Dr. C.N. Raja sir, past president of the Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch, the past vice president of the IMA National Headquarters, and sir has served in multiple positions at state and national level. We will also be calling would like to call Dr. A.K. Ravikumar sir, the President-elect of IMA Tamil Nadu, the past Secretary of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch, the past Chairman of Hospital Board of India, the past Chairman of Nursing Home Board of India. We'd like to have with us Dr. Diravyam Mohan sir, the Honorary Secretary of Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu State Branch, the Executive Secretary for today's conference, and the young and energetic sir who is going to take forward all the Commonwealth Medical Association points to the grassroots level in next 2 years. We would like to call Dr. Karthik Prabhu sir, the past Secretary of Indian Medical Association of Tamil Nadu State Branch, the past Chairman of National Board, Nursing Home Board, and who will also be assisting the Tamil Nadu State Branch in taking over all the other ideals of all this climate change. We would like to invite Dr. Solomon Jaya sir, the Treasurer, the Finance Secretary of Indian Medical Association of Tamil Nadu State Branch, who is going to help us out in running the show in various programs. We would like to request the dignitaries to give this Global Ambassador Award for our international faculty, Dr. Sumati Lakshman, who is the convener for the Commonwealth Medical Association for the climatic change. We would like to invite afterwards Professor Annamalai sir, who is the Dean and Trustee of Karpaga Vinayaka Institute of Medical Science and Research Center, who has made a huge change in his own institution by making the good steps towards this climatic change. We would also be giving this through the dignitaries on the stage to Dr. Thiruma Valavan, who has again sown the seed for this climatic change conference. We'd like to request the dignitaries on the dais to hand over the Global Ambassador Award to Professor Satyanarayanan sir, who is the Associate Dean, who is the host for today's program, and who will also be, like to invite Dr. Kannan Rangaswamy sir, who is the Chairman of Association of Surgeons of India, Chennai City Branch, to come over to the dais to receive this. Would like to request Dr. C.J. Vetrivel sir, the Founder Chairman, Orthopedic Surgeon, the Founder Chairman and Managing Director of Bival Group of Hospitals, which is with their 14 branches all over Tamil Nadu, where they are following an amazing climatic change activity all over Tamil Nadu and outside Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I'd like to call Dr. Kanagavel, the head of Department of GI Surgery and Minimal Access Surgery, who's a part of multiple associations where he's an academic chair. You name any association or organization, he is always there, and he is going to lead us to the next level. We'd like to invite Dr. Hariharan sir, who is the chairman of Junior Doctors Network of Indian Medical Association, Tamil Nadu State Branch. We request Hariharan sir to come on stage, please. We'd like to request Dr. Jamuna Rani ma'am, who is the professor and head of the Department of Pathology, to come out on the stage from Bharat Medical College. She also is the convener for the Medical Students Network. Next, we would like to call Dr. Prabhu Kumar C. from Hyderabad, the convener of IMA Artificial Intelligence and Digital Health, for joining us. I would like to welcome myself also to receive this award, Global. It has been an honor to have Justice Pushpa Satyanarayana ma'am. She is a very senior and a respected member of the Indian judiciary, who is presently serving as the judicial member of the National Green Tribunal. And for this particular function, none other than Justice ma'am is the best person for us to be the chief guest. With a distinguished career spanning several decades, she has contributed significantly to the administration of justice across multiple domains of law. At the NGT, National Green Tribunal, she has played an important role in taking care of matters related to environmental protection, sustainable development, pollution control, and conservation of natural resources, ensuring a careful balance between development needs and ecological responsibility. Her judicial work reflects a strong commitment to the constitutional values, environmental stewardship, and intergenerational equity. Ma'am is widely admired for her clarity of reasoning, judicial discipline, and ethical integrity. Her judgments and contributions underscore the critical role of judiciary in addressing the climate change, safeguarding the public health, and strengthening the environmental governance in India. Ma'am, we would like to request you to come over and give us your chief guest address for this particular occasion, ma'am.
So very good evening to everyone present here. I'm not going to name any individual, though now I got acquainted with Mr. Jailal. Otherwise, all of you are highly qualified, highly talented, highly accomplished. So I am belittled when I gave the award to him and to Dr. Vetrivel in terms of size also. So same way here, when all of you are doctors and you have been deliberating as to how to mitigate the climate change from the morning, you are all already been given overdose. So as doctors, you know that I cannot administer little more than that. Additionally, after I came, the 10, commandments or commitments. And when the speaker, when he was asked to say about that, he said the 10 commitments which can be implemented. You cannot give a commitment for what you cannot implement, right? So I was waiting after the 10 something more is going to come. But all are only implementable commitments. I really do appreciate the vow taken today and the move to circulate that to every healthcare facility to follow that. And as usual, as a doctor, or as doctors give it to us, whatever I wanted to say, everything is given in one capsule. That is the 10 commitments. So I don't think I can elaborate more on that. And was a lawyer for a while, and on the other side, now on the bench, now heading the Green Tribunal. Generally, we are known to be very cynical. We generally don't agree with anything, whatever you say. And the doctors and lawyers will never get along. Yes, so law has no logic. It can turn whichever side it wants. That is how today we are addressing the climate change. So it definitely poses an existential threat to the public health because of the overwhelming hospitals and the related illness, vector-borne diseases, and the disaster casualties. So as doctors, you might have seen all kind of diseases. As I said, I don't know many, but the vector-borne and the otherwise also the many of the diseases. But today, all of you have assembled here to deliberate upon a very great disease, a wound, which is inflicted on the globe. Now we do not know how to, there is no medicine for it. Like how when the COVID was announced and we quickly went and locked up ourselves and generally called it as a lockdown, and none of us knew what is to be done, and whatever was possible to get over it, we were trying to do it. Then after some time we realized that COVID will be with us. We should know to live with that. But that attitude cannot be applied here, because the wound that is caused on the globe, it is very, very serious. None of the medicines the doctors may prescribe can heal it. And it is not only sector oriented, like where only the doctors can heal it. Doctors are also one of the healers. It is every individual, every citizen who has got the right to do this. Therefore, I'm not going to say why this climate change, what is the contribution that is made by the healthcare facilities or the hospitals, whether it is the operation theatres or it is the electricity that is consumed or it is the otherwise the fossil fuel that you use. I'm not here to tell you reduce this or reduce that, because I'm very happy that you are aware of it and you want to spread it further to the entire world and also to your own fraternity, how it can be done. There are certain things that can be minimized. I saw that you had a science or scientific approach to the entire system. That is what you have been deliberating, from energy and water efficiency in daily hospital operations, base management, cost savings, role of leadership, public versus private hospital, nursing and workforce engagement. This would have covered the whole thing. But when you ask me, what is that I am here for? These kind of regulations are very much there across the globe. You have the conventions like the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Convention. Everything is there. But what do we do? It should not be a typical conference where you gather, deliberate on something, though you take home something, leave it at that, you don't practice. But this is a very serious issue because it not only involves the hospitals, it involves the entire globe. It reflects on the future generation. So what is that we are going to leave for our future? That is what today we are deciding. So each of the country has its own difficulty and they have their own rules and laws. And so far as India is concerned, it is the MOEFNCC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and also the Central Pollution Control Board, which is giving you all the guidelines. And it was much said about the National Green Tribunal. What do? We only oversee whether everything is being done rightly or not. And if there are the rules and regulations, the guidelines, everything is there in place. But if you don't follow, someone has to be behind you. Like it is typically like a headmaster role, we have to do it. But how to implement that? There are challenges. But wherever it is possible, it should be implemented. When that is lacking, where we have to step in. There are also medical colleges where you should have applied for an environmental clearance from the appropriate authority and also had set up the treatment facilities both for sewage and otherwise. Even if that is not done, and they have colleges, there are occasions where NGT had to step in to stop that. It is not a punishment. We are only trying to say the act of yours will ruin the future. Therefore, please go by the law, abide by the law. This being a judge, I have to say, this is what is stated in our constitution also. Article 51 capital A, particularly subclause G, mandates that each of the citizen has a fundamental duty. We always claim about the fundamental right to live, right to your vacation, move to places. All that is there, it is guaranteed. Typical of us, we always forget our duty, we only claim for our right. Yes, this fundamental duty is not only for the individual citizen, it is for everybody. Be it a hospital, be it a company, be it a corporate, that has to be followed. So that is why again by way of law they had to bring in the corporate environmental responsibility. So we are not corporate, societal responsibility, it is CER. So the CER to move into that. If the hospitals are not profit oriented and it is only doing service, then how do you now impose the CER on them? That is why the government has come up with what is called the green credit rules. I think you must have heard of that. Whether the green credit rules can be applied to the hospitals, very much. In the green credit rules, there are a lot of segments, including even the green belt development, which you have, only thing is you have to register and inform the authority that you are ready for a green credit, and whatever the services that is required under the green credit, if you are going to do that, that will be adjusted for your CER. So that in case any of the hospitals are not aware of, please note that. And basically all these conventions then comes to individual nations guidelines. then that will reduce to individual states' rules, and the rules further get fragmented by the district or the other level authorities. But how are we going to implement? Implementation is the biggest problem here. We never get things implemented. We can only supervise not the entire system, but whatever is brought to our knowledge. And we are also given the powers to take suo motu action by seeing, if we see that there is an environmental violation, we ourselves will do that. And next to your campus or little away is the Vandalur Zoo. Vandalur Zoo, you know, they only have animals, but animals are kept in captivity. So what will happen? If there are no predators, say for an example deers, so they come out, jump out of the campus, come and eat the garbage that is lying outside. What happens? It consumes plastic, they die. So that had to be addressed. When the postmortem was done for the on the dead carcass, it was found that a bundle of plastic was there. Is it the fault of the animal? We have them in captivity, but it should be fed properly. But what will happen when they multiply? That has not been addressed. And who is the culprit? Whoever has dumped the waste on the road where it can have access. It is not only the deer which had escaped from the captivity, but also the other animals with the stray cattle, which we never bother about. You allow them, allow them to get fed by themselves. So they go street to street, whatever is lying inside, outside, it consumes. We least realize that the very same cow is what is giving us the milk which is consumed by us. Least realizing that there are microplastics are there. Even in our rice what we eat, it is found that there are microparticles of plastic because of the landfill which is already filled with the plastics, and also the manures and whatever you use. See, these are all the very, very basic and fundamental things which we may not address. So if some garbage is lying on the road, what are we to do as doctors? Can we go and take it? No, you can't take it. But you can regulate. Like how you are segregating the waste in your own hospital with the different colored and barcoded covers that has been supplied to you by your autoclaving agencies. But whether those agencies are taking it to the right destination and doing the same incineration, that was what been said about, and whether there is any other method by which you can dispose them of without incineration, the pyrolysis, the deep burials. But that can be done only in the remote or rural area. I heard a speaker when I entered talking about urbanization. If urbanization is happening, where is the chance of this pyrolysis to go and do the deep burial? After some time, you know, you will also extend your homes there. And jurisdictionally also, if it is within city, we call it CMDA. If it is little outside, you say it is the corporation. Further outside, you say it is the panchayat or the village board. And all of us are human beings, wherever we are living and wherever we are coming from. But whether these things apply to them all equally, whether all of us have got the equal responsibility, if that is not done, what will be the impact? Now, instead of healing the wound on the globe, we will only be widening that. So it is a time we wake up to take this call. Secondly, when being in hospitals, you have these facilities like the autoclave, wherever they treat this medical waste, the facilities are there. But the biomedical waste rules says there should be a 75 kilometers distance. But nowadays, whoever is in Chennai may know, when we go to T Nagar, you have all sari shops in one row. And if you go to the other lane, all the jewelry shop are on one row. Similarly now, if you go to one particular road, you have a lot of hospitals lined up. So what is the waste that has been generated, the biomedical waste? Where is it being transferred? And if the law permits only 75 kilometers between one facility and the other facility, what will be the carbon footprint to carry this to that end? Whether this has been thought of by any of these doctors or any of these associations, because we are not experts. The hospitals, they have to address this issue, and if it requires an amendment, it has to be done. This, in fact, it was new to me when I read the rules, then my mind refused to accept that. Secondly, in fact, when Dr. Ravi Shankar had come to invite me, I had spoken to him about this also. When you are on the road, when your car is parked at a signal, when an ambulance passes by, you can just turn and see, oh, this is an ambulance, it has got a red cross. If it has a blue cross, it belongs to a blue cross. Yes? And if it is any other advertisement, let it be even about SRM college, when the advertisement is there on displayed on the side of the bus body, you know, yes, oh, there is a college here, they offer so many courses, and these are all there, why not I approach there also? Similarly, you have a vehicle for transporting the biomedical waste. Has any one of us seen that? I'm sorry, it's the wrong question to pose to doctors. You might have seen it, but how many of the public or your children who are not in the medical field know about this when it passes by? You know, when a pink bus comes, it is for ladies. When a white board bus comes, you say it is for free of cost or whatever. Then a yellow board comes, it is a non-stop. There is a distinction, but when a biomedical vehicle is passing, can any one of you identify? Does anyone know what is a symbol on that? And what is the color of the symbol? The first vehicle, what I saw, it was green in color. Then I addressed to the chairman of the PCB, how can this be in green? The biomedical waste. I never heard of that biomedical waste can be transported. And in the van, if you had enlisted 1, 2, 3, 4, these are all the biomedical waste, then people will know. See, it is not only the syringe or the bandage or the blood-soaked cotton that goes out of the hospital, or even the anatomy waste of any part of the organ, but every day we generate the sanitary napkins, the baby diapers, the adult diapers. What are they? Because it goes from a residence, it is domestic waste, or it is not from the hospital, it is not a medical waste. How do you address it? Is there any segregation? Where should it go? See, these are all very, very, very small things which we ignore in everyday life. But if these things are addressed, automatically all these rules and guidelines and conventions, whatever we are part of it, that can easily be addressed. That basically we should understand what is our duty and also what is that we have been doing it. And on the legal side, as being in the judiciary, we are only intensifying and monitoring via the reports of the pollution control boards and also certain public interest litigations which come before us. We try to address them to pioneer the net zero models. The compliance fortifies health sovereignty amid climate threats. Therefore, let justice mandate only sustainability. So thank you for the opportunity and the wonderful initiative taken by the doctor and particularly Dr. Jayalal. So please take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for your putting forward a lot of views in this. The issues which were raised, definitely we will discuss and get back to you, madam. With this, we are closing this session, but immediately we are following the academic session of our convocation. That will be, anyhow, I know time is short, but by 6 o'clock we will be winding up most of the program. So I request everybody who are not getting convocation, please be seated. Those who are getting convocation, please go. 5 minutes time, you need to dress up, and the faculty will also dress up. And we have a 5 minutes gap for the starting the convocation ceremony. I will be happy and request all the senior leaders to be here. We'll be finishing it very shortly. We are going to hear very short but very vibrant felicitations from Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra and Dr. Russell D'Souza in the next meeting. So those who are participating in the convocation, please join, get it dressed. Within 5 minutes, you have to come back. I request the fellows of the Commonwealth Medical Association can also dress up with the convocation dress.
Check. The academic procession is coming on the way. We request the audience to please rise up for the academic procession. We request all the audience to please rise up for the academic procession.
and for all of us here, because as we heard earlier, we all have a responsibility for maintaining and looking after the environment, the climate. And one of the most important issues that all this brings us together is the importance or the new direction that the WHO has taken us with one world, the concept of one world, where we bring together the health, the human health, the animal health, and the planetary health. And in fact, we have been running some programs and workshops and so forth on this concept of one health. And so we bring together the importance of not only climate, not only planetary health, but important how it interacts and ultimately it impacts on the health and well-being of all of us human beings, but importantly to the country and so forth. And so we have, we now have brought this concept into the education, the students. We have a program called, which we have brought in SRM University to, they are part of this Beyond Campus program for undergraduate medical and dental and nursing students. And one of the curriculum focuses on One Health, the role of planetary health, animal health, and human health, and the relationship between these three. So again, I want to congratulate all of you. I want to congratulate the Commonwealth Medical Association under the leadership of the very distinguished Dr. Jailal. Incidentally, Dr. Jailal is also has been for a long time representing the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics in India right down in 2015. An MOU was signed by the IMA, the then President Dr. Martin Pillai and K.K. Agarwal, who were the Secretary. We signed an agreement in the presence of Dr. Jayashree Mehta, then MCI, with the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics program that I headed, the Asia Pacific Division. And so from then forth, we've been working together, and Dr. Jailal continues to be the IMA representative for the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics of the Asia Pacific program and in India. So again, I want to congratulate all of you, thank you, and wish you all the very best in your trajectory and domain running along, keeping this policy of climate change. Thank you very much, and all the best to you.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable words. I request Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, President, Association of Medical Education of India, to give us the keynote address. To deliver the convocation.
Esteemed Chairperson for this 5th Commonwealth Medical Association convocation, President of the Common Medical Association, respected Dr. J.A. Jailal, learned Chief Guest, Chairman of the International Department of Education, Melbourne, Australia, my mentor, learned Professor Dr. Russell D'Souza, all the dignitaries who are adorning this dais by virtue of their positions in terms of the legitimate entitlement vested thereto, honorable fellows on whom the fellowship should be conferred ceremonially at this convocation, dignitaries across me, including respected Dr. Annamalai, Dr. Prakasham, with whom I had the fortune of working in Medical Council of India for almost with him a decade, Secretary General of Association of Medical Educators of India, Professor Mary Matthew, the former President of Tamil Nadu Association, my learned friend Ashraf. Half the faces are known to me with whom I had the fortune of working. Invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen. There could not have been a better pleasure than delivering the convocation address in such a ceremonial atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, although it's a formal ceremony, convocation in its own worth connotes two important dimensions. It connotes solemnity and it connotes serenity. Therefore, the two arms of the convocation, and more so, when it's in terms of an international organization, which is a representative organization of 54 countries, which is almost 1/3 of the globe, which is almost 28% of the global humanity. It has its own contours and connotations, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore, the conferment of fellowship by Commonwealth Medical Association to the various chosen fellows who have been declared as entitled to it, it's not just an ornamentation that is going to be put across in the form of fellowship on them, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just a formal recognition. It is a value addition. It's an addition of worth. It's not just a certification of capability. It's a certification which is going to entitle elegance in the professional endeavor. It's a certification of ease. It's a certification of elegance. It's a certification of value addition. And permit me to say so, it's a certification of the worth which is now hereafter, not only which must have already been there, but it stands not certified, it stands testimonized. Fellowship is not a certification, Chairman, sir. It's a testimonial. And there is a distinct distinction between a certificate and a testimonial. Certification is something which in terms of the critical appraisal has been achieved as a matter of certification for minimum entitlement. When you say that you have received your MBBS degree, your entitlement for the minimum on your own performance is certified, including under supervision performance. When you and me are entitled to our specialty degrees in the form of MD or MS in the given specialty, the end certification is circumscription in terms of the capacities that you are expected to be performing on your own. Therefore, this is also a certification of minimization. It's not the maximized entitlement that gets accrued to you and me. When you and me are being certified in terms of the DM or MCH qualifications, in terms of the relevant streams which are the statutory qualifications, again, it's a certification which is circumscription. But there is something beyond, and that beyond is conferment of the recognized fellowship. Conferment of the fellowships which are absolutely an indication of your worth, that it is the cognition which makes you entitled for that particular certification, in which it's not only the fellow who is getting honored to be certified, it is the association and the conferring authority which is capable of deriving the equal honor. If you ask me, all those authorities which are entitled for fellowship awards, what is exactly the benchmark against which their credibility is tested in the entire academic fraternity across the world? I have unhesitatingly, having seen the world, I can vouch. The only and only dimension and the parable on which the fellowship conferring authority is realistically evaluated is, who are the fellows on which it has been conferred? And therefore, it is an occasion, ladies and gentlemen, wherein 18 fellows, and when I speak in the Indian context, 18 is a very pure, pious, significant number. It's not just a sheer accident that it is 18 fellowships. 18 khands in Mahabharata by itself ultimately, finally, dharma is to be established in terms of reinvigoration and rejuvenation, a battle has to be fought for 18 days. 18 is a very significant number. It's not an accident that Dr. Jailal wanted to choose 19 and the figure has come down to 18. It's not that CMA wanted to be putting across X number and the Y number generated. At time, nature bestows its own blessings in its own way, and therefore it is not a sheer accident that 18 number has come. Maybe that I had the moral responsibility of putting the pious sanctity of the number 18 as my mother herself has named me as Ved Prakash, therefore I had to put across some enlightenment on the little part of those Vedas. Ladies and gentlemen, I on my own behalf, with the permission of the chair, as I am delivering the convocation address, I have every reason to invite and invoke all that is pure, all that is pious, all that is serene, and all that is solemn in the entire universe to converge on this fifth convocation through this dais and with all of us as witnesses to be declared as conferred on the awardees along with their fellowships. Long live their torch-bearing lights, long live their illumination, long live their worth, and let them realize the worth does not lie in self-aggrandizement. It lies in it being put across in the form of illumination, in meaningful, cogent, credible services in the name of humanistic medicine and in the name of socialistic medicine. Thank you very much for giving patient listening. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your empowering words. We now proceed with the conferment of CMA Convocation Honours. I now invite Professor Dr. J. A. Jayalal, President, Commonwealth Medical Association, to deliver the charge to the convocates. Dr. Jamuna Rani ma'am to announce the names of the convocates.
Print is there. May I request the fellows to please be standing. Give to the fellows of the. Dear convocates, as you are formally admitted into the professional community of the Commonwealth Medical Association, I charge you with responsibilities that extend beyond clinical skill alone. First, I charge you to uphold professional integrity. Let your practice be guided by honesty, accountability, competence, and respect for the trust placed in you by patients, colleagues, and society. Integrity is the foundation upon which the credibility of our profession rests. Second, I charge you to practice ethical medical practice. Ethical medical practice means placing the welfare, dignity, and the flights of the patient above all other considerations. It requires informed consent, respect for confidentiality, fairness without discrimination, transparency in decision making, and the courage to err in the patient's best interest even when it is difficult for the convention. Third, I charge you to serve society. Medicine is a public trust. Your responsibilities extend beyond hospitals and clinics to do the communities you serve, particularly the vulnerable, the marginalized, and the underserved. Let compassion, equity, and social responsibility guide your professional choices. Finally, I charge you to exercise leadership in global health and sustainability. In an era of climate change, emerging diseases, and resource constraints, you must feel with foresight and responsibility, advocating for the resilient, equitable, and sustainable healthcare system that protect both human health and the environment health and the planet health. With this charge, I welcome you into the global following of the medical professionals committed to the ethical practice, service to the humanity, and leadership for a healthier and more sustainable world. I am privileged to admit you as a fellow of the Commonwealth Medical Association with the scores of other fellows who are working with us. May God bless you, guide you, sustain you, and encourage you and empower you to serve the society, community, and the planet with all your commitment and passion. May God bless you.
I invite Professor Dr. J. Jayalal, President Commonwealth Medical Association, to deliver the FCMA certificates and scroll to the convocates.
We request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward. So first I call upon Dr. P. Senguttuvan, Consultant Pediatrician, President IMA Tamil Nadu 2025, Athur, Salem, Tamil Nadu, India, to receive his FCMA certificate and scroll. A big round of applause. Dr. Gunasegaran Raju, National Vice President, IMA 2023, Consultant Physician, Deepan Hospital, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we call upon Dr. A.K. Ravikumar, President-elect IMA TNSP, Moti Nursing Home Private Limited, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we call upon Dr. Shailaja Vijaykumar Mane, Professor HOD Pediatrics, Dr. D.Y. Patel Medical College Hospital Research Center, Pune, India. Next, we have Dr. K. Raja Mohammed, Consultant Pulmonologist, Raja Specialty Hospital, Perambalur, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. Navnath Baliram Guge, Consultant Physician, Guge Heart and Critical Care Hospital, Maharashtra, India. Next, we have Dr. Rupali Karwa, Consultant Psychiatrist, Samyak Rehabilitation Center, Pune, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Rupali Shankarlal Karwa, Consultant Psychiatrist, Pune, Maharashtra, India. Next, we have Dr. Elilarasi Jyothimani, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Elil Hospital, Virudhachalam, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. Purnima Kumarasamy, Consultant Radiologist, Dhanvantri Scans, Viluppuram, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. K.P. Pichumani, Managing Director, Sri Ranga Hospitals, Chengalpattu, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. K. Velavan, Founder and Managing Director, Erode Cancer Center, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. V. Saravanan, Consultant General, Laparoscopic and Bariatric Surgeon, Chairman, Managing Director, Girishwari Hospitals Private Limited, Chennai, India. Next, we have Dr. Thirumagal, Head of the Department, Department of Reproductive Medicine, Infertility, Obstetrics, Gynecology, Olympia Hospitals and Research Center, Trichy, India. Next, we have Dr. S. Jayaraman, Consultant Pulmonologist, Specialist in Interventional Pulmonology and Sleep Disordered Breathing, Clinical Lead, Thoracic Oncology and Sleep Medicine, MGM Healthcare, Chennai, India. Next, we call upon Dr. Nirmala Ponnambalam, Consultant Plastic Surgeon, Retired Professor and Head of the Department, Department of Burns, Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery, Government Kilpauk Medical College and Hospital, Chennai, India. Next, we have Dr. Indra Nedumaran, Consultant Fertility, Obstetrics and Gynecology, Director, A to Z Pregnancy Care, Annanagar East, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Next, we have Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Balakrishnan, Director, Just Onco Affordable Cancer Care Center, Tamil Nadu's first chain of daycare chemotherapy centers, Senior Consultant, Infectious Diseases, Cauvery Hospitals, Chennai, India. Yes, sir. Next, we'll move on with the certification for Medical Students Forum of Commonwealth Medical Association. So I call upon all the medical students over here. So first, I call upon Arunagiri Gunasekaran, Government Medical College and Hospital, Tiruvallur. Next, we have S.V. Shweta, Sri Mookambika Institute of Medical Sciences. Next, we have Pavya Mayilvaganan, Sri Mookambika Institute of Medical Sciences. Next, I call upon Akash Harikrishnan, Bharat Medical College and Hospital. Next, I call upon Akash J, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Hospitals. Siddhi Kumar, SRM Medical College and Hospital, Chennai, India. Then we have Avinash, Srinivasan Medical College and Hospital. Rishika E, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Hospital Research Institute. Next we have Vigneshwaran V, Tagore Medical College and Hospital. Then we have Rehana Tasmin, Government Shengalpattu Medical College. Next we have Suyambhu Anand, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Next we have Harish Achudan, ESI Medical College and PGIMSR, Chennai. Next we have Hariram Vijay, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Hospital Research Institute. Next I call upon Kalpana R, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Next we have Harshavardhini Balu, Government Medical College and Hospital, Tiruvallur. Now I call upon Suganya, Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. And finally, we have Lalita Marimuthu, Nilima Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad, India.
Thank you to our dignitaries. I now invite Professor J.A. Jayalal, President, Commonwealth Medical Association, to declare the CMA convocation closed.
Indeed, it's a great honor and privilege for me to have this convocation ceremony arranged here. Professor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, in his address, he said number 18 is chosen. Maybe it is God's blessing. More than number 18, the presence of Professor Dr. Ved Mishra, Professor Dr. Russell is a great blessing for us. In the whole of India, we call the fifth Ved of Indian Medical Association is Ved Prakash Mishra. The father of bioethics in India is Professor Russell. And it is, you are so fortunate, both the fellows and the medical students are fortunate to receive from their blessed hands this fellowship and the membership certificate. I'm extremely happy for amidst the busy schedule, and they were able to spare some time and to be with us. So I also take this opportunity to thank every one of you, and as the President of the Commonwealth Medical Association, I declare this convocation ceremony is over.
Last but not the least, the most awaited, I know all the students are eagerly waiting for this prize distribution ceremony of IMA, MSN and JDN. So we'll move on to the prize distribution ceremony for all the online and offline competitions which has been conducted, and it was really amazing performance by the medical students. A big round of applause to all of you here. So I want to hear all your applauses. Come on guys. So thank you very much for being with us all the day. Thank you so much. So as we announce the prize winners, I request IMA MSN Chairman Dr. Annamalai Sir and IMA JDN Chairman Dr. Hariharan Sir to join on the dais along with the dignitaries. I call upon Dr. Ishwar, Joint Secretary, IMA JDN, to announce the winners.
Good evening. So firstly, I'll be announcing the prizes from 3 to 1 order. So third prize for the Green Quest competition goes to Wales Medical College and Hospital. So the third prize, the cash prize is 2,000 rupees. Next prize, second prize, prize amount rupees 3,000, Team Innovate from VIT. First prize, 5,000 rupees, VIT, Akash N team. Akash N, Jeshwa, Nirmal Kumar team. Then we call upon Planet Canvas third prize, J.S. Shalini from Sri Muthukumaran Medical College. J.S. Shalini from Sri Muthukumaran Medical College. Is she there? Planet Canvas second prize, Nityashri P. Sri SRM Medical College. Nityashri SRM Medical College. Is she there? Planet Canvas first prize, Vanshita R. Vanshita R. Climatrix third prize, Takshashila Medical College. Takshashila Medical College. Climatrix second prize, Government Thoothukudi Medical College. Climatrix first prize, Neelima Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. Third prize, Climatales, Vigneshwaran V. Vigneshwaran V. Second prize, Climatales, J.S. Shalini. First prize, Climate Trails, Sneha Rao. Saran BIM for Climography. Third prize. Kanika Kutreja, second prize for Climography. Kanika Kukreja, second prize, Climography. SV Sweta, first prize, Climography. Climate Tales, Sneha Rao. Suganya S, third prize, Climb Pack. Suganya S, Climb Pack. Nandita, second prize, Climb Pack. First prize, Climb Pack, Disha. Eco Reel competition, Harshavardhani, third prize. Eco Reel competition, Akash J, second prize. Eco Reel first prize goes to Vanshita R. Sir, done, sir.
Now I request Dr. Thirumavalavan, our organizing secretary, CMA Con, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, delegates, as we come to the close of this enriching CMA Conference 2026, it's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank our Chief Guest, Justice Pushpa, and all other guests of honors. We thank our CMA President, Jailal sir, our past President, Arul Raj sir, our IMA State President, Sridhar sir, and Chairman HBA, Abul Hassan sir, and past State President, Ravi Shankar sir, State Secretary, Dravya Mohan sir, and Vice Chancellors of various universities, and CEOs of various medical colleges, our Annamalai, our MD Karpagavanayaga Medical College, and our Associate Dean, Dr. Satyanarayanan, Dr. Sumati Lakshmanan, Convener, and we thank all the delegates on the dais, leaders on the dais and off the dais. Once again, we thank the organizing committee members and the working committee members, especially Dr. Kanagavel, Dr. Jamana Rani, Kannan Rangasamy, Hariharan, Kannan Rajendran, Ravi Shankar sir, Abul Hassan sir, all the team, whole team. If I miss someone, don't mistake me, please. We thank all the organizing committee members and moderators, panelists and sponsors. We thank all the SRM University faculty members and students and the volunteers. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.